Welcome to part 9 of this thing that we're doing. We are just over 50% of the way through the game. And we are in the middle of the rally challenges now, if you missed the last stream. I'm using a roof because it's fun. Is it good? Not particularly. But it's fun. I'm having a good time. And once we knock these out, we can start doing some professional stuff. And I think I'll be able to use this for Boxer Challenge. If there is one in Pro. I haven't looked. Anywho. I have to change the lights in here, too. I have them set to daylight, and it is bright in here. You're so funny. I thought I was the one that was supposed to make bad jokes. What's up, Zach? Oh, we're going backwards. I see. Oh. Interesting. Doing good. Likewise, Thunder. Good afternoon. Good evening. One of those is correct, maybe. Oh, my God. Yeah, I didn't know how long that that stream was going to go, so... They said it would be done around 4, so I was like, cool. I'll have plenty of time to, like, go offline and maybe eat something really quick. And at Nar, it went a little bit late. Daniel was, like, taking his time to join, and I was like... I'm sitting there, I'm not getting mad, but I'm sitting there like... Daniel, we have a call time, man. Like, they told us when to be here, blah, blah, blah. And then I saw where he was streaming from, and I saw he was at Sebring. I went, ah. Yeah, I think that... Whoa! I think that's a little bit more important. I was going to get the 5800. I was already looking at it for VR stuff. I've heard good things. Oh my God. Going this way is better. The jump on the tarmac going into that first dirt corner is brutal going the other way. There's more jumps going this way, I think. On the new Le Mans game? I'm not planning on playing it, to be honest. Me and that company have a not so great history together. That is what I'm using too, I think. No, I'm using a Ryzen 5 3600 in my gaming computer. So I'm gonna like wait to see how John Taxes treats me, and if they treat me okay, and then I think that's what I'm gonna do. All right, community manager for that game. Good luck. Man, Skelly, if only they had, like, 5 other people they could have used that they furloughed or laid off. Wow. Golly gee. Oh, way too fast. Yeah, Thunder, if I don't owe anything on taxes, the plan is new gaming computer, sell the old gaming computer, and then whatever money I make on the old gaming computer, use to upgrade the streaming computer. Because the streaming computer so far is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. But I figure, you know, if I can reinvest, that's not a horrible idea. Yeah, from what I've seen of the new Le Mans game, it seems like it's typical. It's like NASCAR Ignition, but nowhere near as bad in the sense of, like, the physics are good and, like, the core game is good, but everything surrounding it is, like, broken or very rough around the edges or not functioning properly, which kind of tracks. No, I would just get a new CPU motherboard, Thunder. But I've not had an issue with the streaming PC in terms of like its, oh my God, in terms of its quality or anything. It'd be more like, hey, I'm already here. Typo! Typo! To bring back DLC. I mean, I'd prefer it to be free, personally. I wish there was more of it, to be fair, but... I think themed car packs would be cool. It seems like it's like a random mix of random stuff sometimes for the free updates. Oh yeah, that's not super relevant, but to any of my creator friends out there, or shorts posters, boobies. Thank you, Denny. I agree. Oh yeah, I looked at the iRacing production chat, by the way, and they're like, "What's that poster behind Keaton's head?" I'm like, it's John Cena. They're like, it can't be John Cena. I can see him. And there was like a whole argument on what it was and why it was there. I thought it was really funny. Honestly, from what I've played, I didn't really play any of the PS3 Gran Turismos because I was on the Xbox at the time. But I don't think there is a bad GT game. There's just games that the community likes less. Like, they'll try and tell you 5 or 6 is, like, fucking garbage and terrible, and you're like, why is it bad? And they'll list off, like, 2 small things that are not as good as the other games. And they're like, well, what about GT PSP? That game sucked. And, like, it was literally Gran Turismo for your handheld. What do you want? At a time where, like, handheld ports were all ass and terrible, they gave you a half-decent Gran Turismo experience on the go. It's not as good as the console, but it wasn't supposed to be. What do you want? Oh, what about GT Prologue? Yeah, you mean the demo? The glorified demo? You fucking imbecile? Like... Unfortunately, your franchise of games is so good that the bad ones are still good. Especially if you grew up with, like, 5 and 6. Thank you, Roberta. My day is complete. Oh, I'm dying. Especially if you grew up with, like, 5 and 6 and grew up with the PS3 ones and they're nostalgic to you. Absolutely. Like, I grew up with the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 versions, so that's why I think I prefer these. Where's GT's mid-7s? Exactly. Yes, there are games that are, like, not as good as the other ones, but it's a lot of, and this is like this, and a lot. I'm gonna get back to my point about shorts in a minute, but oversimplification. I mean, that's not a problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of new people. They can't ignore their fan base, but at the same time, you can't keep making video games for the 10% of players that play your game religiously. Like, you shouldn't forget about that player base, but also you can't cater to just them, too. Like, I'd argue GT Sport is probably the least good Gran Turismo, and it was still fantastic. But even, like, I think Ryan would argue me on that, because he says Gran Turismo Sport single player is better, or not better, but more of a traditional GT than 7 is. Honestly, Kurz, if they had made 5 and 6 exactly the same as 4, people would just say it's like the same thing and complain about that. Handmade handgun, exactly. There is a vocal minority of people in the racing game community, and I'm going to talk about the Gran Turismo versions, because that's obviously the game franchise we're talking about, but I think every franchise has this, that just love to be angry. Like they get off on being upset. Like, they watched one angry video game nerd video when they were 10, and they're like, that's going to be my whole personality now. Like, they're never happy. They can't look at things objectively. You're not allowed to have an opinion. If something's bad, it's just outright bad. You're not allowed to like it. You're not allowed to dislike it. You have to think exactly like them. And I'm sure every gaming community has this, but I guess just because the racing community is so small, maybe they're just louder. But, like, there are people that will, till they're blue in the face, like, oh, this game's fucking trash. Absolute trash. Dog shit. And you're like, oh, why is it bad? Because it's bad. Oh, I'm fucked. Like, going into this, people are like, yeah, GT3, this game's shit. Like, why is it shit? Oh, you know, it's fucking doo-doo, butt fart. I'm like, okay, James Rolfe, but like, what, objectively, why do you not like it? Oh, some content stuff. It doesn't have as much content. It's a little bit grindy. Objective point of view. Literally, there's no such thing. An opinion is not objective. That's literally in the definition of an opinion. If you think your opinion is the only way to think, then what you're saying is it's a fact, and that's a whole different thing. And an opinion inherently means that you can think differently. That's what that word means. Oh, that's a whole other different thing, Curse. That also makes me mad. When people, like... Why would I play Need for Speed? Or, like, Need for Speed sucks. Gran Turismo's better. It's like, okay. That's like comparing... Call of Duty and Battlefield. Like, they're two different styles of the same genre. They're not made to compete, you know what I mean? Like, the people who like Battlefield will always like Battlefield over COD. They like the play style. People who like COD will like COD. People who like a more arcadey, kind of silly driving experience. It's a people problem. Fair enough. There's nothing to complain about, Hoot, but they want to sound like every other gaming community. And this happens a lot. Like, I'm using Gran Turismo as an example, but it's like been like this in every single racing game community I've ever been in. Notice how, like, Gran Turismo memes, for, like, 90% of them are just not funny and are, like, forced jokes that, like, weren't funny to begin with. And I'm not talking, like, I'm offended. Like, the Evo's yellow, guys. We fucking get it. Like, it's not, like, it just don't, like, I don't see the comedy in it. And, like, oh, let's take a song and just make it really loud. And that's the whole joke. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. And that's not the only thing. But, like, because this community is so small and there's so little things, they just want to fit in with other gaming communities where, like, they have their own memes and they have their own, like, oh, this game sucks. This game's awful. It's the black sheep of the franchise. They just want to fit in so bad with all their traditional gamer friends who play, like, shooters or RPGs or whatever, that they make a mountain out of a molehill, is the way you say it. Again, it's like this in every community, but I feel like I've heard traditional video game players complain about their bad games and actually have, like, a good argument. But, like, how is a Gran Turismo fan supposed to fit in with, like, a Battlefield fan, right? Where the new games are, like, poo-poo. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, all of our games are, like, good, and the bad ones are just, like, less good, but still good. No, that's not fun. Let's just make something sound awful for no reason. So now we get to, like, play the same game, or get to make the same jokes as everybody else. And it makes, like, a big deal out of nothing. A lot. Dude, me when I schlonger? I don't even know her. Actually, that makes for a better schlonger, to be fair. What's a little bit of schlong among friends? And as somebody said already, like, it's like this in a lot of communities, but this is the one that I've noticed in. And, like, yes, even within racing communities, I think GT people are not the worst, but, like, can be pretty... I don't know. I want to pick my words carefully here, right? Because I don't want to be, like totally dunk on, like, retro GT fans. But, so I'm not trying to. It's definitely a vocal minority. Most people just play their video game and enjoy it and don't really give a shit what other people think. But, like, 9 times out of 10, someone will come in here and say a game sucks, and I'll ask them why. And when they can't give me a reason, I'll say, like, so you're not telling me why. I don't understand. And they'll just stop replying. Or they'll be like, yeah, what about GT PSP? That's a huge one I hear all the time. That game's terrible. I'm like, it's Gran Turismo 4 on your handheld. Yeah, but there's no single player. Were you alive no disrespect, but were you alive when GT PSP came out? That shit was mind-blowing. I bought a PlayStation, a PSP, just to play that game, and I never ended up getting it. But, like, the idea of having a PS2 quality game when PS3 had just released, maybe it's missing some features, but it still looks comparable and plays comparable. That was fucking huge at the time. It's not like Steam Decks and shit now, or the Switch, where you're getting, like, high-quality, well-fleshed-out games. You kind of had to accept it's a handheld and judge it for what it is. Another thing, too, Thunder, is you're allowed to have a negative opinion without dunking on other people. There's so many people that, like, I've seen, like, let's take someone who'll post, I love the new Gran Turismo 7 update. And they'll go out of their way to be like, no, it's stupid and bad. The only thing that you tell me with that is that you seek validation from others and you can't get any from yourself. Because if you don't like something, why do you have to go around and tell other people who like it that it's bad? Like, you are so insecure on your own feelings that you need to shit on other people to feel better about how you feel about things. Also, there is a very, very small... Shutting up is free. Literally, somebody asks you, like, let's say, like, you hate Gran Turismo 3, right? And I ask you, do you like this game? You don't have to go, oh, it's fucking poo-poo trash. And even if you do, like, at the end of the day, I asked, right? But, like, I've had many occasions where I'm playing a game and somebody just comes in and goes, this game sucks. I'm like, thanks. I don't know why. I was playing iRacing, for fuck's sakes. I remember this whole interaction. I was playing iRacing, and somebody comes in and goes, ACC is better. I'm like, you know, and I didn't immediately go, fuck off, asshole, because I was like, oh, I don't know, I'll hear them out. Right? Whether it's better or not is your opinion, and I know there's a lot of people who like this, that of course, like, you know, that's not the argument. It's not what we're talking about here. But I was like, okay, that's cool. I prefer iRacing because I like the fact that there's, you know, oval racing and then dirt racing and then a bunch of different kinds of cars and stuff to race. The multiplayer is really well fleshed out, so, like, even if it's 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, I can always find a race with something and somebody. There's more tracks, there's more content. Yes, it's more expensive, and the tire model, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I prefer iRacing. Thank you, but that's the reason I prefer this sim. And they respond with, but bro, it's so bad. I'm like, okay, so explain to me this. Right? You came into a stream that said iRacing underneath. You knew full well that's what I was doing. And that just to shit on. Congratulations. Why not go and support somebody who's streaming ACC instead? Like, I don't get it. The energy that you spent here to come go like, you could have just supported somebody instead of coming in here. Because I'm not going like, wow, man, what fucking that guy? He might have a point. You know, I'm just going, what an unintelligent person. What a stupid human being. And, like, maybe I'm speaking from, I don't want to say a privilege, but maybe I'm speaking from a point where I don't quite get it. But I don't think the Assetto Corsa Competizione community on Twitch is as big as iRacing. I think I'm pretty comfortable in saying that. So why not go support creators who are playing the game that you like? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. You have to go out of your way to be an asshole. You have to put extra energy in to be a dick. So yeah, like, if you don't like said game, if it's a streamer that you watch all the time, like if there's somebody who only watches me for iRacing, and I've been playing a ton of GT3, right? If somebody comes in and goes, hey, when are you going to be playing iRacing next? Why haven't you been playing that? Like, that's fine. That's fine. Like, I'll answer the question. But that's, I think, the only time I think I get it. Like, going into a stream where you don't like what's on the screen and go out of your way. Like, I do not fucking understand it. You know, I said a laziness. Literally, the nicest thing to say 9 times out of 10 is nothing at all, and it takes no effort. Literally 0. Like, 9 times out of 10 to be a dickhead on the internet, like, you have to put extra effort in to do that. People are weird. I don't understand why people care so much about what other people who don't care what they think Hold on. I'm going to pick my words here, because I'm also trying to win the race. People give a shit about other people's opinions who, like, the people who they care about don't care about them at all. Like, I really hope this random person on this random stream I just started watching also thinks that I'm smart or whatever, or, like, agrees with me. Like, what the fuck do you care what I think? Who gives a shit? Also, that's not... Yeah! Also, like... Android games are shit. Yeah, notice how I just... Like a lot of people have said real racing or whatever. I'm not out here, like, going to real racing or CSR streams and going mobile games are trash, bro. I just don't watch it. Like, I'm not a mobile gamer, especially, I think, because I'm a little older. I just don't understand the idea of, like, playing video games on my phone. It does nothing for me. I have every console I could ever want sitting in front of me. And then a Switch, right? So I just shut up. I don't say anything. There are openly franchises that I despise, and that's why I try not to talk about Forza either, because there's still some people who enjoy the modern Forzas. There's people in this stream that play Forza Motorsport, the new one, actively. So I try not to be like, fucking poo-poo, but either way, like, this is my soapbox. You know? Like I can kind of say whatever I want, but even then, it's just like, it's so much easier to just shut up. Heavens. I don't know. And that's not to say, like, I'm not... Because I know the counter-argument to that, right? Of like, oh, you're just a snowflake. First of all, grow up. What are you, 12? Like, probably, actually. But secondly, you can absolutely disagree with somebody's opinion on something and not be a fucking cock about it. Like, if somebody says, hey, I like, do you like this genre? Like, perfect example, right? I get... Not all the time, but every once in a while, somebody will song request funk. I don't like funk at all. Now, the asshole thing to do would be like, I'm not playing this shit, this fucking garbage. You know, I fucking hate this shit. Don't ask me to play this shit ever again. That's kind of mean, right? Like, that's not necessary. But I'll put the song on and go, eh. If I have nothing nice to say, I'll be like, ah, that's not really my thing. Your brain, like, your likes and dislikes are literally chemistry in your brain. Tommy! I think we have 2 Tommies now. Like, I don't get it. Things that you like and things you don't like is not really something you can control. It's literally how your brain is wired. Dude, I play the fuck out of Cooking Mom. Are you kidding me? Unironically, I think we have 2 Tommies now. I believe we're double Tommied. We do have 2 Tommies. Tommy and Tommy. Right in the ass of Timo. It's the same car, right? I'm not a crazy person. 301 600. 301 600. Number 1. Number 1. Give me my money, baby. I do like collecting cars in this game, but I don't like having dupes. Unless I need duplicates for, like, a specific thing, I like having one of everything. That track is very fun in reverse, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. If somebody asks your opinion on something, I don't think you have to tiptoe and, like, if someone asks if you like or don't like something, you can absolutely be like, yeah, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. That's the kind of dope part about being a human being, is that we all don't think the same. Especially when it comes to art. Like, I talk about this all the time. Like movies, music, like actual, like, pen on paper art, or paintings, whatever, video games, any sort of form of self-expression. There is a movie out there that has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, that's won Oscars, that somebody's gonna watch and go, yeah, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, someone will walk into the Louvre and look at the Mona Lisa and go, just a picture of a lady. We're all wired different. That's awesome. If we all liked the same shit, then people would make the same shit. And we'd consume the same shit. A Forza's got... To be fair, again, if you're playing the new Forzas, that's great. I think the big issue with maybe less Motorsport and more Horizon is that it's too similar to past entries. So if you're like me and you put like 500, 600 hours minimum in each game, and you play Horizon 5 and you're like, oh boy, you know what I mean? That's why I'm enjoying Horizon 1 so much, because it's so different. And I'm a big fan of like multiplayer focused games that are fun alone and fun with friends. But it seems like the newer games are only fun when you play with people. Or not only fun, but the most fun is when you play with people. I tried doing like solo dailies and stuff in Horizon. It was literally just checking boxes. Like it just isn't for me. The issues I have with like Motorsport 8, from what I've seen, I've never played it. I don't plan to. I'm doing this crazy thing of like, it looks like I'm not gonna like that game. I should just not play it. Also, I like very violently and loudly left the Forza community in 2021. So I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I went back. But the issues like with that game are like mechanical, not the car shit, not the multiplayer shit. It's just like a lot of it doesn't function properly from what I've been told. Roberta, like, I used to be huge into Call of Duty. Like, I'd play Forza Motorsport for 3 or 4 days in a row, and then I go, you know what? It's Friday, I'm going to take a break, and I'd pop in Modern Warfare 2. Hell, I still, on occasion, pop in Modern Warfare 2, because it's backwards compatible on the Xbox One, and I have an Xbox 360. So sometimes I'm like, I'm bored. I'll play, Modern Warfare 2, COD 4. I still have COD 4 remastered on PS4, so I will jump into Team Deathmatch and play for like 6 hours and have fun. A lot of the newer CODs seem like to be fun in a squad of 6, but I tried playing Modern Warfare like the newer one, and the multiplayer just did nothing for me. That could just be me getting over it, but with the skill-based matchmaking and whatever and this, that, whatever, it didn't feel as fun. Like, it just felt like I had to try really hard every game, which is, a lot of people are like, that's not a bad thing. I'm like, okay, sure. But if everybody has to use meta combos and, try really super hard, and they get matched up with people that are the same skill, first of all, I'm not like a, what's up, Will? I'm not like a top 1% COD player, right? There'll be lobbies where I like go 30-0 and I have an incredible game, and then we'll get kicked, and then the next game I'm in a lobby with like 2 actually really good players and get my shit rocked. But I'll learn. I'll learn from them. And when I get matched up with people who like just bought the game and go 0-20, like that's how I learned on COD 4. It's just like slowly getting better and slowly getting better. If you keep getting matched up people with the same skill as you, I don't know, and it makes the game more fun when you've got like 2 people towards the bottom of the leaderboard that are struggling, 2 people in the middle that are going like even, and 2 people at the top that are like doing very well. It usually ends up balancing the teams out pretty good, and you'll get some games you'll dominate, some games will be really close, and some games you'll get your shit killed. Like, that's just part of the fun. But that's like a big issue I have with, and I saw it on social media today. I forget which one. May have been Discord, may have been Twitter. I don't remember. One of my friends said that. It's like, I don't like the idea that if I want to play a video game, certain video games, that I need to have my friends there. It's more fun with my friends. But it'd be nice to be like, I'm bored. Let's just fire up like Helldivers or something. I don't need to like call my friends and be like, oh, do you want to get on? I hate doing that. I hate doing that. That's why I liked IW4X, Will, because I could play it for a couple days, get my Call of Duty fix, put it down, and never think about it again. And then 2 or 3 months later, just repeat the cycle. But then, and I mean, fair enough. Infinity Ward, or not Infinity Ward, but Microsoft went, no. And I watched Chrissy play the new COD, and I'm like, this looks kind of fun, but not $100 fun. Especially since Modern Warfare 3 is like a lot of old Modern Warfare 2 maps. I'm like, perfect. The one thing I didn't like about Modern Warfare 1 was the maps were terrible. Except for like 2. Like, we're gonna have asymmetrical maps. It's like, okay, but they're all asymmetrical now. Like, Modern Warfare 2, to me, was the one of the best, like, the original Modern Warfare 2. Some of the best maps in COD. Some of them were 3 lanes, some of them were asymmetrical, some of them had, like, Estate. I loved Estate, because it's like, get in the building, stay in the building, and you win. But not every map is like that, so it made it, like, when you get Estate, you're like, oh, shit, I gotta get ready, I gotta, like, you know what I mean? It made it feel different. Mega shit hill. 2K WWE's been due a good game, so that's good news. I'm glad the wrestling people are eating good. Sports games fans in general are just like, we want to complain that the state of racing games is in a bad spot, but I feel so bad for sports games fans. They kind of done it to themselves, but what else are you gonna do? Like, I know the common response is, well, if you don't want Madden to be the same shit, stop buying Madden. But if you don't buy the new Madden, nobody's playing the old one. What do you do? Dirty drivers in competitive racing sims? I mean, there's dirty drivers in real racing. I think a bigger issue occurs is people who make mistakes and then will never take responsibility for it. But also that happens in real racing too. Like, how many times have you seen in F1 some dude run another dude over and the guy who caused it was like, yeah, he turned into me. And, like, will refuse to take responsibility for it, so. Added realism, I guess. Like, I wanted to buy a new NHL game just to do franchise mode. I watch a, what's up, Tuz? I watch a YouTube, oh, I'm dead. I watch a YouTuber whose name is Stick on the Ice, that he'll do, like, franchise mode challenges. Like, all rookies and see if he can win the Stanley Cup, or, like, he'll trade every player on a team. So it's been, like, what I've been falling asleep to for the last couple of nights, because a lot of his videos are, like, an hour, 2 hours. I'm like, wow, this looks like a lot of fun. This looks very silly. So I'm like, which NHL game do I want to get? And I literally was watching him play 2K22, 23, and 24, and really couldn't tell the difference between all three of them, minus, like, the Stanley Cup playoff graphic was the biggest difference that I noticed. I would be so mad if I was a sports gamer, dude. I'm dead. I was reading. So I get this Kyrosine in like 6 months. Honestly, Kurz, and I'm guilty of it too, the amount of times I'm like, wow, this person turned in on me, what an asshole. And then I'll go back and watch the replay and go, I think that was my fault, or I think that was netcode, or they just made a mistake. Genuinely, I would love to see them take voice chat away from iRacing while the race is active. Like, only enable it in warm-up while gridding, and after the checkered flag. The amount of times I've been like, dude, that was totally your fault. You're a fucking piece of shit. When A, I should just say nothing. Like, just say nothing and leave. And then I go back and watch it and go, that wasn't as one-sided as I thought. Alright. Actually try and go fast this time. Way too fast. Teams? No. I mean, maybe in like high-level stuff, but I mean, like, I don't really race in a lot of high-level things. I do some off-road stuff that's pretty serious, but a lot of people will get really upset in my experience is iRacing. So you can take this for Gran Turismo, Forza, whatever you want, but a lot of people who play sims or racing games online, that's their thing. That's what they do. They're not like, oh, I play a little bit of iRacing here and there. Like, it's uncommon. And then I play like Trackmania or like Call of Duty or whatever seriously. Like, they take racing very serious. And whenever they make a mistake or get taken out, their entire, like, not worldview, but their entire, like, existence gets called into question. And I'm speaking from experience. I'm like, this is the one thing that I'm good at. I'm good at this one thing. And then you get into a race and you get bopped. You're like, well, I guess I'm not as good as this thing as I thought I was. And either you can take that and go, well, I'll put some extra work in. I'll see if I can figure out how to make setups, whatever. Or just get mad at everyone else. And getting mad at everybody else is just easier. So you make a mistake and you get hit, or you make a mistake and cause a wreck, instead of going, fuck, man, my bad, I'm so sorry. Because then you have to take responsibility and go, well, maybe I made a mistake. I'm not as good as this thing as I think I am. It's just way easier to blame somebody else, right? Everybody's got main character syndrome, I think, is the way to boil that down. People like to think they're the objective. That's true. Hello, Cisco. Crazy cheeseburger and liquor party inside. It doesn't make sense. That's not the right screen. Except for shenanigans. I'm well aware. The amount of stuff I hear that you get up to. How we doing? I'm good. I'm good. That race went well. That was fun. I hope everybody in the office liked it. I let Sean win. On purpose. Dude, they're feisty. I've gotten doored by AI, got dive bombed by the AI. If you turn them up high enough, they're feisty. Julian! I already talked about that, Cisco. I was like, he does know we were supposed to, like, because me and Casey were just sitting in that voice channel, silent. Because we know each other, but, like, not well enough to, like, chum around, I guess. So we're just sitting there quiet, and I'm like, man, Daniel, you're really taking your time, man. And then I saw him join the Zoom, and he's at Sebring. I was like, oh, that makes sense. I see now. Well, I'm glad I've got my bitching at video game communities and the state of gaming out of the way early. I tried to make the race close at the end and just banana peeled myself. I did good, though. I didn't crash 8 times like I did in the last one. Hamburger. What's up, Mr. Oh, I'm dead. a good NFS on the PS1. High Stakes is my personal favorite, but Hot Pursuit, so like NFS 3 and 4 are my two favorites. I haven't played Porsche Unleashed though, to be fair, so that's up to you. I would like to. I should probably buy it and try it at some point, but and I haven't played the first two ever. But Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, banger. Need for Speed 4 High Stakes, probably the best Need for Speed play on the PlayStation. My second favorite one, in terms of like traditional Need for Speed, right behind Hot Pursuit 2 for the PS2. Yeah, if y'all were happy and IMSA's happy and everybody's happy, then good. It's not about us, you know what I mean? We're just there to put on a show. That's why, like, every time they gave me the mic, I was trying to sell. There's a wall there! Time changes. Yeah, sorry about that. Now that my body has adjusted, the sun's out longer, so that's good. Unfortunately, it's underrated. Maybe? I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of good things about it. I think just when it came out, I don't remember the year, but I think the PS2 was either out or about to be out. So I think it just flew under the radar. Wrestling's big business tonight. I hope they announce some good shit for Collision. I've checked the card twice and they haven't said anything yet. Oh yeah, if you're gonna watch AEW tonight, don't spoil it. I'm gonna watch it. First it was on the PS1. I mean, there's a Wii and a PS2 version. The PS2 version's definitely not as good as like the 360 or whatever, but I don't know if you're playing it on a PS1 or you're emulating it, but is E. It's not that bad, but it's definitely not the same. I played the PS2 one before. I mean, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, if you want to play Pro Street really bad, actually, if you want to play Pro Street really bad, the Pepega version honestly is fun. A lot of the jokes aren't all that funny, but like the gameplay stuff that they've done and the non-joke cars and stuff are a really good time. I really enjoyed Pepega when I was playing it. It's not the same. Also, Ryan jump scared. That was very funny. It's not quite the same as Vanilla Pro Street, but I gotta go back and redo Pepega eventually. I'm so sad that whole thing just shat itself. That game crashed, Thunder, for me. I don't know if you're there. In the weirdest way I've ever had a game crash. Where it crashed, corrupted my save, but kept me with all my money and cars. It just reset my career progress. That's it. So I still have all my cars. I still have all my money. But my career tree is reset to 0. Deserves a second chance. Honestly, I think there should be more games of that style, yeah. Grid has been like very comfortable being mediocre. Like they don't care. And there's nobody, as far as I know, really challenging them anymore for like it's an arcadey, like, very easy to pick up and play game, but it's still based on racetracks with race cars. Yeah, the vanilla Pro Street's poo-poo, but there are, like, there are mods to fix it. And then, again, if you don't mind the story changes and stuff that Pepega did, like, just play Pepega. I had one game crash, and it was just unlucky. Yeah, I figure some stuff will get announced tonight, Isra. I was like, I've known that WWE before for house shows. Granted, this isn't a house show, but for house shows, they've been like, they've announced it ahead of time to sell tickets. Again, this is not a house show, but I was like, it'd be nice to know like something that's gonna happen Saturday. The memes, yeah, and it's cool to have its own story, but like it's not vanilla. But if that's the only way you can play it, there's a lot of stuff they've done to like gameplay tweaks that make it fun, in my opinion. We'll know tonight. I guarantee you we'll know tonight. Maybe not the whole card, but at least a couple of matches. I was just going off of whose picture was on the flyer. Yeah, I honestly had no interest in going. I was like, eh. You know, their tickets are $100, which isn't much, but, like, it isn't crazy, but I don't really want to go if it's that expensive. And Will had messaged me, Lyra Wire. I was like, do you want to go to Collision? And as I was about to respond with, I don't know if I do, I saw in my YouTube feed that Okada and the Bucks had just did, like, a trios match. I went, oh. Okay, yeah, we gotta go. And he's a bad guy. Which makes sense. Getting people to like you when your English isn't that great is probably difficult. Getting people to hate you when you can barely speak English, well, barely speak English, but when your English isn't that great, it's probably going to be really easy. All you got to do is kick a motherfucker in the nuts and go, ooh, and that's kind of it. Yeah, I think they're setting up for when Kenny comes back. Like, imagine that the Bucks and Okada go on this big rampage for, like, months. Oh, the poopy one! It's the stinky one! Hate the Bucks on a personal level. I mean, they're leaning into it, you know what I mean? They're 1,000% leaning into it. People were already mad at them for other reasons. Or like, oh, your characters are boring, you're boring, so they're and you just flex your EVP power. There was a non-branded dummy. Yeah, because Tommy didn't drive this car. Tommy went to Subaru for a season or two and then retired. I forget who drove the Evo 7, but it was a pig. I was going to use the roof, but I might use try something different. My main issue is I'm bored of their current character. Like, Okada's jazzed it up. But they just felt so forced on every show. Like, I get they're really good wrestlers and whatever, but a lot of times they would just show up in places they're like, oh my god, these guys. Which is, granted, it's what they're supposed to do, I guess, but Adam Page is a bad guy who's also injured. Because he went crazy and then disappeared. I'm getting back in the Babaru. I was going to take an actual race car and try it, but can't be arse for Jericho. Pack back. He just came back. Like, just came back. Like, this week. Real up north, man. Fucking bastard. Am I supposed to be on rally tires? Well, I'm on rally tires, I guess. We'll find out on this episode of Dragon Ball Z. I mean, it's a rally race, but it's in the wet, not the... I wheel spun in third gear. Incredible. Nothing stopping you. I didn't know if I needed rally tires or road tires, but I guess I got my answer. I mean, even besides all of Jericho's personal stuff, like, for a guy who's, like, reinvented himself so many times and kept himself interesting, he kind of needs to do that right now. Like subjectively from his character, not the dude. It's like the last couple of air quote reinventions he's done, he's not changed much. He just calls himself a new catchphrase, and that's kind of it. And then he makes a new stable, he gets a bunch of new best friends, and then either he turns on them or they turn on him. Like, the last couple of air quotes character changes he's had have been very similar. For a guy who's, like, again, changed his character to something totally different so many times, you would think. Yeah, I don't know how they think anybody's ever going to cheer for Sammy. I mean, I guess wrestling fans' memory is not great, but when he the whole thing with his ex-wife rubbed me the wrong way, personally. I used to watch his vlog and be, like, super into all of his content, and then all of a sudden his wife or his fiance stopped showing up. I was like, that's peculiar. And there's shit he said about Sasha or whatever, and who's gonna work there, allegedly, which should be funny. Yeah, I'm not saying what Sammy said about Mercedes was correct, but I wouldn't want to be held responsible for all the shit that I said at his age, you know what I mean? What did he get suspended for this time? What's up, Arrow? Arrow, that's me. What's up, Alex? Car. Two of them. What's up, Ryan? Gonna move on a guy. Yeah, it might be time to tell him goodbye. Literally just woke up. Good morning. It's wet. The track is wet. I mean, yeah. There's a lot of things we'll never know, Thunder. Like, do we know if the ref told Sammy, hey, Jeff's concussed, maybe don't do that? Right? Do we know if the ref suggested a different finish? Do we know if Sammy knew Jeff was concussed? There's a lot of what-ifs. And a lot of speculation. Oh, I stretch. Time to hydrate. It is coffee for the next, like, 3 sips. Because I made too much this morning, or this afternoon. Yeah, I mean, roll up. You know what I mean? They've done that when people get injured before. Like, I forget what... I think it was when Pac or Neville, like, blew out his ankle. Jericho, like, punched the referee and got DQ'd. Like, there are ways to end this match without, you know, doing that. Maybe he thought he could, like, oh, I can still hit the knee or whatever and not actually hit Jeff. But why even risk it? So I think that's probably why they give him the clip. Yeah, he's, his whole thing with his wife is what really turned me off of him as a human. I don't know how much of his social media shit was kayfabe, but I don't know, dude. You announced, you proposed to your girlfriend on live TV, and then within like 6 months, you have left her and are now dating the person who everyone thought you were dating backstage. It all seems very bad taste in my mouth, you know? And then I guess they lean into it for the like as the joke for the bit, but they were kind of already telling people to fuck off and they'll do what they want. It all seemed really in poor taste. Because the entire time I'm like, how is that other girl feeling right now? Like, how is she supposed to feel through all this? It just felt really icky. Danhausen needs to steal some teeth. Samuel! It appears you have a full jaw of teeth. Let me remedy that for you, my friend. I may be very nice, but I'm very evil. You need to make your donations to the teeth pile just like everybody else. Or else you're cursed. I curse you, you are cursed. I'm losing. $1 billion. Like, really? I can't wait to see Evil Uno do something. Because he's from Ottawa. He's from Gatineau, which is the Quebec side of Ottawa. Tony Elite. Why Danhausen is not on that television show every week, I don't care how fucking injured he is. Just give him a microphone. Like, hey, Danhausen, what's going on this week? Well, I opened a comic book. It didn't have me in it, so I stopped reading it. That's it. That's all you need. Oh, goodbye. What's up, Barry? I'm in the wall. That's your fault, Barry. I was reading chat. Maybe again, I should check if the car's on rally tires. Oh, Jesus. What is this, iRacing? As soon as I went offline, I just sailed off. Yes. Oh, does it? Okay. Berry boats. Holy shit. This is many number.
This is many number.
Large number, in fact. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it, my dude. Hope you're having a adequate Wednesday. I have to go to the door at some point. Chad, I've accepted the fact that I am not a teenager anymore. I bought a multivitamin. I have ordered multivitamins. I was in bed the other night, and I guess I scared myself. I saw a clip of a TV show that someone was like, your nail polish looks streaky because you have like anemia and you have a iron deficiency. That's why your nails are ridged. And then I looked at my nails and went, holy shit, mine are ridged. And then Googled pictures of what like anemia fingernails look like, and they sure as shit look a lot like mine. So I bought an iron supplement. But while I was getting an iron supplement, I was like, I should get a multivitamin. Couldn't hurt. I don't go outside. I don't see the sun. So getting some vitamin D and B12 would not be a terrible idea. So I ended up making a grocery order. The sun. La Soleil. The big rotational thing in the sky. I soon will become Iron Man. Dude, the pills just look like somebody took iron shavings and put them in a capsule. It looks like I'm eating fucking metal. Yeah, like if I look at my fingernails, there's like straight line ridges the whole way around. You got the cheap? Yep. Yes, I did. So I'm like, I figure I'll try it. I'll take one a day for a couple weeks and see how it makes me feel. If there's any sort of significant improvement or something bad. How's your T3 going? Wet! I would rather Nick Aldis wrestled, but I don't really watch WWE, to be fair. Not because I, like, hate it or anything. It's just I don't have time to keep up with two promotions. Did you not spell it correct, Bill? Having a wet day? I'm just constantly peeing my pants, Saturn. Yeah. There's so much piss. Yeah, Nick Aldis is, Oh. Alright, so it's stock tires, unfortunately. I can fix that. I'll put sports on it at least. I was wondering why it wheel spin to the top of third. That's why it wheel spin to the top of third. Oh, he had a Giga run before he left Thunder. But yeah, I got a grocery order yesterday. First of all, I fucking hate... The only reason I got Uber Eats groceries is so that a 50% off coupon. So even with all the extra, like, service fees, it was still cheaper than if I would have bought all those things individually. I no longer have coupons. I'm going to start going to the store again. But, I'm actually mad. First of all, I ordered a bunch of the wrong shit by accident. I wanted ground turkey so I can make tacos. I got ground chicken. It'll still work. It just doesn't work anywhere near as well. Yeah, I know. Me? Moi? On the TV? I could still be on the TV. Yeah, well, why would I not go to the store? But, hey, if you want to give me 50% off, I'll take it. But I always panic, like, and I got the wrong kind of lettuce, too. I wanted, like, shredded iceberg, but I couldn't find it on the app. But it turns out, because there's no picture for it, you have to scroll when you search lettuce, you have to scroll all the way to the bottom, and it's on the... It's stupid. However, I got a multivitamin, my iron supplement, and ant traps. For those who have been around the last, like, couple of weeks, I don't know if it's because it's warming up or whatever, but there's fucking flying ants everywhere in this room. Like, I could see there's 2 dead ones there. There's a bunch of dead ones on the floor. Like, I was on the phone with my mom yesterday. Yep, that's what this is. It's a dead ant. I was on the phone with my mom yesterday. And I'm, like, checking that little, like, I'm lighting an incense stick. And there is literally, like, I just cleaned down here last Tuesday. And there's literally, like, maybe 20 dead ants. Like, little flying dudes. And I was like, that's nice. So I wanted ant traps. And this isn't my Uber delivery shopper's fault. Because if I wanted to go get these things, I could get off my ass and go get them. But He could not find the ant traps because the ant traps are in the grocery aisle. This happened last year. It happened a couple years ago, and I found out where they were coming out of the wall, Will, and I flex sealed them in, so they died. But damp quit. It could be worse. It was a couple years ago. It was wasps. This is a lot less bad. But the ones before, Will, were regular ants. These all have wings. They better walk. Door. Holy fuck, dude. This room was uninhabitable for like 2 months. Like, I had to call our property company and go, I can't. We have to. This is not safe. Or this. Well, maybe not safe. Maybe that's over dramatic. But I was like, something's fucked. So, I don't know how they were getting in. I think my best guess is in the summer, it gets, especially when I have all my lights on and both PCs running. I'm in a basement. It doesn't have a door, but there's a curtain that I have set up right there, so I can, beat my dick when I'm not streaming, allegedly. And when the curtain's closed, which tells my roommates that I'm streaming, it gets very hot in here very quickly. And it's a basement, so there's no air conditioning or anything down here. In the winter, it's even worse because the heat's all the way up. And I guess there was kids that used to play like hockey or soccer down here. And the vent on the baseboard heater is missing. No idea where it is. So the heat's always on full crank down here. And when it's minus 30 degrees outside, the heat's on full blast in the house. Either way, it gets very fucking hot in here. So normally I'll open the window. And I guess they were getting in somehow through the window. Either that or there's like a hole somewhere and they're getting in. I don't know how they're getting in. But for 2 months, every time I came down here, I'd find between 2 and 5 dead wasps. Sometimes they were not dead, but they were dying, like they were lethargic because it was getting cold. But like I come down here and just I go, what the fuck is that? And they're not a small insect. So I hear the and then turn my head and there's like 4 of them. And they're too like out of it to actually like do anything. It doesn't make it any less terrifying though. I called my property company. I was like, you guys got to come fix this. And they're like, all right, well, we'll give it a week. And if it's still there, we'll call the exterminator. And they went away after that. But it was my neighbors, I think, is my best guess. My neighbors never cleaned their little, like, patio in their backyard. So I think that's where the nest was. Actually, I mean, they're technically still wasps, but I think they were yellow jackets, which is the ones that, like, their nest is underground. Arson. Dude, I didn't want to come down here. It was awful. Like, I'm in a basement, right? So there's already a spider problem. Like, if I don't vacuum in this room once a week, it just gets taken over by cobwebs. Like, even for a basement, it's... Oh, my God. I'm getting gapped here. Ow. I need better tires. Like, it was brutal for, like, 2 months. And I used to sleep down here, too, which was fun. That was great. I'd wake up sometimes and pull ants out of my hair. Like, that's nice. That's cool. That's good for me. So logic says don't put racing slicks on, but I'm gonna do that. It's either gonna make it better or IRL logic means it's gonna make it worse. Either way, we'll find out. I hate this basement. I hate this room. I hate this house. I want to move so bad. Oh! Oh. Chat. I'm like, why is it driving stupid? That's why. I had it set up for dirt still. That'll do it. I was like, why is it all over the place? Like, slicks to me would be, like, worse in the rain, but I don't know if the game is that smart. I mean, we'll see. I got about as much power as that rally car does. Beardo, thanks for the resub, my dude. You figured it out.
How you doing?
Did you fix that? I know that's been an issue with like Zola or whatever. Did you figure it out? Either way, thanks for the resub, man. Merci beaucoup. I hope you are having a good Wednesday afternoon for you. Oh, it's better. It breaks halfway normal now. This is still going to be close, but... it's not as oversteery as it was. I was so confused there for a bit. I mean, here we have roaches outside at all times, but we don't have an infestation or anything, but they always come inside for the cool air. Like, our backyard, because I live in a townhouse door, so, like, our backyard's tiny. I'd love a little barbecue back there, and I remember I had some friends over once and just set up, like, a folding table and DJ'd for a bit. So there's some bugs back there, but it's in the house, dude. Like, I don't know. And we had the issue before when we moved in. So I went to set up all my stream stuff and my PC and stuff down here, and there was fucking spiders everywhere. And I don't mean like a small amount of spiders. Like, I meant the spiders lived here, and I was interrupting their home. Like, it was a spider house. So I emailed... Nope, I'm out. So I emailed my property company and was like, there's fucking spiders everywhere in the basement. And I mean, like, a lot. Like, the rafters are covered in cobwebs. Like, this is bad. And they're like, yeah, that sucks. I was like, what do you mean, that sucks? I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm like, yeah, okay, so what are you going to do about it? And they're like, what would you like for us to do about it? I'm like, kill them, maybe? And they go, well, we can recommend some... I'm like, okay, well, whatever. So I don't email them anymore. Like the wasps were another thing altogether. So every summer, I'm like, I'm moving out of the house this summer. We're moving out. We're all going to get a different place, our own place. But rent here is so hilarious. And, like, because I have roommates and live here, I'm able to do this for a living. If I lived on my own, I would not, you know? And that goes for my other two roommates, too. Like, my roommate Rob is trying to do some work with his band, and if he had to, like, pay for his own apartment, he wouldn't have that extra time. My other roommate's a dog groomer, and she works like she's her own boss. She wouldn't be able to, like, live on her own either. Spiders at least eat the ants. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's why there's more ants, because I vacuumed up all the spiders. But I usually don't bother them about it. But I might be like, hey, I don't know how all these bugs keep getting in every year, but, like, we have an insect issue, and it's not gone away. And I looked it up, because I wasn't sure if, like, ants with wings just sounds weird. Apparently it's not, but it's like, this isn't normal. Like, what bug is this? Apparently, if you have ants with wings, that's not good for the house. Like, they eat wood. Like, they're not termites, but same idea, just not as bad. So they don't... I bought traps, and they're coming via Amazon, so they'll be here, like, at any time. I'm gonna put them up, because whoever did the basement here, like, this is not part of the property, so, like, you can finish your basement like they have down here with walls and whatever, make it like a rec room. Carpet, that's the one. Or you can just leave it the way it is. So whoever finished the basement down here was not really cut out for it. Like, there's you can't see it. I don't know why full screen, but you can't see it. But, like, this part is like just patchwork because they fucked up the drywall. They put the drywall in, then realized the shutoff valve for the water was cut off, so they just fucking cut a hole in it. So there's just a hole in the roof. There's a bunch of places where, like, again, either Kyle was down here punching drywall, or they were playing some sort of sport. So a lot of the walls have holes in them. There's a the window, and then there's like a little strip on top that may or may not lead outside. I have no idea. They're getting in somehow. So I wanted to tell them, like, hey, something's fucked. Like, but I don't know, like, if it's gonna fuck up my roommate's animals, and, like, if we have to leave the house for, like, a week. Wrong scene. Thanks, Ryan. God damn it. I'm used to pressing the other button. But yeah, the basement's kind of not their problem. If somebody chooses to finish the basement, that's on them. Like, that's why, like, I've drilled holes on the wall here to hang green screens. I don't really give a shit. Because they told me when I moved in, like, hey, the basement's not supposed to be finished in the first place. So if it looks like shit, that's kind of not our problem. But this fucking bug problem, it's been driving me nuts for years. Because now, if I feel a little tickle on my arm, I just assume it's an ant. And most of the time it's not. But the one time I don't immediately grab for my arm, it is an ant. So they're getting into the house somehow, because the wasps had to be getting in somehow. I just don't know where. But now every time I think I see an ant, like, I'm just paranoid about it now. We mod the pink bits? I don't know. We're gonna need to anyway. There's a Vitz cup in professional. It's a cinder block foundation with a drywall over it. I think it is too. Yep, I think it is too. It's all concrete in the base, like in the laundry room on the other side. But if it's carpenter ants, like, that's a problem, no? Like, that's... I don't know. I'm gonna put like a trap up in the roof. I'm gonna put some, like, in hot spots in the room where I've seen dead bodies. I hope that kind of it takes care of itself. I have, like, spray, and there's pot lights in this room, and I'll usually, like, see spider webs and dead ants hanging out in the pot lights. So I'll vacuum them clean, and then spray, like, bug killer. You can join today. Yes, you. Thank you, Cisco. Doing my job better than I am. I mean, I sold your game today. I did my best. I knew why I was there. I wasn't there to be fast. Daniel and Casey were there to be fast. I was there to sell video games, baby. I don't think we're streaming tomorrow, by the way. I forget what the schedule says. But I got a commentary gig over at twitch.tv/iRacing tomorrow. Which is at like 5 o'clock, right when we start streaming. So I was going to maybe stream after, but I think I just said no. I forget what I wrote down, though. We shall see. So we're not streaming on Saturday already. Yeah, it turns out giving it proper tires and brakes that work. Where's the scroll wheel? That'll work. What's Cisco post? A cool bug fact. I live in Arrow's room. You're fucking right. Yeah, Beardo, it's gonna happen this summer too. Like, I'm looking at my calendar, and my calendar is getting progressively more and more busy. I get to be Sebastian Loeb? Look at the little wing, just a little guy. I have a sneaking suspicion what car we unlock at the end of this. I want to use the Zara. Where's the Zara? Gimme me. Get in. Can I make it go absurdly fast now? Hello, Viper Races. My name is Aero. This is a raid. God, I hope not. Please. Take whatever you want. Just don't hurt me. Hope you had a good stream. This is your first time here. My name is Aero. Nice to meet you. We are playing Gran Turismo 3. We are just about to wrap up the rally events. How's GT3 going? I knew this game was going to take a while, but boy howdy was I not ready at all for how long this game is going to be. I thought it was going to be... Oh, perfect. I thought it was going to be like a 60 or 70 hour game. It's going to be 100 plus. So there's a reason why, like, I've got 3 Let's Plays on the go right now. And if you... Finish my spiel. If you like racing games, sim racing, arcades, you know, we did iRacing this afternoon with iRacing on twitch.tv/iRacing. We could play stuff like this. I'm playing Burnout Paradise right now. I'm playing Forza Horizon 1 right now. I like racing games, talking about racing games and cars and motorsport. You're in the right place. Would appreciate if you dropped a follow. If not, thanks for supporting Viper. That's ooh, I thought you were. Thanks for confirming that. I saw Viper in a raid out of nowhere and went, I think I know who this is. Chadu's been telling me to submit for that for ages, and I just keep forgetting. This year, I went, no. I'm bookmarking the page. If they don't let me run, that's fine, but at least I submitted. Oh, god damn it. Goddamn got traction control. I gotta do that run anyway. I think that's maybe next week when I have more time. I did not forget about that. I said I was gonna run that game with a N64 racing wheel. I still plan on doing that. I just figured we were low on time this week. I still wanted to get, like, LP stuff done. Yeah, I hope it went well, whatever you were up to. Oh, we need to extendo Giro. It's Petter Solberg versus Sebastian Larwood. It's just a long run, and it's like there's some stuff to it, but it's not like... I love Rush's runs because they get really wacky really fast. Like, once the AI gets hard... I won't spoil too much, but once the AI gets difficult towards the end of the circuit, like, there's so many dumb flips and moments. Like, I'm pretty sure my PB, I have a wicked barrel roll, and I said, like, oh, guess we're gonna keep going. And nobody really runs it, so it'd be cool to have... show some other speedrunners at least, like, hey, this game is fun, you should try it. If you have an N64 and no time, or a bunch of time on your hands. It's just a 2-hour run, so I was like, I don't know if we're gonna go for that. We shall see. Doing a run of Stuntman. That game's so good, dude. Like the first one, right? Not Ignition? I'm gonna do it like maybe with this week or the week after. Part of the streamathon was I bought, you can see it in the corner of my camera, I bought a Mad Catz N64 racing wheel, and it's just spring-loaded. Like, it sucks. And I was gonna do a run of Rush with the wheel. I've done like 2 races with it. It's awful. It's terrible. It barely functions. Thank you, Cisco. There he goes. I gotta start doing I gotta start doing clips and stuff from the streamathon. I spent all yesterday after the Coke Series race retitling and scheduling short uploads for the next month. But none of them are like, it went back to basically the first stream after the streamathon to now. Oh, yeah. I meant to say this earlier. If anybody here is a YouTube Shorts creator, I have a piece of information for you. And you could do with it what you want, but this is just what happened to me. So, Pirate Software, or Thor, is a dude that shows up on my recommended all the time for YouTube Shorts. And he has a short where he's like, yeah, you want to uncheck, show this to you, like send a notification and show up in your subscription feeds. And I'm playing on a PS2 thread. So this is like 90% of the way there. Like a lot of the textures and stuff on the back of the car and text would be a little bit cleaner in an emulator. So it gets better. This was the worst of the two PS2 games in terms of visuals. Yeah, I forget what it was, Cisco, but I spent like an hour or two on, or like an hour and a half on one mission. I forget. I don't remember if it was the Hong Kong one. I think it was the Hong Kong one. Or the, you know what I'm talking about. I hope. I think it was Hong Kong. Anyway, it says to uncheck, like, publish to your subscription or your feed and notify your subscribers. Because what he said was, if you have a lot of subscribers that don't watch your stuff, the algorithm will go, well, this clearly sucks, and then not show it to anybody. So if you uncheck that, it only shows your short to, like, active users at the time. And maybe it's because I uploaded the short at 9 a.m. and there's just nobody on YouTube at the time. But my shorts normally, like, my YouTube channel's tiny, small. My shorts normally get between, like, 50 and 150 views. If they pop off, they pop off. This got 5. 5 of them. So, yeah, don't do that unless you have, like, a big channel. Because I think that was the difference. So if you ever thought about experimenting with that, maybe don't. Because it ruined... The clip wasn't that good anyway. It was just me getting like 4 prize evos. Oh, hello? Shorts are actually really good for, like... I'll spend like half an hour scrolling through shorts sometimes. And for every like 5 or 6 that it gives me that have like 1 million likes, it'll give me... Oh. Give me one that's from a small creator. Sometimes it'll just be some random shit. Like some dude like, hey, I combed my hair today. That's what my hair looks like. And it's got 2 likes on it. Like, gee, thanks, YouTube. What? But sometimes it's like something relevant to my interests, right? Like, that's cool. Yes, I remember I got a short and I ended up going down to this dude's channel where he thought the government was out to get him because he lived on a main street somewhere in Toronto that was right near a fire department. And the fire department kept driving by his apartment with the lights on their trucks. And he was like, fucking government bullshit. This is all just a conspiracy. And I laughed my ass off. Speak to Thunder and Rhino. Thunder is here, or at least he was. And Rhino is a good friend of mine. Not that Thunder isn't, but... There he is. Petter. Not today, sir. Yeah, Ryan is the R in Rick. We have 75% Rick right now. If Ian wants to pull his head out of his ass. Vent, I'm not joking. That is literally what the whole thing was. The guy had... Oh, I wish I remembered the name. It was a small channel, so I wouldn't want people to go harass him anyway. But the dude's not playing with a full deck. Like, literally 3 to 5 shorts every day. There was hundreds of this dude just, like, saying the fire department was a government conspiracy and they were out to annoy him specifically. Hilarious. Like, buddy, you live in downtown in one of the biggest cities in the world and the biggest city in the country. What did you fucking think was gonna happen? And there's one, the last one I remember seeing, other than just him mumbling random nonsense, was he went out and stopped a fire truck himself with his body. And they're like, sir, can we drive by you? He was like, no, you bourgeoisie. I don't know what he was saying, but he was accusing them of doing it on purpose. And like ambulances would drive by his house. He goes, see, there you go. I told you, they're just puppets, sheeple. Messed up. Dude, crazy people are something else. I wish I had the balls to be that openly unhinged on the internet. That is something I would keep to myself. Riot of alligator. That's just GTA 6. That's all that is. Oh, we're good on the gears. Barely. The internet is a wonderful, wonderful place full of a lot of characters. 3 days. Let's start a riot. Bracket. I'm an alligator. Close bracket. I think I get like the concept of this like event having the wet, because it's kind of like a tarmac rally, right? Monaco's right there, or Côte d'Azur is right there, and they've actually used like the F1 track as a special stage or a stage, right? Like maybe not recently, but I've seen like retro rally videos where they ran part of the stage through the F1 course. Hideo Turismo. It was right there. To be fair, I think most players would just be like, oh, hey, there's one at an actual racetrack. Let me bring this car that isn't a rally car, because I hate fun. I just want to chat with the people who play this game and just use, like, the OP shit. They win by 40 seconds and everything. Unless you're a speedrunner, I don't understand. It's not me saying, like, you can't play the game the way you want to play it. Like, if you want to use the Escudo to do Sunday Cup, fill your boots. Just why? Just curious. I just want to know. I want to know where the fun is for you. If the racing's not close and you just bowl the AI out of the way in the first corner, you're... That was me. Listen, if you are under the age of 14, this does not apply to you. We need the handicap, dude. I use the Escudo for everything, but I also flew off into the wall every second corner. Yeah, you're good, you're good, you're good. But like, again, you're allowed to do it. I'm not saying like, this is stupid, you can't play the game like that, because we talked about that a little bit earlier, but I'm just curious as to where the fun is. Granted, like, in the last couple of parts of this playthrough, I wasn't really using cars where it was that close. Oh, did I just... What the fuck? Oh! I thought my roof was leaking. I somehow splashed coffee on myself. Yeah, I'm on hardware, dude. No, I try to avoid emulators at all costs, just as a personal preference. Vent, if it's like a race that I need to grind out, like if it's a championship and I know I lose one race, and if I lose that one race, I'll have to go back and redo it. No, I'm going to use a car that's a bit stronger, but... Or if it's like a goofy, like I was using a Roof CTR2 to do rallies. What's up, Fleegs? I see a long time no see, but we've seen each other around. The rally of alligator guys. Jesus Christ. For like 3 weeks. I have no concept of object permanence. Once you leave my chat, I forget that you ever existed. Once your name scrolls off the screen, I'm like, what? PCC. Dude, I used to do that in the Jetta, but I don't like the Clio as much. I literally used my main series used to be PCC Jettas because the practice was not necessary. Jetta, if the car does not turn, just turn the wheel more. Who is she? So it was fun just to be able to jump into a race and normally have, like, there's no setup, just fuel, and be somewhat close and have a decent race without having to, like, practice for an hour. And I think, at least in my experience, the Clio either has nobody who cares driving it, or it's just a little bit harder to drive, so it's not like there's just no participation in the Clio even compared to the Jetta. For how long? 55-ish or so, if I had to guess. We were at 52 when we started. I am about 60 hours into the game. But I've, like, golded all the licenses and stuff already. I got a lot of the time-consuming stuff out of the way. Oh. They were free. I have a feeling it'll be free in a couple seasons. That was the thing, too. People got in the Jetta because they didn't want to, like... Also, PCC is just fucked now. What's up, Aaron? I forget who said it was, like, the car. The car is being too close, which definitely plays a part. But my big issue with PCC is, like, the people. Like, I used to be able to go into PCC and know everybody, and everyone was kind of chumming. We all, like... If a Miata got taken out early, like... The Jettas would move over and let the Miata go. If for whatever reason the Miatas were faster than or the Jettas were faster than a certain Miata, the Miata would get out of the way. Like, we all kind of understood what we were doing. But people just don't give a shit anymore. The amount of times I've seen a Clio, like, spin lap 1, turn 1, and then literally wreck everybody just to get up to, like, second place when there's only 2 Clios. Like, just nobody gives a shit. The Billy Broadband race. Hey, wait a minute. I know that guy. Petter, what did you do to your car? He's flying. We have to pull out the big guns here. Yeah, so the cars being on top of each other is, like, a problem, don't get me wrong. But I've seen Clios that are racing themselves. Like, the leader is 2 minutes up the road. There's only 2 Clios. And they're still, like, dive bombing and knocking Miatas out of the way for no reason. Ryan, have you thought about doing, like, AI stuff? I feel like you'd have fun doing AI stuff. Like, put the work in, find AI, like, balance the AI to where they're a challenge for you, and, like, do an AI season. Gary does that. I think DT does that. I mean, yes and no. I mean, like, you just have to do a bunch of test races, figure out where your like, a good skill level is for your AI, and then you're set. You can only really fuck with what the AI is, like, are enabled to fuck with. And you can just pick tracks you like. Like, it's all up to you, right? No, I am not talking to you, please. Is your name also Ryan? Is that where we got confused? All right. Sebastian, you're not going to get it done. I don't know why that, how that, I don't know if, because I have this car fully upgraded and he's still walking away from me. Fair enough, Ryan. Fair enough. Where is you? Petter, you've pissed me off. Like, I wanted it to be close. That's why I was using the Zara, but I guess the Zara doesn't get, like, the same power upgrades, because I put the only power upgrade I possibly could get. And being on top of each other makes it not even worth being a series anymore. Like, it's... Zach, if people driving understood, you know, like, hey, I'm in a Mustang, but I'm slow. I'm going to get run over by the Clios. Maybe I should let the Clios go, at least until my tires warm up, and then I could pass them in a straight line. Like, if everyone just used their fucking brain, it could work. But a lot of people are just like, I am Ayrton Senna, and they won't let anybody pass, regardless of what class they're in. Like, the meme, the last season I ran PCC, the meme was, it's PCC. You don't let anybody go. Like, you move, like, if you try to get passed by a Mustang and you're in a Miata, doesn't matter. Block. Like, I genuinely think PCC was one of the best road racing series in iRacing, because it used a lot of free content. It had a lot of cool cars in it. Like, if you only race the Miata as a rookie, then congrats. Like, you can still race the Miata on a bunch of different tracks without having to go to the advanced Miata series. The Jetta was really easy to drive. The Mustang's super underrated. But I don't know when, like, all the jerks showed up. But it's like, as soon as they change the cars over, everyone's like, actually, I'm going to start acting like an asshole. Because all the issues with that were not a problem before. Again, like, I've been in a Jetta fast as shit and had, like, slower Miatas who were in, like, 15th and not racing anybody. Just move. Get out of the way. They go, I don't want to hold you up because you're leading your class. That does not exist in PCC anymore. I don't care if a Miata is 5 laps down, not racing anybody. They will still defend their position like you are in their class. I don't think that'll fix it, honestly. Zach? And I think it's an attitude problem more so. Like, the cars don't help, but I think it's an attitude problem. And, like, as somebody who raced a lot of PCC, you also have usual suspects in there that blame everything on other people and, like, cause arguments all the time. And it got really toxic very quick. It went from, like, the least toxic to the most toxic series. Well, not the most toxic, but very toxic. Hey, what's up, Spice? That's kind of why I've been having fun doing, like, trucks and dirt. Just for the most part, once you get into, like, dum-dum splits, people all kind of know what they're doing. So even if you do get moved out of the way, they don't run you over. They don't ruin your race for the most part. Sometimes it happens, but they're like, oh, shit, man, my bad. And they'll wait up for you. And the lower splits, not so much. The lower splits, you'll lightly tap somebody and then pass them, and they will not brake in the next corner. And you'll go to space, and they'll go, yeah, my bad, dude. Oops. What's the most toxic? I mean, I try to stay away from shit that I think will piss me off, but I've heard F4 is pretty bad. GT3 is probably pretty bad. Oval and Dirt Oval for their own reasons. I don't know specifically what series, but Oval literally had a bullying problem at one point. In IMSA. The overall, like, tone in asphalt racing has changed a lot in the last couple years while the game has gotten more popular, but I guess that's kind of comes with the territory, right? The more people playing it, the more people are be like, I'm gonna be the next like Max Verstappen, and then they just don't try to get better because they assume they're just sick. We talked about that a bit before, of just, like, not taking responsibility for incidents. And the amount of times, like, in week 13, I've seen somebody ram somebody off the road, and the person who got hit was like, dude, uncool. And the person who hit the person was like, fuck you, asshole! I'm like, what do you mean? You hit me! No, fuck you! You in my way! I don't know why they don't use the word the, but... Make her... Yeah, that was it. The amount of shit that I've learned by just going like, yeah, that was my bad. Maybe I won't do that again. Drop the LZ news. Nope, but it's not hard to figure out. Building an E36. Says it was going to Europe. Shocker. Adam LZ is going to be doing Drift Masters. He's doing the whole thing? Dude, Quirk's emote game is undefeated. Fucking season. I guess he's doing another part season with FD. He's been announced as like an active driver for FD. Like they went and announced every driver who's committed to the season, and Adam was one of them. DMAC is like the series this year, especially with FD changing their whole qualifying thing, which could be cool, but the more I hear about it, the more needlessly complicated it sounds. And every time Formula Drift tries to reinvent the wheel, they normally remind us why the wheel was invented in the first place, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm not anti what they've done. So if you don't follow drifting, usually there's single car qualifying, and then it gets judged, and you get a score out of 100. And obviously, like, 100 is the best score, 0 is the worst score, and that seeds your bracket for your top 32, and if you qualify 33rd or worse, you go home. Now, it's like all tandem all the time, so it's all going to be battles, and the way... I literally listened to Ryan Sage try and explain it, and I felt like gears grinding in my head. I was like, I don't understand what you're saying. So I'm going to give it a chance. I'm not going to immediately be like, this sucks, but... Zach, I was like, I'm going to listen to him try and explain it. And then he tried to explain it, and it actually got more confusing. Nobody watched Q? Well, I think it's a time thing. But nobody watched qualifying because they already ruined it. Like, having 2 runs makes it so much more interesting to watch. Because you'll have, like, Osbo, right? Who's obviously, if he gets a run in, will qualify. Do like a safe run that's like an 85 or 80, like a high 80, and then go for a 100 run on the next run. But because they made it 1 run only, a lot of those drivers that are capable of putting down like wow runs won't do it, because if they spin, they get a 0 and then get put in the fucking dum-dum class where the highest they can qualify is like 28. So why would they try? It never made sense to me. Also, why the fuck do I want to watch the 8 worst people drive again? No. I would do it how F1 does it if that's what you're going to do. Like, I don't want to watch the same 8 boners who always spin out or hit the wall fucking struggle to take control of their car again. I'm not interested. I'm broad brush here. I understand that, but like, I never bothered to watch qualifying because it just wasn't interesting anymore. And now it's like the NASCAR syndrome. I think they've overcomplicated it again. Oh, I got 2 of these now. Cool. Let me guess. Yeah, it is. I figured that's what we'd get there. Guess what? A scuba bowl. A scowie. A skongol. A scoido. Esposito. Put a fucking wing on that. It's overcompensating. They call him Monster. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Now you can do Sunday Cup. Golly gee, man. Thanks, man. It's the same car, right? I'm not a crazy person? Yeah. Gonna take it for a rip. I mean, there's got to be a MR challenge again, right? This is MR, right? Oh, no, it'd be four-wheel drive. I mean, it's not going to be fair at all, but it'll be funny. Yeah, I don't think the game is smart enough to go it's mid-engine and four-wheel drive. We could try. Yeah, I gotta drive this at least once because I don't think there's anything really to take it in other than like the wind, I guess. But we have options. We got like 3 or 4 cars that'll do 1,000 horsepower pretty easy. So, welcome to this bullshit. It's yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. It's got 900 horsepower out of the gate. Call me. I think we're good. Yeah, I'll take it here. It's just a big straightaway. It is mid-engine, but I think the fact that it's four-wheel drive usurps the MR. Oh, I guess mid-rear. Yeah, you're right. I always think MR is just like mid-engine. That's it. Good night, Saturn. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Yeah, it's mid-engine, yes, but it's not mid-engine rear-wheel drive. I forget that MR is mid-engine rear-wheel drive, not just mid-engine. Chat, I have a feeling that we're going to win this. Just a hunch. I got a sneaking suspicion this might go well for us. What tires do I have on here? We might chew through tires. Yeah, so here's the part of the game I think a lot of people don't like. A lot of the events for professional. Oh my god. I'm still spinning. Still spinning. Holy moly. Need to throw this race. Yeah, I left an oil slick at the line. What's with the camera? This is odd. Well, I guess because of the wing, right? If they had it like regular chase cam, you just would not be able to see where you're going. Good God. The turbo lag too. As soon as you hit 6,000, you get into boost, and it's just like goodbye. Okay, here's the part of the game that people don't like, and I think rightfully so. Like, this is the hardest, or the part that I didn't really remember for GT3, when I'm like, it's my favorite Gran Turismo game. Compared to the first two, oh, goodbye. Is this? It's professional four-wheel drive. We just unlocked the Escudo, though, so I wanted to at least, like, use it once. Yeah, Pro League doesn't have a lot of different events to what you've already done. They're just longer, the cars are faster, and the races have, like, a hilarious amount of laps. So it's not like all of a sudden you're like, it's not like you went from street cars to sports cars to race cars, because you're already doing a little bit of race cars in the amateur league. It's a lot of the same thing that you've already done, just longer. So instead of the races being 5 laps, they're 10 laps. So now tire wear is going to be a factor in every race, and like, so I very much understand the argument against the game there. Also, like, that, I guess it only goes for people who are 100%ing the game. Because you could do, what do you call it? Endgame stuff, basically, right now, if you wanted to. We've got a Toyota, we got this, we've got, like, endgame cars. Aaron, it spins to like midway through 4th gear. Off the start, the wheel spin was hilarious. In Pro League, the rally did not take long. Rally did not take long at all, which is kind of a shame because I'm bummed because the rally still stuff open and in amateur. We had 2 championships left. We got both of them done. We even started on the rally stuff. I'll go back and double check, but like we unlocked the Viper. I remember I tried to cheese it to get the Toyota, and that was the last. I'm in the wall. Route 11 looks so goofy, and then you drive it, and like with all the banking on the corners and stuff, I feel like it's got a good rhythm to it. It's definitely wacky, and there's a couple chicanes that are just like wall. So I get why it hasn't come back, but I tried to clutch kick it to get the revs up. What's the goofy one from the PS1 Gran Turismos? Or that's not Route 11, is it? Oh, is it just different in this game then? It looks different. It's a lot less hard too. Like a lot of the quick chicanes are not impossible. How's the racing going? We have the fun car now, Heavy. How's it going? I've got the comical vehicle. I'm not going to use this for all 3 races, but I figured it was at least worth using it once. I may whip it out. Oh, dude, we should absolutely use it for like the win. What do I mean? Give it the old razzle dazzle on the tune, if you know what I'm saying. What are you saying? You know when this car has the funny where the front end comes up and it goes 5,000 million miles an hour? I think you can upgrade the turbo and it makes like 12 or 1,500 horsepower. Which Gran Turismo doesn't really... I don't know about the new ones, but that was always something I liked about Forza more than GT, because GT you can spend like $100,000 upgrading a car's engine specifically with like NA tune and everything, and it can go from like 200 horsepower to like 400, which is realistic. But Forza, you throw a turbo on it and it goes from 200 to 700. You know what I mean? Like, you can make goofy amounts of... Like, it would make the car drive like absolute dog water, but it's fun. Yeah, and from what I understand, if you make it past round 1 in every round, you'll always be in the top 32. So basically, they make qualifying and like doing well on Friday matter even less. And then like one person like Jeff Jones or something is going to get one good run 1 week. Yeah, it seems like they're like, this is a really good idea. Like, I'm going to watch it before, like, passing judgment, but this might be the year that I just say, you know what, I think I've had enough with FD. They can only ruin their own sport so much before I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll just watch this other thing that a lot of people told me is way better. always fun to me. It's just silly. Forza, like, at least earlier Forzas, you could do a lot more silly things. Like, I get why the GT, like, does it the way they do it. Like, yes, tuning up an NA engine is going to cost a whole lot of money, and you're not all of a sudden going to make 1,000 horsepower. There's only so much you can do. I don't care, though. I want my Vits to have 500 horsepower. That's what I want. Well, Modern GT has engine swaps. Like, they're hilariously expensive, but you can still make goofy amounts of horsepower. I forget what race I was in that had a Porsche swapped VW van, and the thing hauled ass. Ian, my favorite thing that Ryan said, like Ryan Sage, was that, oh, this will be like less tires. Because they won't have to run qualifying now. I'm like, oh, but they'll battle more? What? I swear well, they're probably not wrong, but they think their fan base is stupid. I swear to God. Again, I'm going to pass judgment after I watch it. But, because it might make, be more interesting to watch than qualifying, but I genuinely think it's just going to be more of watching people who are not very good battle each other. It's not what I want. I want to watch the best of the best. It's like they said, hey, everybody who got knocked out in Q1 and F1, we're going to watch them race for a whole day. Those, like, Ferrari and everything? Nah, you can watch them tomorrow. Watch Haas fight a fucking Williams now. Alex, it feels like they're only looking after top teams. They don't really give a shit about the low people. Which is kind of what FD was founded on. Like, I miss the days of when you went to a Formula Drift round and there was 50 cars. Not 33. Like, I still think there should be a pro license and a pro-am license, but at the same time, like, I don't know why they're like, oh, we need to get people from the back away. I'm like, all right, so you'll have 10 people left in your series. Like, I don't get it. Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it might work out to be more entertaining, like, just as a spectator sport. It might make Fridays better. But they said that about the single run qualifying format, and immediately I was like, all right, so it's the same shit as double runs, but they've just made it more boring because you're not going to see anybody who can get a 90 push for a 100. They don't care. I would love to see, like, the average qualifying score from the year before they did that to the average qualifying score the year after. Yeah, I mean, I'm not totally against it out of the gate. It just seems dumb off the top of my head. I'm not, like, anti it out of the gate, but if I watch a couple FD rounds and go, wow, this sucks. Yeah, I have a feeling, Alice, that this is not going to make that go any faster. Like, some of DMEX rules to make the show go by faster are kind of shitty. Like, if you DB'd, you're just out. Like a lot of shit. But FD waits hand and foot on, like, the 5 minute rule ends up being like a 20-minute rule. Because they got to tow the car back. They got to sit around and wait. They got to run ads. They got to run more ads. They got to run more ads again. It's a wall. Like, I don't think Drift Masters is perfect either, but I think they took the formula and Also, I don't know, man. Everybody who's publicly facing in Driftmaster seems to give way more of a shit than FD does. I think people at Driftmasters care about drifting, and people at FD care about FD. And I've heard some stuff from people that work behind the scenes. And that does not surprise me. Like, FD, they care about their business. Driftmasters, I'm sure, also care about their business, but also, like, want to do cool stuff for the sport of drifting. And, you know, if you got Adam doing the whole season, it's going to be the start of something pretty serious. Because if he goes over there and does well, and it introduces his audience to Driftmasters, all those people that started watching FD because of him are not going to watch FD anymore. And I got to tell you, without the LZ boost, I don't think FD would be around right now. They got hit hard over COVID. Now, there's pros and cons to both series, I think, Alex. But FD keep going, hey, you know the thing that we were doing that nobody complained about? That, like, it's like taking something that's broken, and instead of fixing it, they just break it more, potentially. Like, they didn't need to change anything about qualifying. They add protests and then take protests away. Yeah, and DMEC too, like, invested in their live stream, and FD looks like they've been using the same graphics for the last 10 years. Not to, like, shit on whoever their production team is, but it's like they got it working and went, let's never touch this again. It's exhausting, dude. Like, just leave it the way it is. Like, make your shit different and then perfect it. It's like they'll try something, you know, well, that didn't work, and then try something completely different that nobody's ever done before just because nobody's ever done it before. Again, not passing judgment. I'm getting out of this car. It's OP. I'm not passing judgment on the new qualifying system until I've seen it with my own two eyes. But this really seems like a lot of FD just making something complicated for the sake of making something complicated, which is something they're fucking known for doing. Like, the amount of people that yearn for big grids, normal-ass qualifying, normal-ass top 32s. Like, something that DMEC does that FD should be doing, I know they probably can't do it at every track, is DMEC looks like they warm up the next battle during, like, the second run of the first battle. So even if there's a one more time, the next battle's already on the line ready to go. They call one more time, they get those two cars off, and boom, they're gone. Merge Pro Spec and Pro. I mean, especially because Pro Spec is so similar. I don't know. I still like the idea of there being a Pro-Am series that's with FD. Because you'd have a lot of people going home every week. You know what I mean? It's almost unfair. So at least in Pro Spec, they get to battle. Like, I get it. I understand it. I also see what you're saying, too. Let's try medium slick. I think we'll have the power in this. Just for fun. I see. I don't know. This is the year I'm going to actually take DMEC seriously. Not that it didn't deserve to be taken seriously before, but it's like I don't have time to watch both. And FD is NA, like, it's events I can actually go to. But they're like NASCARing themselves to death. They're alienating their core fan base, and their new fan base doesn't really give a shit. So, we'll see, I guess. But it seems a lot of, like, grasping at straws. And then on top of that, I've heard a lot of not good things about people who work at that company. You know, we had the mod say that transphobic shit last year. And then I was contacted by somebody who I won't name because they claim to have gotten rid of that person. And the person who contacted me said, I know who did it, and I can tell you they still work there. It's like, that doesn't surprise me at all. I wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the people behind FD were like chuds, if that makes sense. Like the staff, not the drivers, but a lot of the drivers too, to be fair. Yeah, literally what they want to do, Ian, with this whole qualifying thing, why not just do that with Pro-Spec and take like the top 8 Pro-Spec cars and throw them in the Pro? Because they're pretty close already as it is. Another thing that I think they need to do too, and a lot of drivers have asked for, is tire limits. And not tired like the way DMEC does it, I think. But like if they limit, I think Chris Forsberg brought it up. It's like, hey, if we limit ourselves to like a 245, we're still gonna go really fast. But the cars won't need as much building, so it'll make the cars cheaper to make, and it'll attract, you know, more people to do it. All right, car good. Just enough, though. I don't know, if they want, like, end of the day, if they wanted to change the format, there are ways to do it. But it seems like one of them gets an idea, and they're like, oh, that's great, because it's new and nobody's done it before. It's like, maybe they haven't done it. Oh, goodbye. Maybe they haven't done it before for a reason. Yeah, and then instead of Pro and Pro Spec, you can have like the 265 class and the 235 class. Done. There's so many old FD fans that are like, we want to limit horsepower, and make the cars drive hard again, which is kind of a stupid take, because like adding a shit ton of grip to the car and basically making it a GT3 car without GT3 tires it made the car difficult to drive in another way. I might put sport tires on here. We are waxing them again. Yeah, I think that's when you limit to like a certain tire size. That's the other like negative, is people will just figure out the meta, and that's what they'll do. Either a certain tire, compound, chassis, weight. Even if they have a minimum weight, everyone will just run the minimum weight. So you won't see shit like Chargers and Challengers, and which is, I don't know, like I always liked the idea in drifting where if you liked the chassis and felt comfortable in it, that you could compete if you were making like more than 2 horsepower. But I don't know. I still like where the sport is. I still like where it's like progressed to. But we are in a like new era now where something has to change, or the people who made drifting popular, competitive drifting, are just not going to give a shit anymore, and it's already started. Like I said, I think DMEC at least has the sport's best interest in mind. I don't think FD has the sport's best interest in mind. I think they have FD's best interest in mind. We'll see after this season and after watching a full season of DMEC if I think the same way, but like just off the production value, the fact they're doing like stadium shows, like they're doing shit that is just cool for drifting, you know what I mean? Not for them. Yeah, well, I mean, don't burn bridges with your sponsors, and maybe people will sponsor you. You know, I've always wondered why Red Bull showed up to FD one year, and then one year they disappeared and never came back. When Red Bull is, like, very willing to throw money at almost anything and anyone. Well, it's not really their fault, because they've had... This is the last Irwindale how many times? Because it was closing, and then it wasn't closing, and then it was closing, and then it wasn't closing. It's not really... That one's not on them. I'd say Long Beach and Atlanta are pretty similar, but Atlanta's probably my own bias. Yeah, Alex, and I feel like a lot, too. That's why FD try to rush events. I'm sure they pay by the hour, man. We are fucking... This is not even fair. I thought this would be close. I know I'm on race tires, but it's also the professional league. I thought these cars would be upgraded a little bit. Yeah, DMAC, it doesn't F1 work the same way? Like if a venue wants to host an F1 round, they pay Formula 1, not the other way around? Yeah, that's Alex is right though. I don't think FD works like that. I think FD pays the venue. Because FD is the promoter. I don't know. I'd love to see LZ or Chelsea or somebody make a FD competitor. They've had the North American drift market to themselves, pro drift market to themselves for too long. Somebody needs to bring, like, DMAC needs to come to the States and, like, fucking slap them around, you know what I mean? I would, if there were a North American pro drift sanctioning body, like pro, not like pro-am stuff that runs locally, that had like a good live stream and, you know, top level equipment and good driving, I'd watch that over Formula Drift in a heartbeat. The only reason I watch FD is because there's nothing else. Hello, Mitchell. Doing around in the States. No, I mean like DMAC, like DMAC. Drift Masters America. Like, if there was a $1 billion investor that wanted to make a worldwide, like a F1 for drifting, that went to international venues and like did what like F1, I would trust Drift Masters over FT. Why not both, Mitchell? Competing in FD directly. I mean, Vince McMahon said he wouldn't buy up his competition and run them all into the ground. There's this funny thing called we've changed our minds. Like, you're right. It's not like gonna happen tomorrow. I'm just saying. If they made it worth the driver's while to switch over and give up their, like, not give up their FD license, but I'm sure FD would be like, if you run in DMAC, you can't run here. Because it sounds petty and it sounds up their street. Like, I don't know. Like I said, it feels like Drift Masters has the sport's best interest in mind. Like, DMVC instead of Torque Drift. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of times you see Torque Drift posted on... This is a me problem. But the amount of time you see Torque Drift posted on FD's Instagram, and there is nobody defending that game. I was like, this game sucks. Why are you showing us this? Like, I feel like Drift Masters people actually care about the sport more so than themselves. more so than their own company. Yeah, which FD should have did immediately. Like when NASCAR and IndyCar and all that shit was on NBC and big television. Formula Drift should have went, this seems like a really good idea. Let's do that. Half our drivers have sim rigs. And I mean, we had to tell them in behind the scenes, and they only did it kicking and screaming, and it ended up being on Forza. Like, and it was not them that put it together. It was Andy and a bunch of other people that wanted it to work. They should have right away been like, all right, so how do we make money when everything's closed? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like I said, I think there's just no competition in the U.S. at that level. The closest thing we had was clutch kickers, but like that was at one track in one region of the States. And then that went from being like more geared towards grassroots drifting to which pro is not doing anything that day. I believe it is USAC sanctioned, yeah. I think so. I think Cisco was the one that figured that out. Like, I don't want to see Formula Drift die. Like, it's a sport I grew up watching, and it'd be sad, but they have had no competition on the U.S. level. And unless you're a diehard fan, I don't think you're going to, like, D1 or DMEC. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's a lot of Zoomer kids that are going to watch, like, oh, I love drifting, but I don't want to watch FD anymore, so I'll go watch something else. No, they'll just stop watching it. Or watch, like YouTubers do car builds and, like, go to local events instead. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the Atom Effect plays with DMEC. Like, I was already planning on watching more DMEC this year. I'm going to no-stop it. Oh, yeah, Adam LZ is doing the whole Drift Masters tour this year. I figured he was going to do some of it. I didn't know he was going to do all of it. No, we'd have to fly to Europe. Not that I wouldn't want to do... dude. I would go to Mondello Park in a heartbeat. Mitch, I don't know if you've ever sat down and watched Drift Masters. It's wonderful. The editing, the extra camera angles... Just like the overall look and graphics and how they have everything set up is so clean and modern, and it looks so nice. Red Bull Production. I like those people. I think I'm going to ask for forgiveness instead of permission now. I've asked twice, and they were like, yeah, we'll get back to you, and then they never did. The only thing that I didn't like about DMEC was the drivers. Compared to, like, especially last year of FD, where everyone felt really close. DMEC has, like, better drivers and people who have no, like... Y'all think Kyle Mohan's bad, you know what I mean? Like, there was some people at the back of the DMEC field that were yeesh. That's the one argument I never wanted to hear from anybody, because it's just wrong. Like, oh, the driving in Drift Masters is better. I'm like, at the top percent, maybe. But, like, it's the same all around. Like, I watched qualifying, and you see people like Rovanpera put down a 100. I'm like, this is awesome. And then you see, like, John Johnson from England throw it into a wall 7 times. I'm like, oh, this just looks like Mohan with a different paint. I will agree, Alex. I'd rather see more people who suck. Especially DMEC, like, invites local people and, like, hey, like Alan Hines, right? He was allowed to do, or did, that one round in Ireland. That was super cool. That does not happen in FD, because you need a pro license. Yeah, you know, maybe we just get rid of ProSpec. But I don't know. Maybe it's the NASCAR in me, or the NASCAR person in me that likes having a Pro-Am series that's more geared to, so people can, like, get tandem practice in comp cars and not have to try and qualify for FD every round. But because even D1 does it, right? They have D1 and, like, D1 SL and D1 Lights and D1 this and D1 Regionals, and, like, there's a ladder. So having a top of the ladder, I think, is cool. This race look easy. I think the slicks were a bad idea. I mean, they actually were a really good idea, but I'm going to put regular sport tires on it and see if that makes it a bit closer. It's a conversation I'm certainly willing to have, Mitch, because I don't know the answer. Like, there's a lot of shit, like, again, I'll take NASCAR as an example, and maybe some NASCAR fans can vibe check me on this. But it's like, well, we are losing interest. How do we fix NASCAR? Make it fucking simple. You took the sport that was, like, for better or for worse, renowned for being really easy to follow, cargo circle, and made it overly complicated. Just undo that. You know, keep a lot of the modern shit. But I don't think there's, at least in North America, I don't think there's, like, an easy solution. That's just like, there it is, and it's right in front of my face. Now, Alex, would a charter system work? So if you ran pro last year, you get, like, no, because there's, like, no, because that wouldn't work. Maybe though, right? Like, top 24 in points qualify for every round, and then it's open from there on back. No, that's what I mean. Like, I don't have a solution that's, like, right in the front of my head that's like, this will fix it. Yeah, having an open series is dope, because then you get stuff like Drift Masters, where it's like, hey, this local guy from Ireland does really well in the Irish championships. Let's have them run in Drift Masters when we go to Ireland. That'll be fucking awesome. And if Alan does really well, he's gonna bump some people who are running the full schedule out of qualifying, and sucks to suck, asshole. Like, it just makes for good stories. It's good entertainment for the viewer. And like Alex said too, it's a bunch of different faces every round. It's not necessarily the same 30 guys. Oh, 30 people, rather. But I like the idea of a tiered system. I like the idea of an air quotes Xfinity series. You know what I mean? Fuck, no. I want to turn my aids off. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a really, like, interesting thing to spitball. Like, obviously, I don't think we're going to come up with a solution, but... yeah, and controlling the narrative is what, honestly, got them there in the first place, because it sounds like FD's dying. They're not dying. At least not right now. But controlling the narrative is what has created a lot of lapsed fans. I know so many people who love drifting that could not give a shit about Formula Drift anymore. They don't care. Like, I used to go to FD Atlanta every year. Like, I'd go out of my way, take extra shifts, like, really bend over backwards to go to FD Atlanta every year. And I'll go if it makes sense, but I'm not going out of my way anymore. I'd love to go to Long Beach. That'd be cool, but I'm not spending all that money to fly out there. I remember there was a year, I'm like, I want to go to every FD round in a year. That'd be sweet. Fucking God, no. Ian, I could, depending on how everything goes this year, I could see myself not watching FD after this year. The real sour spot, and that really kind of like opened my eyes to it, was realizing how many, like, not cool people work for that company behind the scenes. There are cool people who work for that company behind the scenes, but it's like I don't really want to, like, promote and support a company that thinks my friends aren't real people and they shouldn't exist. I know we did the whole the charity thing, but it still leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. And they're, like, not alone in that, but want Orlando for multiple reasons. Dude, I don't know. They should go to Sebring. I think it'd be sweet. They'd have to give Sebring $1 million, but all right, I am on sport tires now, and I have not upgraded the cars after that. We are still pooping on everybody. Ow. I didn't see the 15. Good Christ. Opting out. I mean, Chelsea gone. Adam's not doing a full schedule again. I mean, Alex, that would work, but they would have had to. I think they would have had to have done that from day one. You know, it's too late now. So FD would have to go. Hey, you know where, like Long Beach and Atlanta and all these other venues. You know how we were paying you? All right, so we want you to pay us now, and you get to keep all the ticket sales. I'm sure they'll go, huh, and that'll be the end of that. So they'll have to find all new venues that are cool with that. Another joke for you. Is it my cock? What's up, Roar? Short, thin guys. I didn't know I was in a band. I agree with you, Alex, but it very well, like, might sink the company if it doesn't work out. Twink, get out. Mitch, there's allegedly... I've seen it as an Assetto mod, to be fair. But I was told it was based on a real section. Sunset Corner. It's flat, but, like, so? It's not just Sunset, but, like, they basically treat that like a big parking lot. Like, I've seen a competitive section there, and then there was a rumor they were going to stop going to OSW and start going to Sebring, and I was like, that would actually be so cool. It didn't matter if the section sucked. You still got to go to Sebring, you know what I mean? Like, think of Road Atlanta. You're like, oh, they're going to run the S's or something, right? No, they run like a little loop using one corner, but it's still Road Atlanta. Like, just saying that your series goes there is cool, and you get to pitch that to sponsors, and... I think if Grid Life wanted to, they could be competition, too. Especially as a fan, I'd rather go to a Grid Life event than go to FD. I mean, there's places they can go in Canada if they wanted to, but the logistics of small teams going to another country, especially when Canada's like, when you're coming here for something like a sporting event or work, the borders are pretty strict. They would go to Sebring. I hope they do. Even if it is, like, on the skid pad. I think it just saying that FD is going there would be cool. Alex, I was at first, but I get it. There was no real slow technical track on the schedule, and now there is. Would it be way cooler watching them go to the road course where there's like at least two layouts that would be perfect? Yes. Yes, it would. But would it be cooler if the layout they did on the drag strip wasn't a fucking figure 8? Yes, yes, it would. But having a slower, more technical thing on the schedule is neat. It's all just ovals. To be fair, the 3 ovals they go to now all feel really different. It's too fast almost, Denny. I've only put sport tires on it, and I'm still walking away from the field. In my mind. There's no banking. It is just like easy peasy corners. Like the layout is very Orlando, but it's tight and it's slow. It's not fast like the other ovals are. Do you feel the need to upgrade? Are you playing games that run crap poorly? I spelled a lot out. You're fine. It took me a minute. Take a pit stop on this one. Yeah, I was thinking with the sport tires, I would just stay out for 10 laps, but I should have just did it on stock tires. Good lord. I didn't think then.
He's pulling his cock out!
1650. Yeah, that was like a entry-level GTX card, to be fair to you. I mean, it's your money, Ringo. If you think it's worth it, that's up to you. Again, you're the one that says that you sim race like what, 4 times a year? Yeah, I don't know. I subscribe to the I subscribe to the thought of I think FD's schedule needs to be varied. Like when it was like 5 or 6 ovals, like Wall had to go. Like they had to do something with Wall. Not because it was dangerous, just because it was another, and then Erie was basically Orlando 2. It was fucking stupid, man. Getting heavy into truck sim. That seems like it's so up your street, though. Like just a chill game that isn't competitive, but you can still like hyper-fixate on it. I love Wall. Me too, but also the cars are... It's like Ebizu, man. The cars are getting too fast. Like, the place going out of business was not really relevant to the I don't want to see someone die or get seriously hurt. We're lucky that, at least in NA, we have not had a serious injury. Like, Dean fucking his shoulder up was the worst thing that I've seen in terms of an injury. Wall was on borrowed time before someone got hurt. But I don't know. I'd like to see a more varied schedule. Like, I think the 3 ovals that are on the schedule now, which is what? Seattle, Irwindale, and Orlando are all very different. Orlando is like John Oval. Like, it's the oval we're used to watching. Seattle is fast as shit with a little technical section at the end. So you basically go super fast and then stop. Is that too tight? I mean, what's your question? Nice, by the way. Nice lap time. Would it be sick if they went there, or would they do it? Well, went out of business. So what I heard, yeah. Puppet lives in New Jersey, and he's like, yeah, the track doesn't exist anymore. Alex, I don't think they'll ever do it just because of the logistics. And like putting stands in places and whatever. Because it's so like, I guess it's not near. Okay, not. Shawano's not in the middle of nowhere. Like it is, but it's not like 10 minutes out of a big city. It's not like Evergreen or Road Atlanta where it's very close to a big metropolitan area. It's not that far, but it's not that close either. But I think it'd be sweet to watch them go to a track that like the cars are way overbuilt for, like Park. Connor does this year, given the DMAC courses. Much different than FD tracks. I think, like, we've been talking about it, Dill. I don't know how long you've been here, but I think I'm going to watch the whole DMEX season. Willow would be dope. Again, I just worry about, like, where are you going to put people. I'll do one more. Why not? Like, where do the people sit? Truck sim wheels. With Moza kind of cracking open Pandora's box, I wouldn't be surprised. Having a direct drive to do truck sim is, like, beyond overkill, though. Sonoma, dude, I saw that on the 2020 schedule before COVID and went fucking finally. Because they were going to use the Winter Jam layout. Going, like, the uphill. It's sick. No, goodbye. There goes that dream. And having multiple rounds in California for FD kind of makes sense. It's like having multiple rounds in the Carolinas for NASCAR. It's the home of drifting. It's the West Coast. It's a good wheel for truck sim. Moza literally just put out a truck sim wheel that has, like, a truck sim rim and, like, a truck sim, like, you drive it like this, like the seating position. Yeah, if that's, like, expensive or not important to you, literally any wheel with buttons on it. Like, even my TX, where there was enough buttons to have, like, turn signals and everything. Mitch, they used to go there way back in the day. May not get my CDL. I don't know if it's... He ended up getting a job in his field, but Gabe did that. He had a job for a bit and then didn't. So I don't want to ask him about it. I don't want to rip off a Band-Aid, but... Ian, I would make you drink a Bud Light every time you did it. Get out. That's... I'm mad that I laughed. I didn't get the appeal of truck sims. Like, I get why they're fun, but, like, to me, I didn't think I would enjoy it. And then Failure requested it, I think it was Failure, during the streamathon, and I played it for, like, a couple hours. And I had it on, like, dum-dum mode. But it's like a business manager game that you actually play. I very understand that. I very much understand that. Like, I put some music on and, like, just hung out, and I was able to talk to chat so easy. It's for tank. Understood. And I want to do it. I just haven't had time yet. Once we get some Let's Plays off the table, I'd like to do more things with my wheel that aren't iRacing. Or competitive. Like, I told myself this year I was going to get back into drifting, and I haven't done that yet. Told myself I was going to do more rally, have not touched EA yet. I want to do more video game with wheel that isn't... I do want to do more iRacing, to be fair. I'd like to get back into, like, doing it once a week, but, like, doing officials and, like, actually trying. I still have unfinished business with off-road, like... But it'd be nice to do more wheel shit that wasn't just sim racing. Like, something different. Even if it is rally, like, that's different enough for me. I could use my setup. What headset do you have now? F1 game? They'll probably send it to me, to be fair. Like, they sent me 23. I wanted to play it with Ryan and just never worked out. The wheel today? Dude, so when we were at DreamHack, Monster Energy had, like, bike sims at their booth. And it was the fuck... I wish I had time to try it. It was the fucking coolest thing I have ever seen. Like, I don't know what sim they were running. I don't know if there's, like, an actual motorcycle sim that I just don't know about. Or if it was just, like, MotoGP game or whatever. It did not look like a video game. It looked like a simulator. if that makes sense. Like, it looked very scaled back and, like, it was meant to be realistic. And, like, had the whole fucking bike and, like, you lean with it and shit. The one day I had time at DreamHack when I wasn't busy was Sunday, and I was, like, off saying hi to other people and, like, shaking hands and shit. I had no time to try that. I tried the motion rig they had for karting. I came buckets, and then that was all the time I really had to, like, fart around with other booths. But every time I walked by it, I was like, that looks so fucking cool. Like, this looks so sick. I thought they were going to use, like, some arcade game. No, like, it looked like R Factor with bikes. Like, I don't know what game it was. I wish I would have asked. But it did not look like there was no nice graphics. You know what I mean? Like, it was very focused. Ride for it. No, like, it didn't look like a video game. And I don't mean that as an insult, but, like, Ride is like Gran Turismo for motorcycles. Like, I mean, this was a step above that. It looked like proprietary, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. I got the headset of the PC or messes up. I know the Rift, all Oculus stuff just changed how everything works in the back end, but... Oh, yeah, somebody offered me a 2 terabyte Samsung 980 for my entire VR setup, my old one. And honestly, I thought about it because I want something for it. I did pay a lot of money for it at the time. I think I paid $300-400 for my my CB1 Rift. But I don't really want a 2 terabyte hard drive. That might work. Rob's video on VR. I didn't, but I heard a conversation between two commentators. Between two commentators. It was Arjuna Kankipati and Lewis McGlade, I think, was the other guy, who talked about it in a Bathurst 12-hour stream, and I think that probably summarizes what Jimmy said. It's just inconsistent. Like, it's fun, but if you want to be like a sweat, it's not realistic unless you're doing like off-road. Yep, still. Honestly, like, I got a used Vive, and the amount of, like, quality of life shit the Vive has over... I don't know about the Rift S, but... What are you fucking about, Mitchell? It's fun. I'll tell you, Ringo, I don't use it because it's a pain in the ass to stream. There are ways, like, West the Mess streams in VR, and he likes it, and he found a way that works for him. Gandini, I do not know who that is, unfortunately. Will you like to help me out? I'm willing to be educated. But from what I understood, the conversation with VR is for if you're doing esports stuff for long periods of time, that it's not worth it. Oh, that is big. Well, he must have been old, right? I want to finish the VR thought before we get on to the who passed away thought, because I will just, like, my brain will go... Yeah, it doesn't make it any less sad, to be fair. But they're right, you know what I mean? Like, especially with, like, esports stuff, they have so much extra information on the screen. In Ultra Ride or Twippos. I got both of those wrong. Stuttered in chat. Rattle 'em, boys. I will say, Ringo, I don't stream with it, but I've tried it with iRacing, especially in the trucks when you're backing it into the corners and, like, I don't know how close the truck is to my outside. It's huge. If you watch the Pro Series, which unfortunately is dead and kill, but if you watch the Dirt Road Pro Series, a lot of the top talent are using VR headsets. It makes all the sense in the world, and you're also not wearing it for more than 10 or 15 minutes at a time. So, yes. Oh, goodbye, gentlemen. That makes total sense. But for, like, a 12-hour race, and, like, what if... the amount of times, too, where VR has just died on people mid-race, Like, your headset just goes, nah, and, like, disconnects and shit. If that happens, you are fucked, dude. Like, yeah, I guess your monitor could turn off, but I've heard about the amount of times I've been in a race or a practice session, someone said, oh, my VR disconnected, and they just fly off into a tree. Like, Dirt Oval, too. I've seen a lot of people use, VR for that. I don't know if a lot of people use it for drifting competitively, but I feel like, yeah, okay, thank you, Alex. I don't know what the comp scene is like with VR, but being able to, like, physically look to the left and the right and see shit, but it makes total sense. Like, it's cool, but there's no competitive advantage to it. Bought an ultra wide. Honestly, I think if I upgrade from this monitor, I might go ultra wide. I don't want to do triples. I don't have the room. But I want to try it. I want to. I've seen people's like ultra wide sim setups and went, "Ooh, that looks cool." Yeah, it depends on the headset too, Alex. Like, if you get a cheap headset, they're usually shit with stuff like that. Oh, cool! The thing I already had. I can get a small ultra wide. I've seen some that are like reasonably sized. Yeah, I literally, like, if I showed you a picture of my room, I do not have the space to go triples. It's just not possible. I can't move anything. I can't, like, I am at capacity with hobbies in this room. I would need a new room. That's not possible. I'm taking him out of retirement, gang. Where is he? There you are. Why is this so... Don't tell me I have two of these fucking things. I do have two of these fucking things. I'm gonna be really mad if I... Okay, I'm not an idiot. Alright, cool. Yeah, my only big, like, concern is, like, I'm playing my PS2 right now on the same monitor that I sim race with. Is it gonna look like shit if I try to play, like, a 1080p game on an ultra-wide? Or it'll just have, like, black bars on the side? Like, I'd love if I could just borrow one for a weekend and see, like, if I could... Because they're not cheap. It's cheaper than buying 3 nice monitors, to be fair, but they're not cheap. Also, I prefer it as a stream viewer. Like, that's a big deal for me. Best Buy rental program? That sounds like something Americans do. Yeah, I get a curved one for sure. I hate it. Dude, I can't stand it. I've seen people, like, put their ultra-wide thing on the screen, and it looks... And they have, like, a bunch of graphics and shit on the top and bottom. I can't fucking stand it. The only reason I have anything on the screen when I play 4x3 is because the black bars would look stupid. You hate it, return it? I've never heard of that here. Pop. It might be a thing here, but that sounds like a Best Buy USA thing to me, if I had to guess. All right, Daryl. Let's get her done, bud. No, I know that. Best Buy Canada, Best Buy US are two different companies. So a lot of stuff they do in the States, they don't do that here. It might be a thing here, but I've never heard of that. I'm not doubting it's a thing. You know, it's just like going to McDonald's in the States and McDonald's in Canada. Yes, still same Golden M, two fucking different companies. So it might exist. But I feel like I would have heard about it. Testing it out. I do not think that the Best Buy in Canada offers that service. They might, but I don't think they do. I would have to look into it. Oh, you're being funny. You're being funny. I don't want to deal with that shit. I thought you made a joke and I just believed you. Fuck me, I guess. Like, I see what you're doing now. You made a joke and I was like, is that a thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would Poppin' Fresh feed me such lies? He's never led me astray before. See and return it. I don't know, man. I don't like dealing with that shit. No. I see where I got confused now. What Poppin' Fresh was saying is buy it, and if you don't like it, just return it. And say that it didn't work or something. Or, like, they actually don't even care. You're like, yeah, it didn't work for my setup. They're like, oh, okay. They don't normally give a shit. I thought there was an actual, like, rental program. Like a pay-to-own thing. I thought that I took what he said very literally. And he's like, you don't get it. I'm like, don't talk about a fucking idiot. Turns out I just took everything he said to me. We're on the same page now. All right. I have handicapped myself with the tires. They're super soft, but they will melt in like 2 laps. Yeah, I understand now. I got it. We're good. Welcome to me reading text moment. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh, Cox. Dude, I was getting mad. I was getting actually upset. Why is he talking to me like I'm fucking stupid? Hold on. Like, he's not wrong. I don't want you to tell me that, though. Oh. I could do without the attitude, Mr. Poopin' Fresh. And then as soon as I read what Colt said, I'm like, I see why he was talking to me like I was a dummy now. I understand now. Oh, there's a car there. Usually when it comes to tech shit, Pop, you're just like super, like, not verbatim, but like, not shit posting. Whenever I start talking about tech stuff, you're like, here's a bunch of actually good suggestions and solutions. So I just believed you like a fool. Yeah, it just seems like a huge pain in the ass, DC. To be fair, like, I'm fine with the monitor I have now. It's just small. After going to DreamHack and using, obviously, the monitor we had was like a 48-inch monitor. That was a little overkill. But just having a bigger monitor close, I think I'm using a 20... Chat, this is not going to work. We need it to be significantly faster, and we're not significantly faster. But I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like a 32-inch TV. And I think I still might. Like a nice one or a 32-inch monitor, which I still might, but I never thought about just returning it if I didn't like it. Which is like a thing you can do. I just never thought of that. Monitor set up in store. Yeah, they do. I went and like saw some, but they were all at the time. Like I didn't want to pay that much. This is when I went home for Christmas. I was like, I don't want to spend over $200. And all the like nice monitors were 200 plus. Or they came with like, they came with a bunch of shit that I didn't need. Like they were 4K and like 165 refresh rate. So that means they were expensive. I was like, I don't need that. I just want 1080p, 60 hertz. Like, I don't really give a shit after that. The only thing that I need is a headphone out. That's it. That's how I have my audio set up. That's my only, like, requirement. But even like I did the measuring, even like a 32-inch TV or monitor would still be a tight squeeze with my setup. It wouldn't be impossible, but I'd have to do some finagling, and I don't know if the chat monitor would get covered up. What's up, Fanboy? Or Viper? One of the two. Jeffrey! I've decided your name is just now. So yeah, it was cool. It's just like, I don't know. Also, I feel like a bigger screen, I could back up my FOV a little bit in Sims. And a big issue I have is spatial awareness. The amount of times I've, like, hit a car or given a car way too much room when I actually wasn't that close. You did indeed miss the rally events. They went a lot quicker than I expected. We're doing professional races now. I should change the title. Give me my 32. So I was looking, like, I wasn't seriously looking, Pop, but I was like, I have money. I'm going to take, like, a peek. 32-inch monitors were way harder to find than, like, 27, 28-inch. And I think this is a 22. So a 28-inch monitor would still be a huge upgrade. If you care to watch the rally events, Fanboy, you could always go to YouTube. I know it's not the same, but you could. This is me plugging my YouTube channel. You can go to youtube.com/Aeroteq. We are only 300 subscribers away from 1,000. Wowee. Where all my Let's Play VODs and important iRacing races are backed up, as well as new shorts every day. Subscribe now, or, like, don't. That's cool, too, I guess. Joker lap. I have a short scheduled to go up at 9 a.m. every day until April. And then usually when I'm done streaming, I'll go back and check to see if anybody made good clips and upload those immediately. If the Civic pits, we could get it on pit strategy. I'm really fucking wasting my time here. I should back out and use something not stupid, but... Twitch servers. That will be a... If you're using a third-party app, that'll be a continuous process, I think. The only thing that I don't have issues with is if I'm casting with Nightbot onto my TV. Because for whatever reason, on Chromecast, it does not do 1080p. It just... I try to, like, I'll be cleaning or doing something in the room, and I'll put somebody's stream on in the background, and it's in fucking doo-doo quality. Yeah, I want to use... I want to see if I... yeah. I want to use the PT Cruiser for as much as I can. His name is Daryl. Thanks for that. Spelled like... Darrell, but it's pronounced Daryl. Honestly, I don't think there's a bad GT soundtrack. Like, I liked the first soundtrack and the aesthetic because it was all very, like, 90s. Like, very hard rock and whatever. And then they slowly switched to, like, loungy music. And, like, Gran Turismo lounge music is almost its own genre now. 7 is mid. People say that about new soundtracks, and I think we're just old and we don't like the music the kids like. The amount of times I've heard people like insult or say that the new Need for Speed soundtrack is bad because it doesn't have a Ben Sevenfold in it, I'm like, you think 14-year-old kids are listening to a Ben Sevenfold? They're not. Sorry. I get the argument of like heavier music, faster, whatever, but like our parents listen to fucking Kill Switch Engage and Bullet for My Valentine on Need for Speed soundtracks and went, what is this garbage? Might not be for us. There's a couple songs I really liked to the GT soundtrack. The 7. I see where you're coming from though, but It depends on what game and what I'm playing, like why I'm playing it. Please pit. Please pit. I'll come hard. The only way we're beating the Civic is if it pits. I think I'm fast enough, but I just farted around with the AI too much. Bring the Horizon. That cover is incredible. Did not know I needed a Bring Me the Horizon cover of Moon Over the Castle. So good. Also, I don't know, as somebody who grew up listening to Bring Me the Horizon, they are not a heavy band anymore. I still like their new stuff. It's just that they're not. And another thing, too, is like, at the time, metalcore and shit was on top 40 radio. Not like it wasn't full of top, like the soundtrack on Burnout 3, for example. I heard a lot of that those songs on the radio, like Fall Out Boy and My Chemical Romance and stuff like that. And I think there is, like, maybe this is a weird, like, not a hot take, but, like, there has to be, or that has to be, but it's cool when a video game introduces you to music. Like, if it wasn't for, like, Burnout and Need for Speed and games like that, I don't think I'd be into the music I'm into now. Whether that's heavier rock music or techno, like, the early Need for Speeds were all just techno. Like, go back and listen to the High Stakes soundtrack. It's fantastic, but, like, it's all breaks and breakbeat and... Please pit, Honda. Please pit. Your friends are pitting. Don't you want to pit? I no longer have the speed to keep up with you. I need to pit strategy. I spent 11 minutes doing this. Please. Pit. Stop. You're hungry. Damn it. It needs to pit either lap 9 or lap 10. And crazier things have happened, but my left front has left the chat. It's actually pulling to the left on the straights now. I'm gonna say something wacky. Horizon, especially after playing Horizon 1 and it only has 3 stations. I think they should condense the radio stations into, like, there doesn't need to be Base Arena and Hospital. Like, is it cool they have Hospital records? Especially as somebody who grew up listening to drum and bass and Hospital itself? Yes. I have the physical vinyl of Horizon 4's Hospital records pressing. But why not just put that on Base Arena? It's drum and bass. Also, having a shit ton of radio stations, again, kind of kills the music festival vibe a little bit. Rock the country pop. So the people who are making the game stopped giving a shit. Yes! Oh my god. I need this pit stop to take about a year. Come on. Oh, I have like... Uh-oh. But that is a good point. I was like, it's for NASCAR fans. But you're telling me, like, NASCAR fans would want to hear, like, Steppenwolf? Or like Leonard Skinard, you know what I mean? Like, that song was also in Gran Turismo 4, I believe. I get the I almost said Papa Roach. I get the Papa Roach songs in Gran Turismo confused. Papa Roach was like in every racing game for a little bit. You stay there! You stay back there! 9! Oh, he just smoked the wall. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 10, 9. 9! I may have to throw on some harder tires. Cocksuck! Damn it! I had the horsepower. I fucking am pissed. That was my own fault. I thought I had parked the exit enough, and I did, but as soon as I got on the throttle, the front end went no, and then the Civic just went see ya. I have an idea, Chad. I have an idea. That was my fault. That was my mistake. I'm not giving up this easily. I have an idea. Because, yeah, we had the speed, but the biggest issue was the tires were dead at the end of the run. And I'm seeing now that the only way I am going to win is if I don't pit. So I'm going to go one compound. I'm going to do something that's called... Actually, we have tons of money, but I don't think it matters. How do we fumble? I was using the PT Cruiser for the front-wheel drive races, and the Spoon Civic was much faster. But I had it on pit strategy. But my front tires were killed, so I understeered in the last hairpin and it drove around me and I lost. So I'm gonna go in with slightly harder tires. Peepers on I did not. If you post it in the Discord, you could tag me in it. I'm gonna be very blunt and truthful. I'm fucking dumb. And I'm like, I'm done stream. I'll get the VOD uploaded and go make dinner and then completely forget about what happened for the last 4 hours. Yeah, fucking tag me in it, please. 'Cause I will forget. I am not intelligent. Okay. Slightly harder compound tire. Oh, Beetle Cup. Hello, friend. And I'm going to try and get a better start. I was, like, stuck with the AI for a long time in the last race. I forgot how this car drove, so I was just... Oh, where am I going? Keenan. That thing that you said you were not going to do, you are currently doing that. Like, I got stuck farting around with AI... That wasn't going to matter. So I think I could match the Civic on speed. But it was like 7 seconds ahead. I wasn't catching it on the tag. Thank you. Yeah, don't hesitate to do that, please. I have 2 Discord accounts. If I'm not in the mood to be tagged at anything, I will not be logged in on that account. You will not bother me. That is exactly... Well, that's not why, but... Shit like that is exactly why I ended up making a second account in the first place. I realized how much I use Discord for air quotes work, and went, I need to not have that. I made a second Discord account, and then all of a sudden I stopped getting, like, work-related messages at 1:30 in the morning. Or I stopped getting messages with the expectation of me replying at that hour. Alright, this is better. So I think I can keep up with the Civic, or at least I'm a little bit quicker if I'm driving properly. Oh my god. Jump scare. Like, I can even go even harder tires. That's kind of what I did, no? PT Cruiser Cup in real life would go so hard. Like now, not like of its time. There's got to be so many PT Cruisers that are just chilling. Aaron birthday? Was it oh, was it yesterday? I'm not gonna do the whole spiel because I'm a man of honor and code, but I'll give you one of these. Statistically speaking, there is a PT Cruiser, Roberta Suerta, 2024. Happy birthday, Aaron. Thanks for existing for another 365 days.
Fucking full-grown Aussie. This is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog cunt. A fucking BB long neck at 20 to 8 in the fucking morning. Get that up.
I used to have a poster on my wall when I was a kid of the Prowler. I'll keep it 1,000. Chad, I have a question. I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I have a question. Also, why are the tires wearing faster? Was I not on hards, or was I not on super soft beforehand? The Prowler is very winga-dinga-dinga-dinga good times, but I think it's old enough now to appreciate it. Yeah, the right front's already killed. I think I was on hard tires before. I may have made a tactical blunder here. Dude, that Beetle's scrapping too? Chat, I have a question for you. Somewhat unrelated. Yeah, these are the wrong tires. They're already dead. I must have been on medium slicks. Oh yeah, we fucked all the way up. Hold on. I thought we were on super softs. Oh, I could cheese. Like, could I also get in a race car and make this much easier on myself? Yes. That wouldn't be fun, would it? I've had it too easy for too long in this here video game. But have you ever heard, like, a content creator or, like, somebody say something, you're like, that's cringe, and then you can't get it out of your fucking head? And, like, am I the only one that's suffering here? I'll try slicks. Not that, first of all, embrace the cringe. That's all I have to say. But I watch a... I've said this before, but I watch a NHL YouTuber. I don't know if you've ever listened to anybody who speaks hockey, but it's like lacrosse talk. It's their own fucking language. So instead of saying, I'm going to keep it 100, the dude says, I'm going to keep it one scundo a bunch. And I can't unthink that. It's up here. And it's starting to, whenever I say keep it 100, the word one scundo keeps creeping its way down my brain, and it's getting closer to my mouth. And I'm going to say it, and I can't stop it. And it hurts. I don't know what a scundo is. I don't know either. He's just saying shit. I don't know. Instead of keep it 100, keep it one scundo. It's very hockey talk. Hundo P is normal. That's not weird. That's not that weird. I'm going. I also hate one Scundo, but he says it in every fucking video. And I like the videos, just not that specific part. Mr. Poppin' Fresh, professional hater. For those who have no idea what keeping it 100 means, first of all, you gotta keep it on 33rd Street. But it has nothing to do with a $100 bill. Not even a little bit. It's like keeping it 100%. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it honest. So somehow, we got one Scundo out of that. And it's not been able to leave my brain. And every time I say I keep it a buck or something, my brain goes, you should say Scundo. And I'm like, no! No, I don't want to! I like that! It's my ass, I poop from there. It's my ass, I poop from there. Ha! Ah! Ow! 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 Die! Okay. Oh, okay. All right. That was a little unnecessary. But we weren't fucking 12 seconds behind in the last race. We would have won. Well, had a better chance of winning. My tires were still bonoed at the end. I'm not trying to make fetch a thing. I'm just complaining that my brain keeps bringing it up. I am not in support of this. It's just in there. I'm just as upset as you. The only thing that brings me solace is that there's 48 people watching this, and I know at least one of you is gonna think about keep it one Scundo from this point onward. And will also be cursed with this thought. Maybe not all of you, but one of you. And that pleases me in a way that I cannot possibly explain. It's like getting a song that you hate stuck in someone else's head, even though you also hate it. Like, I'm upset about it, but you're gonna suffer with me too. Scundo. I feel like the K matches is better. Just saying shit now. Yeah, Tank, I know what I did when I said that a month ago. And you're still doing it. It's like everyone started saying yeet as a meme, and then it stopped being a fucking meme. I started saying Riz as a joke, and I think it's not a joke anymore. I haven't gone as far to go like, haha, Rizzler or anything, like any of the water. I will fucking strike you. It's there, Colts. I'm very pleased with my purchase. Dorset's having a zoomer stroke. I might bite my mom one. Because I told her about it and she was like, oh, that's nice. Everybody say get well, Mrs. Arrow, by the way. My mom got in a... She said it wasn't a big deal. You know, who else's mom, like, downplays shit? Or parent? My mom bought a brand new truck, right? Brand new. Chevy something or other. She was super stoked on it. Wasn't the color she wanted. Doesn't care. A week later... She's like, how are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm good. You know, no news is good news, whatever. She goes, yeah, I got in a car I wouldn't say wreck. I got in a car accident. I was like, well, if you're texting me, it couldn't have been that serious. She's like, no, the truck's totaled. It's like, what? I think I've told this on stream before. Yeah, she just got rear-ended by some old fuck that wasn't paying attention. Her back still hurts. Like, she's going to have to take time off work. And I was worried about my stepdad, or my dad, who's got, like, a fucked up vertebrae. He's fine. He said his neck's a little stiff still, but he's okay. My poor fucking mother. I called her, like, this week, Monday or Tuesday. I think it was... No, it was Tuesday, because I was waiting on my groceries. And she's like, yeah, my back's still fucked up. I can't sit or stand for too long. Mama Tech, okay. I don't know. It's like her muscles are fucked up, so it's just going to take time. And it's been less than a month. But she's, like, not old, but she's getting there. It's like she's in, like, mid to late 50s, I think. Like, I'm sitting there going, is that shit going to heal? Oh, yeah, she's, like, going to a doctor. Like, her insurance is paying for everything. She was not at fault. So her insurance is sending her, like, wages because she has to take time off work for medical. Her insurance is, like, she's got anxiety driving, so insurance is paying for a therapist. Yeah, she's, like, can't sleep properly. Like, I'm fucking worried about her. I'm not, like, super close. Like, you guys don't need to know this. I gotta stop talking about my family on stream, because it's just none of your business, respectfully. The other day, I said something about a family member that I, like, should... Like, not that I give a shit about this person's privacy, but it just isn't... Doesn't need to, you know... I don't need to air that laundry. You know what I mean? But I would fucking take a bullet for my mother. I fucked it. Send you a video? Absolutely not. I don't trust you, and I have good reason not to. You know that laundry? I don't know. It's just... It seems like in bad taste. Something bad. I don't trust you. Source the relationship that we have formed over the last several years. I don't know. And the amount of times, too, I've heard, like... I don't say old people. My mom's not... She's getting there. She's not there yet, but she's getting there. The amount of times I've heard, like, someone's parent go, yeah, I got... This happened to me, and then I had a bad back, and it just never went away. I would be heartbroken for her if this was the... I fucked my back up in a car accident, and it never got better. Like, that would hurt me emotionally. So she's like, whenever I don't move and, like, don't leave the house, it gets better. But when I have to, like, go to work and, like, walk around and do all this shit, my back fucking kills me. I don't know. I love my mom. I don't want to see her hurt. I also want the address of this fucking asshole that rear-ended her. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk.
Mets, baby. Love the
What's up,
Mets.
Adam?
All right, baby. Let's go. Get a home run, baby. Love the Mets.
She told me this. What truck was it? A brand new Silverado Z01? I think. It was not a Trail Boss. So my mom had a Trail Boss, and she's like, I don't want a Trail Boss. I want the big engine. I was like, okay. For all that shit that you don't haul, but okay. And she got hit. I forget what she got hit by, but it was not a big vehicle. ZR2, that may have been it. I have to tell you, I don't care. So I helped her, like, shop for the truck, but I immediately did not retain any of that information. It went in my brain, and as soon as I left, I went, okay, time to not think about that ever again, so... The truck was a write-off. Like, the chassis crumpled and, like, did what it was supposed to do. She just got hit by a dude doing 70 kilometers an hour, and she was not moving. The guy, I forget what she said he was driving. I think it was, like, a Kia Rio or something, or a Rondo. His car also rip and kill. But it was some old guy who was, like, she said she saw him swerving and, like... not able to maintain a lane, like almost like drunk driving, but he was just old and probably should not have been driving anymore. Yeah, I forget the name of the trim, dude. I gotta tell you, I don't give a shit. I know you're like researching, but I don't remember, is what my point. She sent me pictures. She got her new one now. Fucking poor woman, right? They spent all this money on a brand new truck. She's happy. She's happy. She finally got the truck that she wants. Gets rear-ended, the truck's a total write-off. So the insurance pays out, they get their money, they go get another new truck, right? They go get another one. She wanted it in gray with black accents, like a Nardo gray type of deal. And the one that she got first was all black. She's like, I don't really want another all-black truck. This time she special ordered it, she got the truck she wanted, all black, and now there's transmission issues. It's in the shop. I'm like, have you thought of a Kia? It's the world trying to tell you something. Alright, I'm actually, if the specific pits again, I'm ready. If the Beetle does not pit, well... Pit, you fucking rotund beast! Yeah, she's not had a good run lately, unfortunately. She has like a trailer on Manitoulin Island, so she doesn't tow the trailer, but they'll bring out like firewood or like tools. So her having a truck, she's not like a truck mom, you know what I mean? She's a little bit. All right, chat, I'm gonna kill this fucking Beetle. I am not doing this race again. I'm about to commit crimes if I can get close enough to commit them. I wasn't ready. I'm so mad. If I just tried harder, I would have had a lead on the Beetle, but I was like, it doesn't matter. The Beetle's going to pit, right? Not only did the Beetle not pit... Oh, hold on. Go wide here, you big idiot. Come on, Daryl! All of your horsepowers, Daryl! I need it! Ultra super... Damn it. I thought it was... You read me like a book. Chad, do I keep going? I'm going to keep going with the PT Cruiser. I already know how that boat's going to go. I can do this. I just have to fucking pay. See, I went at 28 and then 26. If I had just paid attention. I would have been ahead of the Beetle, not had that problem.
No,
All right.
no, dude.
Uber, I literally ordered food 2 days ago. No. I'm poor, leave me alone. All right. I'm going back in the photographs that my mom sent me of her truckaroo. I'm actually stupid. It was a Z71. I don't know why I thought it was a ZR2. It was absolutely a Kia Rondo. She sent me pictures of the crash. The truck doesn't even look that damaged. It's just the frame that went... Like, it looks like the bumper is bent. But apparently she tried to drive it home. She's like, the toe is fucked. It, like, the alignment's out. And they took it to a shop. They're like, yeah, that'll do that. That's a Z71. Uber wants some more of your money. Dude, I'm the worst. I'm actually, like, that's a problem. Like 1 o'clock in the morning when I'm done stream, I'm like, I could go upstairs and cook. Or I can get a man to bring me a pizza right now. Or hamburger right now. So not only do I not have to cook, the food probably will taste better than what I can make. Not entirely true. But with, like, fees and shit, it's like $30. For $50 or $60, if I'm creative, I can get a week's worth of food, not 2 days. I'm the worst. So lazy. Oh, no Civic. Interesting. Spies, I am back to... It's not healthy either. It's just crap, right? At the times I order food, there is nothing healthy open. I would like to be a champion. There's no Civic now. We may actually have a chance. I wanted to beat the Civic, but... That is the perk of living in a big city. Big city. But, like, you get takeout 3 times a week. And this is Canadian dollars, so keep that in mind. But with, like, fees and everything, and like, if you get whatever I order from, like, Subway will be more expensive because I got it through Uber or DoorDash or whatever than if I just went to Subway to get it, right? So by the time you factor all that in, it's like $25 a meal. That's $50 to $75 on 3 meals when I could spend $60 and get food for a week. And that's food, snacks, condiments. Is this here? Listen, I'm not a boomer, right? The one thing I missed from pre-COVID was 24-hour grocery stores. The amount of times I would look in the cupboard and be like, I've got rice, I've got vegetables, but I need, like, meat. And if I get chicken, whatever they have, I can go make stir fry. Sometimes I'd be that guy doing all of his groceries at, like, 2 in the morning, but for the most part, I would just, like, have 80% of what I would need for a meal. And then just have to take a quick rip down the road. There's a 24-hour grocery store there. Grab what I needed, maybe a bag of chips, and then boom. It was really nice. Can't do that now. Which is not a big deal, just plan ahead, but I don't know. I'm stupid, I don't do that. So a lot of times I'd be like, I'm hungry, and I'll go upstairs, assuming I just have food, and then go, well, I can't make craft dinner because I don't have milk. Or butter, margarine, whatever. And I can't do stir fry because I don't have any vegetables. I got rice, but I got nothing to go with it. You know, and then I just end up ordering food because it's easier. Or you go to a fucking corner store and cut your arm and leg off. Oh my god, this actually made me physically upset. Like, they wouldn't charge people this much if they didn't pay for it. Get safe. That's the problem, Adam. I get safe and just go, I could cook or get some man to bring me an unlimited quantity of cheese within the next 20 minutes. That's the fucking issue, dude. What was I saying? Oh yeah, fucking. So I had Kraft dinner the other day, but like, boxed mac and cheese isn't really like enough of a meal. I only eat like once a day. Like I have a snack. Like I had a Cliff Bar, but I won't have more than one meal a day. I don't do anything. I don't burn any calories. I don't. You know what I mean? Which is great. It works out for me financially. But, anywho. I was like, well, that's not really enough food. Like, I'm going to get hungry right after when I'm done. Because it's just pasta. So I usually, like, throw some hot dogs in it or something. So I was like, okay, well, I'll go to the grocery store, or the corner store, which is open 24 hours. Circle K, or if Max Milk, and I'll keep calling it that, and you'll never convince me of otherwise. I think they just buy, like, produce and, like, frozen shit from the grocery store across the street and hike up the prices. Because there was a frozen pizza in there that I had bought, like, 3 days before for, I think it was $4.99. They were selling for $13.99. What? There's a pizza across the street. They're hot and ready. No. That's what I said, Spot. I was in the store laughing out loud. I was like, I can't fucking believe what I'm seeing. I got a pack of hot dogs. It was $9. Still struggling with this race. I am being obtuse about it, to be fair. The tires I was on before wore too fast. And then the last race, I thought I had the race won, and the Beetle never pit. And by the time we got to the last lap, I fucked it all the way up. So this is attempt number 3. But yeah, we do absolutely have bagged milk. Because I'm lactose intolerant, I haven't bought bagged milk in years. Don't know where it came from. Don't know why it ever started. I guess it's a way to get, like, more milk in one purchase. 'Cause it's like 3 or 4 liters at a time. The Spoon Civic was really fast, but pit on lap 9. But I wasn't paying attention early on, and I absolutely destroyed my tires. So I was trying to fend the Civic off with dead fronts. But now I know the Beetle doesn't pit, so I gotta at least open up a gap. I think we'll be okay now. I was literally not paying attention the last time, because I'm like, the Beetle will pit, right? Hugh Breet, thanks for the follow. I was lactose intolerant. Honestly, it's like, I guess it's different for everybody, but for me, it wasn't too bad for a long time. Like, I would still eat cheese and dairy. It's like mostly pure milk or cream that would really fuck me up. And even then, like, it was just pooping. Like, I was just like, well, gotta go poop. Big poop time. And then I would poop. I'm like, well, that was a big poop. Then an hour later, I'm like, oh, gotta go poop again. Like, it wasn't painful until recently. Now it hurts. Now I have stomach cramps all morning, and then the bathroom happens. Now it sucks. So Caitlin told me to take Lactaid years ago, and I went, that sounds like a good idea. Let me not do that. Turns out she was right. They're just expensive. It's like $30 for a bottle, but it'll last you like 2 months. So I was like, I want to try, like, test this. So I intentionally got a bunch of, like, cheese and more cheese food for a while. So I polished off my first bottle of lactate pretty quick, but I'm eating like a regular human being now. Not a fucking dairy. I was buying like cartons of ice cream, eating them in 2 days, and then going to buy more ice cream. Just because I was like, holy shit, I could eat this now. They make Nanaimo bar ice cream, boys and girls. It's chocolate, coconut, and some other thing. It's so good. Couldn't eat that before. The only ice cream that I could eat is like Ben & Jerry's, and it's like $9 a pint. And they only have 2 flavors. Yeah, it's chocolate, coconut, like flakes, and then some other thing. Like, not nougat. I forget what the third thing is. Nanaimo bars are awesome. They're a Canadian thing. If you have, like, you don't have to be in BC or Nanaimo to try them, but if you see Nanaimo bars out in the wild and you like coconut, yeah, TLDR, I still can't go crazy, but I'll take like 2 or 3 lactates before eating a... I ordered baked cheese the other day, or baked spaghetti with cheese. And they literally just throw a mountain of mozzarella on top of it and throw that shit in the oven and like get it all brown and crispy. It's so good, but it's... I'd wake up the next day regretting it. The only reason I wake up with a sore stomach now is because it's a lot of food, but that goes away. You're just bloated. You go to the bathroom like once, and you're like, all right, I'm good. No worries. Not going to ruin my day. Oh, I got Amazon stuff coming. I should check the front door after this. Sub, don't let me forget. Whoa, boy. Here comes the Beetle. The tire strategy. I'm going to go check the front door for my deliveries. And then I want to see what you posted in Discord, because I'm gonna forget, and I want to look like now. But I'm dareling. All right, I gotta practice that like late apex. I've got the speed in the straight line on the Beetle. It's the tires now. Such is wrong. I hate this. I used to be like that for a long time, and then I didn't want to do it anymore, so I got used to the textures. I'm not fixed. I can't do mayonnaise. I know what mayonnaise is. It's eggs and oil. Nope. I'm sure I've eaten mayonnaise before and be like, delicious. As soon as I know something's mayonnaise, my brain's just like, nope, get it out. Do delivery people not knock on the door? 2 things. 1, I have in a lot of my instructions not to do that, because I'm normally ordering food and whatever late. Like in my food delivery, Sony, I have specifically in big bold letters, do not knock at the door or ring the doorbell, because you'll wake people up. So I'm normally ordering food at like 1 in the morning. 2, I am in a basement with headphones on, constantly speaking. So they probably could knock at the door. They could probably wail at the door. I'm not going to fucking hear it. My one roommate's upstairs in her room, might have headphones on, might be listening to something, and I think Rob's working, so. Our doorbell here also sucks hot doo-doo garbage. It's so quiet. Amazon people do. The post office doesn't. I forget what Rob ordered. I think it was Rob. Where he needed to sign for it, and his bedroom faces the front door, so he can, like, he was looking out of the window basically every 20 minutes, expecting it. It may have been Rob, may have been somebody else, but I think it was Rob. If he was here, he could speak for himself, but I think he saw the delivery car show up, and from the time he went from his room, went downstairs and opened the front door, he was watching the Canada Post driver put the, like, we missed you. Come pick up your item at whatever so-and-so. They did not knock. They showed up, they stood at the front door for all of 5 seconds, and then immediately started filling the information out. Which, again, to be fair, a lot of people are at work during the day, so you just assume the person's not home. Especially if you're busy and shit. Like, I get that. Especially now, like, I would assume these people are fucking overworked and underpaid. And they gotta get all these deliveries done by the end of the day, and... I totally understand that. However, you can knock and wait 30 seconds. So apparently the dude was putting the sticker on the door as Rob opened the door and was like, "Where's my thing?" Because he had to. It was I don't remember what it was, but it's something he had to sign for. I wore my tooth for the first time. I thought I was gonna have a hard time speaking today, but it actually went over pretty well. I usually don't wear my tooth for streams anymore. I used to wear it because I was self-conscious, but you guys know I have a front tooth missing. It's not news. I got hit by a car. I made that up. That's not true. But I wanted it on today for iRacing just because I'm representing them, and I'm going to wear it tomorrow. But I was anxious all week. I'm like, I'm going to sound like I have a lisp the whole time. Nope. I watched the VOD back. I sounded perfectly normal. Yeah, it depends on, like, who it is and what company it is. 'Cause we have a mailbox for packages and whatnot. But if you need to sign for it, they can't leave it there. They need you to sign for it. Got in a big hockey fight. I would like to fix it permanently one day. It's just expensive. So much money. To get my tooth out and get my, like, prosthetic, all in was like, including medication and stuff, was $2,500, $3,000. To get a permanent fake tooth was like $6,000, including the operation and everything. I was like, yeah, nope, I'll look stupid, I guess. Check your door. I'm going to pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check my front door. Here, BC Post is the community mailboxes in the street. Yeah, we have one for our townhouses too. That was fucking terrifying. I guess my roommate had grabbed them. They were sitting, like, in the house. They were sitting, like, in the house. But right in front of the front door. So I think somebody grabbed them and put them in the house. I went to pee, and I lifted the seat because I'm a good person. And I guess the seat doesn't stay up on its own anymore. So I went to wipe my nose with a piece of toilet paper while I was finishing peeing. And fucking wham! Almost ripped my dick clean off. I need that eventually, maybe. Just had the world's cheapest circumcision. I have been tagged. Oh, this yellow is
He's pulling his cock out!
No! You Saint Laurent? Am I crazy or is that chocolate? I like the black too. It's nice. It goes with the canards in the front.
Get your hand off my penis!
Cider brand. That was my next guess. I was like, I could have sworn I seen that as a chocolatier, but I remember seeing it in the mall, and the mall was also called Saint Laurent. So what do I know? Free call. No! I don't want to slam my penis in the toilet seat. That's not what I want to do today. Okay. Still no Civic, but I fear we'll have the same issues with the Beetle. We've accomplished one thing. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. I said excuse me like 3 times. I get to pay for it. Okay. I do think it's cool. Not that you needed my approval anyway, but I love the green. Or whatever color you want to call that. That was the penis garage. Uh-oh. Where is he going with this? It's supposed to be gold. Am I colorblind? It's got like a hint of green to it, is it not? Oh, okay, I'm not a lunatic. Okay. I was like, am I fucking stupid? Like... Reaper, I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge that aside from the sentence. I feel like the pain of having that thought in your head is punishment enough. And then sharing it with me is payback for 1 scundo, and I accept my fate. I know I have done wrong. I don't know, you're painting for you, right? You're making liveries for you, not for other people. And to be fair, I don't think you were seeking my approval specifically. Like, it was more like, hey, I posted this thing. Is this not a cool... It's like a social media, right? Like, I posted this thing. Is this thing not cool? I love that we get to watch Mitch's unhinged arc just begin as he learns all the goofy shit from the internet from us. And slowly but surely realizes that he too is a goblin. Not quite Carl level of goblin yet, but so it begins. No. Commentating is so fun. Wait, it is, and you get to watch me do that tomorrow at twitch.tv/iRacing at about, I think, 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'm glad it went well, by the way. I forgot that was tonight. Come on. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You stay back there. Alright, I gotta open up a gap now. I guess it's on hards. So I can pull away for like a little bit. I thought that was some sort of Waluigi joke, and then I read it out loud in my head and went, Oh, yeah, speaking of wrestling, I get to watch Big Business after this. From Boss. Don't spoil it. Part of me believes that she's not going to be there. But every, like, AEW rumor that has that much weight behind it is normally true. Like, I did not think Punk was coming back, and I was like, well, I feel silly. It's like, ain't no way, that dude's not coming back. I also want to see what matches are, announced for Saturday. Yeah, it's gonna be a weird week. I've said it a couple times, but I'll repeat it. I'm not gonna be streaming much this week. I don't think I'll be live at all tomorrow. I don't know what the schedule says, but the Nürburgring is a blast if you just don't take it seriously. If you're not racing, that's why I don't like racing there. I don't mind driving there or like hot lapping. Racing there stresses me out. Especially if it's like the Nürburgring 24. All it takes is one mistake at night, and I kill a car and kill teammates' car, and it makes me sad. Oh, I'm taking it off? Thank God. What's up, Flash? Yeah, I forgot how late that was gonna go, Reaper, and I didn't really want to stream beforehand. I maybe do Gombles tomorrow night, maybe, but like there's like a 10% chance. So that was on the schedule before. I'm like, dude, once you're done this commentary thing, you're not gonna want to go stream. I'm like, you're right. You're right, me. You're probably right. But what if I do? This was supposed to be the last week of 8-hour streams, or lengthy streams, before going to 6 hours. But I think I have to extend it another week. Because today, I was up early, and I know the iRacing stream kind of doesn't count, but I was helping them with that about 12:30, 12:45 today. So I've been in this chair since noon. So, yeah, not all of it was work, air quotes, but still been a long day. So I don't know if I'm gonna go super heavy tonight. But tomorrow I'm not streaming on this channel at all. And then Friday is Bubgerkurg, I think, which is going to be either amazing or an incredible letdown. And we'll see, I guess. Oh my god, where am I going? Oh god, yeah, turn 1 on the Grand Turismo, yeah. Everyone talks about Monza turn 1, but that one's not much better. You know, the guy who designed his hairpin. I stand by my comment with that. The Osterschleiben turn 1, the goofy one, was like, yeah, maybe let's not go 5 wide into the 90-degree corner. You knew the corner was there, guys. This should not have been news to you. But no. Oh, that's you. Yeah, because you're like slow and then slow and narrowing. What track is the worst T1? I mean, brain immediately goes Monza, but... Nürburgring 24-hour layout's pretty up there. Isn't Macau super goofy? Miami. Miami is just like Jeddah, but not halal. Like, it's the same fucking track. GP circuit. Valid. I like it, but valid. The whole last sector is really fun. Like, flows really well. Coda? Coda's wide, though. Like, yeah, it's a blind hairpin, but it's so wide that if people are stupid and you do go, like, 9 wide into there, there'll be some bar G, but not, like, giga death. There are so many tracks that, like, the internet hates just because they were told to by Formula 1 drivers. It's painful. Coda's middle sector is really nice. I could do without the big fuck off back straight. They were right about Yas Marina, but it's not bad now. But I don't know, like, I played Paul Ricard in the F1 games. I was like, I don't know why everyone hates this track. It's really it's kind of lame not having just having runoff. And it's hard to, like, learn the track layout when the whole fucking track looks the same. It wasn't that bad. Like, oh, dirty air. I'm like, in the F1 game, the game that doesn't simulate dirty air at all? Really? A good racing track. And again, my main point is, like, racetracks in video games sometimes play completely differently to racetracks in real life. But a lot of people will just hear, like, one Formula 1 driver go, oh, it's not that good. Or one racing driver go, that's bad track. And just not refuse to think for themselves after that. There are some exceptions. Jeddah, Miami, old Yas Marina. I think Spain's pretty lame, personally, at Barcelona or Catalonia. I don't mind the second sector, but it's just kind of there. But every time we had Paul Ricard in the F1 game, I was like, oh, this is fun. I like this. I like this track. Not the best track on the calendar, but like Monaco's right there, guys. I like Singapore. It grew on me, but I see your point on that. The second sector is clunky. Yeah, I'm not even like specifically mean Formula 1 tracks, but I think it depends on like if you're playing it in a video game, it depends on the video game. And like people who maybe I'm just not good enough, but people in F1, like the EA F1, who complain about dirty air, I'm like, what? Like I'll tell you, you take the laws of physics out of the equation. Sochi's not that bad of a track. Not incredible. Not the best racetrack ever. You take the laws of physics away, ain't that bad. I see why it doesn't work in real life. Like, there's a bunch of tracks that I understand why they don't work in real life. Or, like, a more sophisticated sim, but, like... Tank is memeing. Like, and maybe there is dirty air in F1 and I'm just not good enough and I don't feel it, but like, even in the old F1 games, like, oh, you can't drive close. The amount of times I would literally be on someone's diffuser for like 10 laps. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's what the game's made for. That's why I like WRC. You know, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I like EA Sports WRC because it's like, it feels like a sim, but still has it like they don't. Mad Soso, thank you for the follow. Like, it's not super hardcore. You know what I mean? Like, if they made the F1 game super hardcore and they play it like that paid Assetto Corsa mod, no one would fucking buy it. Like, we would. The general public wouldn't. So it has to have like some sort of hand-holdy, not features, but like the EA Sports game too, very forgiving. Or WRC, very forgiving. And it's fun though. Like, if you still go too fast, you will hit a tree hard. But I do feel like you can go faster in that game than you could in others. But I mean, mission accomplished. Playing WRC makes me want to get into like Richard Burns and really put my testicles in a vice. What doesn't get enough love? The track is fantastic. Love the WRC game. It's it's very funny that like it got fair criticism for how it ran, and it's not like even the best rally game to come out recently, but I couldn't put it down, man. Like, and that's rare. Like, even when I wasn't streaming, I was playing it. Well, that's not entirely true. I was basically constantly streaming because it came out during the streamathon, but I'd be bored and not know what to do. Like, you know what? I'm just going to fire up a bunch of wacky quick races. Love that game. Love that game. Still needs some stuff. Like, it'd be nice to have super special stages. I know why they don't have Rallycross, but it'd be cool. Their graphics aren't not as good as they could be. I still think, like, if you look at WRC versus Dirt Rally 2 graphically side by side, Dirt Rally 2 is a little bit better looking, but for what it is, it's a blast. A game also hard, sub, to be fair. It still has like Codemasters issues where you could set the AI to like 85, and depending on the rally, you could either get smoked or delete the AI and the car. That's just Codemasters, is what they do. Flash, if you are interested, ! Racecraft. They do a weekly and a monthly league, as well as like random daily stuff. I just started their monthly schedule, which is like 2 or 3 hour long rallies, but you can come and go as you please. Their weekly stuff's fun. I just haven't found the time to do that yet. I was going to do it this week, like do the weekly and then do career mode, but I don't have time. I'm already like letting the other 2 Let's Plays kind of go to the wayside. I want to get those done. And this game too, but this game's going to take way longer. Again, I thought this would be a 60 to 70 hour game. I didn't think it would be any longer than Gran Turismo 2. Incorrect. Ow. Yeah, shout out to Gearza, by the way, for winning that shit. Haven't aged well. Is it the words they use, or is it just butt rock? Oh! Sorry. I knew she was doing well on the GT screen of speed. I didn't know she fucking won the thing until like a couple days ago. That's a lot. I kind of wanted to do leagues in iRacing again, and then I remembered how unfun V8 Super Rick was for multiple reasons. I think I'm good. I'll leave it to the other people. I do not have the heart to run a league. Well, that's not true. I don't have the heart to run a league that I organize and set up, and I know everybody who's racing in it. Hearing my friends argue over some shit that doesn't matter, it both makes me sad and upset, like angry. I see. Which is a shame, because this song's a banger. Like, I was flabbergasted about how upset people got over that series when there was no prizes, there was nothing on the line. That's a verse. Oh my god. I've had so many other like little ideas for leagues I think would be cool, and I went, nope. I think the only way I'd be able to do it is everyone signed a piece of paper saying, I will not take this seriously. But then people would just run into each other on purpose. Well, not on purpose, but like not practice and then crash and take people with them. And yeah. I will enter the leagues instead of running them. But yeah, check out Racecraft. They do a lot of off-road stuff in iRacing, and they started doing WRC on the side. Roval League. I think I know where you're going with this, but explain. No better after providing the setup. Proving the setup was the problem in the first place. The whole setup thing, Alex, I almost killed the league that night. I was very close. Because I asked, and asked, and asked, and asked, and asked, hey, did you try both setups? Do you like both setups? We should run the one that's easier for the new people. Like, is there an issue? And nobody said anything, and then as soon as I switched the setup, then everybody got mad. It's like, it's not like I haven't been tagging you in Discord for a week. run nothing but those. So I was gonna do something similar with the Legends car, like not the 87, but the Legends Ford, because a lot of free ovals have like little shitty, basically go-kart tracks as rovals, but not rovals, like interior road courses, and those things are fun as shit. But I want to like have heats and like make it basically like a go-karting event with pre-finals and finals. I wanted to have like a bunch of like wacky rule sets and stuff. And the classes thing, Alex, too, also pissed me off. Where somebody was like people were like, oh, I need to be moved down a class. I'm not going to be able to compete. I'm like, who fucking cares? Be last. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but I won't be able to compete in the higher class. And then you move them, and they're like dominating. I'm like, all right, cool. Or you'll move somebody up, and they'll have one bad race and go, well, see, I shouldn't have been moved up. Like, I decided pretty early on. I was like, this is the last time I'm doing this shit. Never again. I'm not blaming, like, specific people. It was everybody. Good God. Never again. Well, I will do hosteds. Like, maybe do, like, a night of hosteds that have a specific theme. But no points, no tracking, nothing. I have learned my lesson. If it was just a bunch of random people, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. Because if people were being dicks, I just tell them to fuck off. But I had a hard time doing that when it was like people that support me and I trust and didn't have the heart to do it. And I didn't want somebody else to do it, because then if I had somebody else to do it, then they just would have got mad at them. Just shifts the blame. It's not the same thing. You shouldn't be getting mad at all. Dude, that was my whole thing, is there was no prizes. And I made that pretty clear. I'm like, this was an open league. There are people in here that have literally never driven this car on track before. There are people in here who like love driving this car on track. There will be a huge discrepancy of skill. Just be patient. People will make mistakes and have fun. And there was other instances too where like somebody didn't like the track, and would just say how bad the track was the whole race. I'm like, yeah, that makes me feel good. Thanks. You could have just not raced. Hey, you're not having fun. You don't have to be here. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds rude, but I wouldn't want anyone to do something they're not enjoying just to be there. You don't like the track, then there's drop weeks. I got yelled at for having drop weeks, too. Literally everything I tried to do in that series, I got yelled at. All right, I've learned my lesson. Hosted's good. League racing with points and a leaderboard? Maybe not. Maybe let's not do that. It would have been different if, like, it was serious, right? We were using an old car because it was cheaper than the newer car and easier to drive. I was using a ton of paid tracks, so I was like, I'll have a bunch of drops so people don't have to buy a track just to race there. People did it anyway. I told people not to do that. My fucking nose is so... There's like one little piece of dust in my nose. Well... There was more than one person, Alex, who did not understand that the drop weeks could not really be applied properly to points until we had like 4 races. So they thought they were doing incredible, and then once the drop week applied, they lost like 15 points. They're like, I don't get it. Like, it looks really stupid, but this is the way I have to do it. Because I wanted to have separate classes. To be fair, Sub, there's a lot more free shit than there used to be. Like, I in 2014 did not pay for content. I raced the Miata and whatever else was free on that particular week. That's it. And I still had fun. And in 2024, there was way more free tracks and cars than there used to be. I'm fully convinced you can get an iRacing subscription right now and not spend an extra penny on it and still have fun. Like, you'll be limited. You won't be able to do, like, GT3s or prototypes or whatever, but it's not like there won't be anything to do. If that's a deal breaker, then hey, that's fine. It's what it is. It's expensive. That's a main criticism of the platform. But in 2014, it was like, do you want to do street stocks? No. Do you want to do Miatas? No. I guess you're not racing this week. But there's so much free shit now. And then if you just, like, buy a couple of things, like if you buy the Skip Barber or the F4, that opens up a ton. If you buy, like, the Ferrari GT, you can do the Fixed Ferrari Challenge. That's at a lot of free tracks. So you wouldn't be able to race every week, but you could race most weeks. I've seen people race on controller, but like you gotta learn it. Like, it takes double the work because there's no like steering smoothing. I got a clip recommended to me last night of some kid. Well, I assume it's a kid playing or racing F4 with a DualShock controller, and I watched his inputs. He's not joking. There's no way this man was using a wheel. No chance. But I can't imagine it's easy. It's not like Gran Turismo or Forza where you can pick it up with a controller and basically figure it out, but a wheel offers like an extra benefit. Negative. No. Yeah, I mean, I'll give, like, I still think GT is probably the best experience out there if you don't want to buy a wheel or don't want to use one or can't afford one. I can't vouch for the new Forza, especially like with all the motions to everything. But I bought GT Sport, or I bought a PS4 to play GT Sport. My fucking nose is so fucking itchy. I'm gonna cut my nose off. I've had enough. I'm getting a hacksaw. I'm chopping my nose off live on. I'm not gonna do that. Twitch, don't hurt me. This fucking... That's lives in my head rent free. I love the song. Is it your facial hair? No, I just shaved. It might be the hair in my nose, but I think it's like got a whiff of dust, and now it's just chilling in there. I love you, platonic. I love you, erotic. Greater than :3 lowercase c. So before I had a rig too, like I'm spoiled having a permanent mount for my wheel now. Because now it's like if I'm bored and it's whatever in the morning and I want to jump on like Assetto or do some stages on WRC or do a little bit of drifting, like it's not hard to set up at all. I turn my monitor on, click 3 things, and I'm ready to go. The amount of shit I just would not bother with my wheel before, because I'm like, well, I gotta put the wheel on the desk and then set everything up, and then the wheel doesn't sit on the desk properly and it keeps coming off and my pedals slip and this, that, whatever. It was just a nightmare. So even like take out my body hurts, I get it. There's a reason I never used the wheel on Forza, even though I could. It just wasn't worth my time. Also, I wanted to like kick the notion that you needed a wheel to be good in that game. But I had done everything I wanted to do in Forza with a controller, so I was like, okay, I think I'm ready to go on the wheel now. And I was getting more into iRacing and wanted to do more sim stuff. So it kind of just worked out. But like I was playing Forza on a PC on a controller forever. Especially Horizon. Apparently 5's not too bad on a wheel, but the other ones, yeesh. Great googly moogly. I tried 4 for about 15 minutes and went, I've had enough of this. Granted, it was on the Logitech, and I've heard like good things about like THRUSTMASTER wheels. Also, Forza has this like cool fact where their baseline wheel setups are atrocious. Even if like in Forza 7, it took me a lot of tinkering just to get my G27 to not suck, and I still couldn't run it at full 900 degrees. And that is an issue they've had forever. If I can't plug my wheel in and it just works properly out of the gate, and then like little tweaks, I don't like that. So it's still the same issue. Like, if you want to use your wheel, it's still like a thing. There's still a mental block there. I get that. I'm not saying go out and buy a rig, you know what I mean? But like, there's a reason I'm using the wheel a lot more now, because I don't have to set it up. All I have to do is plug it in. That's it. And I don't even have to do that, because usually it's just always plugged in. The only time I unplug it is when I do VR stuff, because it thinks my racing wheel is a controller, but doesn't actually control anything. It just scrolls through the menus automatically. That's it. Trust me, I tried to drive myself in VR with a gas and brake pedal. That would have been hilarious. No, does not work. The most I could do was get my character to jump up and down by shifting to third and fourth gear. It would have been way funnier if I could have pedaled it around. Oh, he needs an oil change. Daryl's blood's all stinky. Rocket League wheel pedal setup. It's gotta be possible, right? Luckily, we have a massive lead, and our tires are fine. I think the AI just suck here. Yeah. So I don't want to be like make it sound like I'm saying, hey, just do the thing. I'm sitting here trying to be like, I understand where you're coming from. Any sort of hurdle is like, I feel like I somewhat understand how your brain works. Any sort of hurdle is like, yeah, no, I don't feel like it. I just had the same issue with like cooking, right? I'm like, oh, I could go upstairs and make a thing that takes me 15 minutes. Well, I can click 3 things on my phone and have food arrive at my door. This has to have been done. I wanted to see if I can get my wheel working with like old Gran Turismo games on emulators, but yeah. I still have a G27. Like, I could be playing this with a wheel if I really wanted to. I just didn't want to like have to take this wheel off the wheel deck, and it seemed like a huge nightmare. Achoo! If I play through GT4 for the endurance races, like maybe. But even then, I'd have to pull my rig off the wall. Aaron!
Holy shit!
Gran Turismo.
Aaron, thank you for the reset. Keenan, your oil is bad, yo. Thank you, Jesse Pinkman. The PS Plus. If it makes you feel any better... What's up, K-Vape? If it makes you feel any better, at least in my experience, if you just kind of have fun with it, GT7 is the most fun I've had playing... I mean, you got Forza, though. But GT7's a blast online. Don't sweat and just goof around and do like the daily races. But that's also very valid. Like I pay for a month at a time of PS Plus when I use it. One more margarita? That is true. It is green. What rig do I have? I have a Next Level Racing GT Elite. I think. Yes. Yeah, that's the only thing I wanted. I gotta go back and do, or finish the whatchamacallits for Gran Turismo 7. Shit wasn't so hard to get. To buy a car. I didn't have to buy anything to do the cafes, to be fair, but that was the cafes. Oh, you can just buy them now, Aaron. If you have a collector level, you can just buy them. They're like $1,000 million, but... Yeah, they patched that. They fixed that a while ago. You can just buy them now. They're like, not incredibly expensive, but they're like several $100 grand, I think. You just have to be over a certain collector level, but if you've been playing the game, you should be good. Yeah, not micros. Yeah. I thought I said credits, and if I didn't, I'm saying credits now. Credits. My screen setup? Like what monitor am I using, or what? How am I doing it? I have the next level. They sent me the single monitor mount, so I have the monitor like right here. It is a MSI something or other. I think it's a 23-inch monitor or so, but I'm on a single screen. And then I have my streaming PC monitor sitting on a thing of shelves or a thing of drawers, which I feel like a light breeze will just they'll fall to pieces. I went and moved the monitor the other day, and the drawers went. I'm like, that's not. It's not good. My setup is very basic for a racing game streamer. Everyone I know has got like super expensive equipment and triples, and I don't want that. Yeah, they have a screen mount. They have a triple screen. They have a single screen. It mounts. It's really easy to set up too. It mounts to the rig, and then I can move it higher and lower if I want to. I can slide the monitor forwards and backwards. No, Ryan's shit is ancient. He's still on his G27. Brash! I can finally use the Vantage? Yeah, Ryan's stuff is... He's never needed to upgrade. I literally got him a deal with THRUSTMASTER, like a temp deal, where they sent him a T80, I think, or T whatever, which is basically the same thing as just G27, but newer. And I don't think he ever took it out of the box. He just wasn't interested. Ooh, TBR might be fun. No, I'm buying the Lotus. I want the Lotus. I've wanted that car since...
Boobies.
I want... That's the wrong... Correct, it was the T150. Yeah, I remember Ryan messaged, because I know Ryan does not accept kindness. Right? So I said, hey, just give me your address and trust me. He was like, why? Like, if I told you... I was like, if I told you, you wouldn't let me do it. So just give me your address and trust me. I was like, okay. And then the wheel showed up. He's like, do I have to use this? I was like, not really. Like, they told me they didn't really... Like, when they sent me my shit, they're like, try it out, and if you don't like it, go back to your Logitech. We don't give a shit. Well, we give a shit, but... And I told him, like, it's going to be an adjustment. Going from a gear wheel to a belt, like a hybrid or a belt wheel. But I think you'll like it. And he's like, okay. And then a couple weeks later, he messaged... Well, I don't think it was a couple weeks later. I think he's like, I feel really bad about it, but I kind of just don't want to fuck up my setup. I like what I have. And I'm like, okay, dude, just fucking sell it. Keep it as a backup. I don't care. I don't give a shit, dude. Not my wheel. It'd be cool if you used it, but you don't have to. And I'm pretty sure he still uses that G27. I think he has it for the same reasons that I do, but in reverse. So he uses his wheel with a lot of like older consoles and stuff that he knows works. And so he doesn't want to put a wheel on his desk for just a PC game and then have to take the wheel off and replace it with the G27 again. Of course I'm getting the green one. So it's like the exact reason I don't want to play this game with a wheel on console, because I'd have to take all my shit off the rig, replace it with all my G27 stuff. And even then, there's like no guarantee it works properly. Fold the A-frames. That costs money? Or that is a email to next level I don't want to send. Or for the other person, he'd have to still change his whole fucking stream setup to do that. Like, he could, but I get it. If it's comfortable and that's what he wants to do, then that's what he's gonna do. I understand. I played 4, and 4 is really good for what it is. 4 feels like the EA F1 games, where it's like realistic, but definitely not all the way there. Like I was flummoxed when I played 4 for the first time. I'll go with the small snail at first. Still can't drift in 4 to save my life. That's fine. Yeah, it thinks my G27's a DF GT, so I can't, like, use the stick shift or anything, which is kind of like, oh, but... Alright. I have moderately upgraded the car. We're gonna be, like, outpaced on power, but I'm hoping I could just scoot away from everybody and everything. What do we got here? I may have some troubles at Route 5, but I think we'll be fine everywhere else. Strike that balance. Yeah, they're really good at it, honestly. Like, having played... love my shirt. Thank you. I got it at Spencer's. God damn it. But, like... It should be that way. I remember when the new Forza was coming out, some people were like, I need it to be more hardcore and be, like, more wheel-focused. I'm like, they will not sell any video games. Absolutely not gonna sell any video games if they do that. They're like, oh, you don't know. There's, like, Sims and stuff. I'm like, that's true, but, like, think about what made... GT's like this, too. Think about what made them popular, right? Especially the newer ones. Like, yes, I can play this on a wheel, but I can also play it on a controller and have just as much fun. If you want to be like, esports, yes, the wheel's probably the way to go. But if you just want to, like, drive, there's nothing stopping you from just using a controller forever. I think it was just like a track toy, yeah. But cannot confirm. Brain small. On FD's new stuff, we talked about it a bit before you got here. The TLDR is I'm gonna save my judgment for, like, after I watch it for the first time, but it's not necessarily good news. It just seems like it's going to keep the people who don't do very well towards the back and make the show even worse. But I could be wrong. It could be dope. I don't know. But the more FD's like, hey, you know this thing that works? We're just going to make it totally different for no reason. I'm like, man, I should just watch Drift Masters. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this whole new qualifying thing wouldn't be an issue if they just never went to one qualifying run per car, but hey. Hey! You fat fuck. Thank you. I think so too. Weasel's just too light. I can probably go on a more aggressive tire, honestly. Oh my god, where am I going? But I'm not, like, immediately anti. You know what I mean? I'm not immediately like, this is going to be terrible. It could be great. It could be shit. So we'll see. I'm not holding my breath, though. That's a lot for a bike. Zipster. El Zippo. Oh, no, 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 no. We're fine. Out of the way, ugly. If you want to 100% this game, K-Fape, it's going to take a while. I really thought that this was going to... Oh, goodbye. I thought this was going to be a 70, 80-hour game, and that's what I was prepared for. And then I was doing the math. I'm like, it's basically an hour per percentage. And that's not counting retries and, like, stuff I get stuck on. And there's stuff to do in the arcade mode as well that is going to add time to it. This will be the longest Let's Play I've ever done by the time we're done. And that's not including the endurances. Oh my god, it like hooked on the curb. The super... Oh my god. Sure. Okay, that could have went worse. The super licenses and the rally licenses to gold them were hard. Out of the first 3 games, I still think the license tests in 2 were... Some of them were way harder, but on average, this game was way more difficult. Like, for the most part, this game was way harder. I may have got that backwards. I'm trying to somewhat focus on what I'm doing. I figure that, Weasel, because we got rated the other day, but the guy was like, everything on PAL is harder. Kappa, 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 kappa. I was like, okay, cool, dude. I don't really care. Congratulations. The place you live has harder challenges. Good, cool, nice. But he kept mentioning the time trials in arcade mode. He's like, you're gonna do those, right, Kappa? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay. I figured it was gonna be hard. I think GT2 has like harder license tests, but I struggled with almost every single one, especially the rally ones and especially the super license. Like, I didn't just get a couple first try. I got none first try. They all took a ton of retries. They all took a ton of extra replays. After like the second novice license, when I got to IB and IA, nope, everything took multiple tries. It was only like a handful, like 4 or 5, but I feel like in Gran Turismo 2 with like challenges and stuff, for every like one that really sucked, I'd get 1 or 2 that were first tries. Yeah, they're like wave dash shit on the dirt, which doesn't make any sense at all, but makes sense within the game. Like, it was very hard to... Even once I figured that out, it didn't really make anything easier. I think this car is on a softer tire. But it might pit. I don't know. I am nibbling away at the gap. If I keep doing these laps, I will catch it. Oh my god. I think the weight reduction was a bad idea. It feels like it's too late now. Like every curb, every bump, it's just like, goodbye. I'm coming to get you. I'm now thinking that this thing is gonna have to pit. I think it's tires. Oh yeah, he's sliding all over the place. He says while also sliding all over the place. Good news, we've absolutely whacked off the rest of the field. Like, it is not even close. I think the Lotus is going to pit. It's going to be within the next 2 laps. I'm having the same issue, but it's catching me off less. I'm here. This will be fun if this is how close the races are going to be. If it pits, well, I mean, even if it pits, it's still fun up until that point. So long, idiots. Oh, hello. Who do you think you are, I am? Love this Twitch chat. Very big fan of this Twitch chat. This is back from the dead. Dale? You're pitting now, right? Nope. I was sure it was going to pit. Oh my god, hello! I got drop kicked. I wish I could skip ahead in the replay. I want to know what happened there. The AI attempted to yeet. He knew he was like, it's Jover. I'm gonna send it. Israel, you're not wrong. The song sounds familiar besides the fact that, like, I've heard it before. I'm like, this sounds like another song. I just figured it out. Well, you figured it out. Gigabyte SSD. Oh, old Windows. I was like, what are you going to do with 32 gigs? Old Windows. That makes more sense. I'm like butterflies. Oh, he don't know. It's just like a word. I'm sober. I thought you said T-Pain in the car. I'm like, he does do that. That is a thing that he does. You're pitting now, right? You crazy son of a bitch. If it stays out the whole race, this is actually going to be close. I think I'm a little faster. But not by much. Like, if I nail a lap, I'm way quicker, but the car's so hard to drive. It feels like the tires are way skinnier than they should be. Which, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but to have that detail of feedback of a PS2 game is kind of crazy. Like, What GT3 and 4 were able to do in terms of like their physics are kind of nuts for the time when you think about it. There's games now that feel worse than this. They've had so much more time. I think, yeah, GT4 had fuel consumption. I watched the Paraglider video on like the evolution of pit stops in Gran Turismo, and I noticed that. It also has nitrous, which is hilarious. Weird, I'd give you mod, but there's the implication. You understand. 2 butter, 2 goat. It's my favorite movie. Thank you for the follow. The butter goat. The goat with the butter on him. I'm so excited for the wrestle. I've never been to a wrestle before. I've been invited to go to like our local indie a ton. I was like, eh. So I feel like everybody there, it's like going to a small like show, like a music. I don't want to make friends. I just want to go watch a wrestle and leave. I don't want to like people come up to me and go, "It's your first time here?" I'm like, oh, I don't want to make conversation. I'm shy. Leave me alone. Yeah, but I feel like the people who go to indies here are probably super passionate about it, and rightfully so. And I kind of just want to go watch a wrestle and go, woo, and then leave. Like, I don't want random people. So here's what gave me, like, the bad juju, and I'm sure this dude just meant well, but it made me anxious to want to actually go to a C4 show. Some dude in the Walmart near my house saw me in a Macho Man Randy Savage shirt. Went, oh, you like wrestling? Pulled me aside in line and like, started trying to shoot the shit. And at that point, I was not following wrestling actively. I just thought, ooh, yeah, Macho Man was funny.
He's pulling his cock out.
I thought I was going to read the faces. I'm disappointed. I thought we were going to hear like... We didn't hear any of that. Thank you, Kami, for the $1 either way. My man found the hack. You want unlimited text-to-speech. It will cost you $1 Canadian. That is 70-something US cents. The rear tires are cooked. One match for the show. Is it a big one? Again, don't spoil it, but is it like large? I would assume it's large. Isra, I was going there without knowing the card, to be fair. It just would have been nice. Reaper, I would want my first time going to just be like left alone. Like let me watch the wrestle. Let me go, that was cool. And like if I bring a friend, maybe like let me talk back and forth with my friend and leave. I don't want to be approached. I don't want to be spoken to. But again, I feel like if you go to a small indie, people are like, it's not out of bad, what do you call it? It's not out of like negativity or anything. It's like, holy shit, new people at our thing. New people at our thing. It's like when I notice new people going to the Pixel, I always try to go say hi because I'm drunk, and that's what I do. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to talk to you. And again, this dude that pulled me aside and like asked me a bunch of questions about current day wrestling, like he expected me. I was wearing a Macho Man shirt. He's like, you know stuff about New Japan, right? I'm like, actually, I don't. I do not, actually. The Elise did not pit. I'm gasted. Alright, 10-4. I'm gonna watch it after, so. We are approaching late. I'm cooking dinner tonight, so I don't want to be up too late. Yeah, I guarantee you I'm overthinking it, but it doesn't make the feeling go away. Again, I'm pretty, like, this dude had all the good intentions in the world. I'm not like, oh, he talked to me in public about wrestling. It's cringe. I know of Takahashi, actually. For once. Also, I feel like indies where you are and indies where we are like two different sizes. Roussel, bienvenue. Welcome to THRUSTMASTER of the grand variety.
Holy shit!
Oh my heck, another month.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks for coming from Russell Street. I hope you had a good night. Go follow Russell, or I'll not poop on the floor and not blame it on you. Smile. Connor Lee TV, thank you for the follow as well. Or do the best of the best. Someone lied right to your face. Right to your face. If this is your first time here, I play racing games of all sorts. From Sims to arcade games, from new to old, everything in between. We are on twitch.tv/iRacing today, crashing in LMP2. And then I chose to spend my evening playing this. So it's been a good day. We're doing professional league stuff now. Oh, about to go 3 wide. Never mind. Maybe. Never mind. But if you want to hang out for a bit, I appreciate it. If not, thanks for supporting Russell. Russell's good people. Thank you, Aaron. Flash, dude. So they had me in the LMP2. They had Casey Kerwin in the GTP, and then Morad in the GT3. So I think everybody was in the car that made sense. And I went, if you would have put me in the GTP, bad things would have happened. And I talked to Casey about it a little bit. He's like, yeah, it's hard. It's very hard to drive. And I'm like, if Casey's saying it's hard, it must be borderline impossible. The dude's a nut. He's like, yeah, it takes forever for the tires to warm up. I'm like, first of all, never thought of that. I kept crashing within 2 laps and just rage quitting. Yeah, I'm playing on a PS2 as well, which is nuts. Granted, my capture setup for PS2 is a bit, like, over the top, but... Well, I've done, like, thousands of laps in a GTP in the drive. Not quickly, to be fair. But I've done Daytona once solo in the BMW. So I felt like, oh, I'll figure this out. No. Did GT2 have the 1080p support? So it does, kind of. In a race, like right now, I could put it in 1080p, or not 1080p, but 16:9, and it would look great. But all the menus are stretched out. You're not in trouble at all, Connor. Me and the Forza franchise have a history. It just seems every time somebody brings Forza up, I just go off on a tangent and bitch about it for like an hour. And there are people out there that are enjoying the new motorsport that are enjoying Horizon, and I just want to ruin their good time by being a whiner. Again, chat's allowed to talk about it. I just don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I know there are people here who actively play motorsport, actively play Horizon, and I don't want to sit here for an hour and a half complaining about how everything sucks. If that makes sense. Yeah, you're not in trouble. You're not in jail. You're fine. But, I forgot what I was saying now. I lost it. Oh, yeah. So if I go to, like, the regular menus, it will display in 1080 or in 16:9, but nothing is scaled properly. Only the car and the in-game UI are scaled properly. So I was like, do I want to play this game in 16:9 when like 80% of it is going to look stretched and stupid? Or do I want to play it in 4:3 where it's all at its native resolution and looks the way it's supposed to look? So I'm playing it in 4:3. It's a minor complaint, and I don't think it would have bothered any of you. It would have bothered me. So if I do ever, and I want to, but it's just going to take ages. If I do ever play GT4, it has native like 1080i support, and I will be able to play that in 16:9 with no issue on console. It's just all the menus all look stretched and awful because they didn't scale them properly for 16:9. The cars and the actual racing looks fine. Everything else looks stupid. So it was a minor issue, but it would have bothered me. What's up, Jay? I mean, Aaron, I'll experiment with it when the time comes. I experimented with this before I did the first day of streaming. Apparently not enough because the aspect ratio was broken on day one, but hey, whatever. Hola, señor. ¿Cómo estás? Keep in mind, too, I'm using like an upscaler and a bunch of other stuff, so that might help or hinder. I couldn't believe there's a 16:9 mode in this. I know this game wasn't a launch title, but it was pretty close to. There is. I own one. Is World Driver Championship has 16:9 support. It's not good at all, but it's there. And I remember when we were playing it on stream, it kept resetting the capture card. I think I fixed that issue. It was a setting in the retro tank. It's a certain, like, it makes the quality of the capture look slightly better, but anytime the resolution changes, it's like, I don't know what to do, and then panics for a minute. It was a late release on the 64, to be fair. Yeah, it's got like black bars on the bottom. It's not great. And it doesn't change the resolution. It just changes the, like, display. It's not incredible. The fact that it's there is still like, what? But yeah, and I figured out why that wasn't working properly. It's like I set something to triple buffer when I shouldn't have set something to triple buffer. That may be the setting that fixes it or the one that breaks it. I don't remember. Brain small, cock small, Hotel Trivago. Russ, I don't know if you're still here, but I don't know what you're doing tonight. I hope it was fun. If it wasn't fun, I'll beat up whoever made it not fun. And I was really quick about it when they showed up, but if you do not follow Russell, if you like this community, you will like that one. Same sort of idea, different racing games. A lot more of current Forza stuff, so if you're into that too. I really fuck with people that like to make people feel welcome. And like, I like the vibe there. It's very similar to here. We're a little bit more unhinged. Less barking. Or meowing or whatever it is that foxes do. I don't fucking know. Aaron, I've had the very real thought of trying to find a CRT that's like see-through, you know what I mean? And playing all of my retro games, like sending it into the capture card, high def, and then descaling it to run 4x3 on a CRT. Just to fucking be obnoxious. What's the fox say? Come. I love that chicane. It's so good. Nice Carola. Typo, rattle 'em, boys! I have a CRT in the other room. I've been meaning to give it to Super Rad. He's like, can I have your CRT? I'm like, yeah, just come get it. He's like, yep. And then we just never text each other again. And then the cycle will repeat about 3 months later. Shout out to Super Rad Lemon, by the way, on YouTube. He's playing through every N64 game right now. I told him when he gets to San Francisco Rush that we should speedrun race. Yeah, that fucking dummy, I like that guy. He's cool people. He does a lot of really long retrospective stuff on YouTube of like RPGs and JRPGs and stuff. He's got like a 4-hour, actually I think it's longer than that, retrospective of Fallout New Vegas. If you like stuff like that, go check him out. Aaron, you should go to prison for that. Yeah, I was like, hey, let me know when you're playing San Francisco Rush, because I'll speedrun race you. Because I speedrun that game and he doesn't, so I think it'd be really funny to see, like, how much the difference is. He's on Bomberman. He's been doing this for months. It's gonna be a minute. What are you talking about? Oh, Aaron? Okay. Welcome to 30. It's much like 20, just with a different number in front of it. He is going alphabetically, yes, Andy. I thought, like, I thought he was going to have a different order to it, and then I looked at, like, what he's been playing and what he played. Yeah. He was playing, like, Batman and stuff for a bit. And I think he played Blast Corps. No, he wouldn't have played Blast Corps yet. Yeah, he did. No, he did. He just streams in the afternoons where I'm sleeping. I may be 30, but I have the sleep schedule of, like, a 19-year-old that just got out of high school and was like, wait a minute, I can go to bed whenever I want? It's me. I stay up cranking my hog until 4 in the morning. Then I wake up at 2 in the afternoon and go, where'd my day go? You play Beetle. It's actually bananas how underrated that game is. It's like a silly Need for Speed game. It's so good. I've played through it on stream before, twice. And both times, I was like, this is way better than I remember it being. The late game stuff is a bit stupid, but what game isn't? Cranking my hog. Dude, it's quiet at night. The lights are down. It's past midnight. My roommates are asleep. Rob comes downstairs to the kitchen, which is 1 floor above mine, to get some water. And all he hears is... It's me. It's cranking my hog. Harley Davidson. You look like you could use a wallet. Would you like a wallet? Dallas Solad. Perhaps. Hey, my good friend Hurt Life is on that track. My close personal friend, Hertruch Eugene Jr. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about this because it is just negative, but I feel like I'd be remiss to not say something. I had a crumb of hope that New Hoonigan wasn't going to be like a total bastardization of what it used to be, because Zach was still there. Zach is gone now. Literally, the entire team is gone. All of them. While you're driving Lime, don't be sour about it. I said, you know what? I guess Zach will stay there and get the bag. And he was like, yeah, I'm leaving. Dude, Hurt was just like the Ice Cube. He just saw the writing on the wall before everyone else did and got the fuck out of there. Oh, I thought he was just doing commercials for them, Pop, but I guess he does work there. I thought he was just, you know, like a side gig. He only posted 2 days ago that he's officially left. Yeah, that's... And then again, I'm like, well, maybe I'm just overthinking this. Maybe I'm making an mountain out of a molehill. And then I saw on Hoonigan's Instagram, like, hey, we just started Hoonigan Motorsport. Follow us over there. When it turns out that account was actually the Hoonigan Racing Division that they got rid of, renamed to Rotiform Motorsport, and now named it back to Hoonigan Motorsport. Like, oh my God, here we go. To be fair, Sub, it had already begun. I think that was just some really unfortunate timing. Like the sale to Wheel Pros and stuff, it was already gonna happen. You know what I mean? I think from what I know, like this was gonna happen with or without Ken. Him passing away is just like a very unfortunate like shark jumping moment. Where after that there was nobody really standing in the way. Not that I don't think he could have done much anyway. But people, I think Hurt had already left the company, right? I think? Yeah, Ken was out just doing his own thing. Yeah, Kakawa. He's like, fuck this. I come into work every day, and this beast of a man just bullies me for 8 hours a day and flicks me in the ear and shit and calls me his friend, but I don't believe him. I don't know what he's doing with his life. I loved Kakawa. He was such a good straight man. Everyone else around him was like... Kakawa's like, you guys are all fucking nuts. What are you doing? I love Kakawa because he was corpo. He was the only corpo person in that whole building. Mitch, I treat it like Car Rooster Teeth. There was a bunch of cool people just doing weird shit in their little office. And then it got to a point where they got money so they could do cooler shit. And you're like, oh, this is awesome. This is really cool. Like, now this company of, like, weirdo people that I liked has money behind them. Look at all this cool shit they can do. And at a certain point, you know, when you have that much money involved, unfortunately, the people giving you the money want to say. And that's when things change. It's very much, I think, a don't be sad because it's over, just smile because it happened type thing, but... that company will not exist. And it's, like, every Instagram post is just comments of, like, dead brand, or, like, how, like, this is... no matter how good the post is, there's not a whole lot of nice things being said on their Instagram. And I know that's only one place, but... Drew butt back OMG Drift. He's tried a couple times. I just don't think his heart's in it anymore. I think he just wants to do his own thing and not have to worry about being a brand. I still want to... my friend works at Zoomies, and I want to go in there and get a bunch of clothes and stuff. Like clothes, not like Donut Media specific or AdamLZ specific stuff. Not that I wouldn't buy AdamLZ stuff or Donut stuff, to be fair. I like Donut. Not my favorite channel in the world, but I like Donut. I like the people behind it more than the videos. Okay, I'm not touching that one. But I want to get a KB Forever 43 ever license plate because they sell them at the Zoomies. Nah, Kakawa's like the older guy who just fucking hated being there, but like it was like the dad that's like fed up with your shit but smiling in the back of his head that you're just being dorks. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Kakawa was part of the... yeah, I mean, but like Donut's been a content farm, which is, I don't say as a slur, and I don't say there's like anything negative. It's just, they have meetings about what YouTube videos they're gonna make in a week. Like they have to have like minimum outputs. Like they've been a business for a long time. It'd be cool if they did up to speed and stuff again, but like I like the people behind it. What's MCM up to lately? They just blew up an up. MCM is still very active. I still, like... that's still a channel I watch very regularly. not all their stuff is like they try to do a lot because I guess it airs on Discovery there now, so they do like have bits, like little bits, but for the most part their shit's kind of just gotten better. They've not unchanged. Yeah, I guess they never sold up GTIs in Australia, so the most recent thing they've done was GTI swapping a regular up, and now they're building up a Copen to race it. Yeah, I don't know about recently, Pop, because again, I don't really watch much anymore. Because I remember the whole Donut v. Alexi thing. Well, I'm making it sound worse than what it was. It was they used an Alexi video after he had specifically told them not to, and was pissed off about it. But it's been years since then, and they caught, I mean, not a whole lot of shit, but like within the community they caught shit for that. So I hope they're still not doing that. I mean, to be fair, like, video essays like that are just taking a Wikipedia article and verbosing it. I mean, they did do interviews and stuff, I think, but for the most part, it's taking info that's already out there. The Virgin Gaming guys? Colt? What is that? I don't know what that stands for. I don't think I was correct. I think I was wrong. I might need some help on this one. Citation needed. Thanks. Vice Grip Garage? Oh shit, I know Vice Grip Garage. Who the fuck do they work with? Junkyard Digs. Not all the time, but I got into Junkyard Digs for a while. But for better or for worse, that dude does minimal editing, and all of his videos are like an hour long. But yeah, that's why, Pop, that's why I said they're kind of like car YouTuber Rooster Teeth. Like, if you think of early Hoonigan, it had the same sort of, like, obviously it wasn't the same content. But it had the same sort of vibe early on where it was just a bunch of weirdos in their office filming random shit. Maybe it was planned out, and, like, obviously the daily transmissions were planned out. But it never felt that way, you know what I mean? It felt like we were there with them, just kind of goofing off, hanging out. And then they got money. And they started doing bigger projects and cooler shit, like building cars and whatever. You're like, wow, this is awesome. And then the people who sent that money were like, no, we want to say in shit now. And things changed slowly over time. And the original cast started leaving. And the cast that stayed there was like, no, it's not changed. It's the same. It's still the same stuff as before, but it's not, but it is, but it isn't. Yeah, but I mean, it went from that to like, hey, we need to go film this shoot and do this. Like, it got more really serious. So I hate drag racing. Another thing that I think hurt them too is they took, everything was posted on the one channel, right? So like, if you didn't like a car build, then something like one of Larry's but one of Larry's like videos came out the next day. Like, no matter what you were into, if you watched Hoonigan, like, you got something. And then they split everything up. And I guess they did that thinking there would be more revenue, but for me, I'm like, you just split your audience. So the people who only want to watch car builds are never going to like, I wonder what's going on the main channel, and like see if this versus that and go, oh, I think I'm interested, I'll watch this. Like, it works for some stuff, but when they're like, yeah, we're going to like split all of our shit up into like 3 different channels. I'm like, I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, I'm not a business owner. And definitely it's like taking content and moving it to another channel is not unheard of, but it definitely changed once they split everything up. Yeah, like a main channel and then a second channel for like, hey, this weird thing happened in the office and we just happen to have a GoPro. Here you go. Like that's enough. We don't need fucking 4 different YouTube channels for the same brand. It's kind of dumb. Oh, I poo from there. Also, I mean, like just like Rooster Teeth, I think they undervalued how important the personalities were to the website and to the content versus the things they were doing. Like, I don't give a shit who these people are and this versus that. I really don't. I don't care. And I don't mean like the cast members. I mean the people showing up to drag race their cars. I don't care who they are. When they did like build series and stuff and they had a drag race at the end or something, you got to know people and care. It was the human element that made it better. I don't know. There's definitely some things they could change and work, but with the whole with Zach leaving, I don't know anybody left there in terms of like a personality. So it's almost worse than Rooster Teeth. So at least Rooster Teeth had a couple of people still there. But now it's like, I guess Gary, but Gary also left for reasons. And Brad, they both left and came back for different reasons, which are not public, I don't think. And even then, that's like hearsay. You know what, Sub? I don't need or want receipts for that, but couldn't tell you if that's surprising. That does not surprise me at all. Yeah, Brad's been back. I don't know if he left again, but Brad's been back. A creator having multiple channels can work if the multiple channels are focused on different subjects, dank pods, and garbage time. For example, one is music adjacent, the other is not going to be shit pods, cars, wildly different content with a similar vibe. Yeah, I don't want to repeat anything that I've been told or heard. So none of it's been like is public. But you ever notice how like both Brad and Gary kind of left and nobody really said anything? And they both just kind of disappeared and then came back later on after new management. Could be a coincidence. I'm not saying anything. Allegedly, perhaps. I don't want to get in trouble. But heck of a coincidence, isn't it? Gary has been subscribed to me on YouTube since 2015. Welcome to the modern age, Mitch. Welcome to growing up. Is seeing everybody that you ever looked up to just kind of end up being a piece of shit. Well, allegedly. I'm not good. I do not like speaking about politics at all, but Travis took a picture with Mr. President the other day. Saw that one coming. It still hurt. Saw that one coming. I don't know what Gary did. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that one. Yeah, those are his words, not mine. I figure with all the Black Rifle Coffee stuff, it kind of, I figured it was coming, but I still like, damn, man. Which president? You know that one president that people still say is the president, even though he's very not much the president anymore? That one? Yeah, that guy, and then Barstool guy, who is also not really known for being one of the most outstanding human beings. Like, oh, that's nice. But, like, a week... Well, I don't know. I don't want to get too more into it. I didn't even want to bring it up, and then I was like, well... Yeah, I mean, people get sponsored by crypto stuff, and they don't really care, give a shit or how it works. We're like, okay, I'll take the money. So I should just copiumed him, like, maybe it's just a sponsorship. That's all it is. And then I went on Travis's Instagram 2 days ago. And I was like, well, you know, I've known people who've taken pictures with that former president and just, like, not really looked into their politics and thought he was just a silly little dude and don't really lean either way. And we're just like, well, I don't know. I was there. I'm going to take a picture. But in the description, he refers to him as Mr. President, even though he is currently, as you'll note, not the president. I went, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it makes me a little bit harder to believe that this was just a funny coincidence. Everything I've ever done is well documented on the internet. I can hide nothing even if I wanted to. I mean, Aaron, you're not wrong, but with the connotation and everything that's, like, with that human, and how there is a large group of people who do not believe that human lost the election, I find that harder to believe. Either way, I just said sigh and, like, close the app. Like, I didn't, you know, go on a tirade about it, you know what I mean? Dude, I've heard good things about Larry. Good for him. Man, take picture real good. Yeah, no one gives away YouTube channels. Oh, hey, that car I already have, and it's slightly better color. I really don't think that Larry understands how to be fake. I don't think he gets it. I don't think that's in his chemical makeup. Like, he's just a dork, compliment, non-derogatory. Like, he just loves the shit that he loves and nerds out over the shit that he likes. Ooh. Ooh, Mantug? Montang? I'm gonna look through my FRs and see what we've got. Tank, funny, no. Chat, I'm kind of sad. I thought that golding all the licenses would get us exclusive cars. And maybe it's exclusive colors, But with the amount of dupes we've been getting, I'm a little sad. Spontaneously combust. Again, I don't want to get super into... I can. I went to school for journalism. Like, I can get very political, and I do have opinions, right? But I think it's a pretty lukewarm take to say I don't think people in their 60s and 70s should be building a world for people in their 20s and 30s. I would not trust my mother or my grandmother to make decisions with my best interests, and I love both of them dearly. They're not some, like, craggedy old dudes that smell like old cabbage and medicine. You know what I mean? I think that's a pretty lukewarm take. Like, obviously, I don't think we should have 15-year-olds wanting the government, but, like, 30, 40... I kind of want to get a car for this. Special colors. I thought you'd get, like, cars. Well, I guess you can't buy the Vanquish, to be fair. But I was avoiding the prize cars for the... I was avoiding the prize cars for the... Fuck my brain, dude. That was not a that was not an invitation for blowjobs. Unless you have boobs. Then we can work something out. But I thought there'd be, like, special cars that you can only get for, like, license challenges and stuff. And there are some, but not that many. Not as many as I thought. AC's crashed. Dude, I'm fucking dumb, man. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you guys this. It's not a bit. I'm stupid by accident. Like, check Toyota. I don't have a lot of American stuff because I've been using the PT Cruiser, right? The old Brewski. Political blowjobs. Honestly, we should use cocksucking as currency. The world would be a better place, and I will stand by this. My old roommate had one of these. These were cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not getting into it. I agree with you, Mitch. I'm not getting into it. Do they have the... No, just the GTR one. Do they have the like, street Esperante? They do not. V6 Accord, but better. Yeah, pretty much. Because I still had my V6 Accord at the time. And I was like, this is basically the same thing, right? He's like, yeah, the interior is beautiful compared to mine. Not that mine was bad. And I forget. He's like, yeah, you can. This is basically the same engine, just you have to change this one thing, and I forget what that one thing was. VIP might not be a terrible idea. I mean, it is a terrible idea, to be fair, but this is my Viper color. I did win a cool Viper, but this one's cooler. Vance. Lance Vance. Tank is fucking upset. You have made the catapult mad. He is swinging at clouds right now. Tank is... He's coming and he's pissed. Hate you. Thank you, Aaron_CB. Did know CB standing for cool boy. Please! No. Fucking hate fun. I see now. Though. That sounds stupid. Let's do it. This is either going to make it sound great or... It was meant to be! It was meant to be! I'm leaving this to the end, by the way. I'm going to do GT World Championship and then do Formula GT at the end. Another thing I'm trying to do, too, is save all the, like, 10 race championships to the end. Spaghetti. You guys having fun? Enjoying yourselves? Daryl is in a loving relationship. He just likes margaritas and likes going to Applebee's a little bit much. Vance, on the other hand, smokes menthol cigarettes and hangs outside of high schools. I'm not proud of that, but also am I wrong? I do not enjoy this lore. However, it is correct. Like, whatever you guys are picturing is exactly what's in my head. That's what he'd be a prank YouTuber. Like a post-2020 prank YouTuber. Like, he stabs somebody, and then when they're like, why would you stab me? He just goes, it's just a prank, bro. Tee-hee-hee. And then runs off into the distance. I saw a prank, like, in a short the other day that was very, like, not awful. And I forget, because it was, like, in direct response to what you just said. Like, not awful and toxic. Like, just guys being dudes. I forget what it was. And every comment was like, look, you don't have to, like, spit in somebody's face and go, it's just a prank, bro, for it to be a prank. Look what these guys did. And I really wish I could remember what it was. Shitbird, I love that. Oh, is that video where that one dude just gets fucking cranked by that dude? It looks like a fridge. Are you talking about what I think you're talking about? Like, the kid's not even involved anymore. It's just one other kid and the bodyguard. And the kid's like, you came up to us, and the bodyguard just went, yeah, I've had enough, and it just knocks his fucking teeth in for no reason? Okay. Like, tell me you're on roids and you have a small cock without telling me you're on roids and you have a small cock. The Griffith is in first? I was going to get a TBR for the other race. This is basically an American TBR, if you think about it. Yeah, the kid was also, like... I mean, I watched the clip out of context, so take it with a grain of salt. But the kid also looked like he was trying to de-escalate the situation. Like, clearly the parties on the left were upset. And the kid was like, yeah, but you came up to us, though. Like... And then all of a sudden, night, bam! Like... Good night, Kami. Have a good one, my dude. Is it American TBR? All right, let me really simplify it and see if I'm still off, like, off brand for that. I guess Dodge is a big manufacturer. I just think in the sense of, like, tons of power, very quick straight line speed, but, like, handfuls in the corners and very difficult to drive and will probably fall apart. Lurdies in German. Gadies in Lettleman. I'm going to see how many Vipers can hold me. 1 Viper. Holy shit. 2 Vipers. Anyway. I have heard that this car drives like absolute doo-doo water and will kill you. But if I had an infinite amount of disposable income, I'd buy the shit out of one of these. I like the first gen more than the GTS, but that could just be because I liked it on Gran Turismo 2. The more I look at this Viper, I'm like, oh, the like little spoiler, it looks really cool. But I sat as a child in an original RT10. Nope, still having issues. Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. I'd love an RT10. I don't know if it's visually aged as gracefully as the GTS has. But I still, well, I don't have it. My uncle has the picture. But when I went to the Molson Indy as a kid in like 2002, I sat in a gray Viper RT10 and like held the steering wheel. And I'm pretty sure that's when my cock awoke from its slumber. It was like, hey, I'm just going to get stiff now, randomly, inconvenient times, and I'm going to pee, but it's not pee, and if you pee in the wrong person, a child will come out. And I was like 6. I was like, okay. I remember how old I was. Not old. Less than 10. But I do think that was the catalyst to growing my first pubic hair, yes. You know what? I'm not the biggest Dodge fan. Like, not for any particular reason. Like, their cars just kind of don't do anything for me. But I do appreciate that we had a long time of Chrysler just going, you know what? Fuck it, and just doing shit. Like, that era lasted a lot longer than it had any right to. That's another, like, I am not sad because it's over. I smile because it happened. A lot better. Can you not fan mod? Was the PS4 like not working properly, or is it just getting hot? I've never had an issue with a console like that. I want to fan mod the PS2 just because it's a little loud, and I think it'd be a fun project, but not because I need to. Yeah, SRT-10's so fucking stupid. I bet you they sold all of 6 of those. It made no sense. But somebody in a boardroom was like, you know what? Fuck it. And I like that. I don't know who that was, but I hope they're having a good night. I don't know what human being was responsible for that. But I hope they're having a good night. Yeah, remember that one time they're like, what if we sold a street car with like 1 billion horsepower? And they're like, yeah, why not? Shit, let's see what happens. And then almost single-handedly caused the muscle car resurrection of like the 2010s. Whether you like the Hellcat or not, think about everything that spawned. And I'm not super into the new Chargers and Challengers. Again, they just do not excite my wee-wee. But everything that came from that You guys want to die? Yeah, we could make that happen. I would have loved to have written the commercial for the first Hellcat. Have you felt like, I haven't felt like dying behind the wheel of a motor vehicle lately? Well, you're in luck. Here's more power than you could ever need for your dad going to Walmart. Walmart. Next time Grandpa slips the clutch, he's going through the front door of that Hooters. Hooters. The Dodge Hellcat. Buy now or don't. We don't give a shit. And there's like explosions and like a generic like metal riff in the background. Like, why were all of the first Hellcat commercials not just fucking, like, cable access TV monster truck rally commercials? Sunday, 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 be there while your local Dodge dealer starts on the first Hellcat. Kid stickers are just $10. I'm just like, how are you having temp issues on it? I've never owned a PS4 Pro, to be fair, but... Dude, as soon as the Italians bought them out, they're like, sick, we can do dumb shit again. Giuseppe doesn't give a fuck, boys. Also, Italians buying Dodge did not know that that was going to work out as well as it did. So it's like, oh, it's like Fiat and shit, right? So somebody who ate 2 glazed donuts for breakfast walked into a boardroom with a bunch of Italians and went, what if we made this fucking brick do 200 miles an hour? And at first you would go, that's stupid. Why would you do that? We should be focusing on selling cars. And then you remember they're Italian, and they probably looked at it and went, why not? Like, it's like, in hindsight, it wasn't that bad of an idea. PS4 Pro. I honestly don't know a damn thing about him. I just figured, like unless you're using it heavily or there's dust in it or, like, some sort of issue, there shouldn't be... Or if it's in, like, a well-ventilated area, you shouldn't have issues with consoles unless something's inherently wrong. But PS4 Pros are not new anymore, to be fair. Viper, where they couldn't fucking sell any of them, so they dropped every model like by $20,000-$40,000 to try and sell it. Like I'm glad that like Dodge remained stupid for as long as they did. Like Chevy and Ford are like, no, we're adults now. We have a board of directors. We need to sell cars. And Dodge was like, yeah, that sounds boring though. like unfortunately, it did cause some financial turmoil, but it was funny. Like, I respect that. Like, real good Californian wine. You should try this here, Giuseppe. My name is Luigi. All right there, spaghetti linguine. Just get some of these down here. We'll talk business. Dude, I cut my leg off for a Magnum. My uncle had one. They were so fucking cool. Using a wheel for GT3. We talked about it a bit, Alex. I don't know if you were here. But, firstly, I'm way too far into the playthrough now. But I did consider it. But to use the wheel that would be compatible for my PlayStation, I would have to pull my wheel and pedals off of my racing rig and put my old one on. That is a huge pain. So I can't move my rig easily. So I'd have to get my roommate to come down here, pick my rig up, and back it all the way up. There is no cable management behind this rig at all. There's wires everywhere. Crawl underneath the pedal deck, unscrew the pedals, get my roommate to help me pull the wheel off, put the new wheel and pedals on, stream. Then maybe I'll need my good wheel the next day. Then I'll have to do the whole... It's just too much of a headache. I would have loved to, but there's no way, as far as I know, to use a modern wheel on a play... Oh, I'm dead. There's no way to use this wheel on an older console. I have a drive hub, so I can use... This is an Xbox wheel. I could use this on a PlayStation 4 or like a modern console. I tested it with the PS2. It does not work, unfortunately. It would have been cool... and I said to you, if I end up playing GT4, I want to do all of the 24-hour races like myself. Like, I'm not going to B-spec it, and I think it would make it more fun to do on a wheel. But, yeah, it was just way too many hoops to jump through. I could have tried to play it, like, clamped on my desk, which is not impossible, but then how am I going to get the game feed over there properly? And I'd love a Magnum, though. I'd still like a Magnum. It'd be weird, because I'd own a car named Magnum and then have to unzip my pants and go, yeah, that's not what that is, but I still want one. Has everybody here seen the video of the SRT4 swap Grand Caravan? If you haven't, you have homework tonight. Did the Griffith either died or pit? Yeah, Dorset, you're gonna want to look that up. It just fries the tire. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Like, it still looks like a bag of shit, too. Like, it's rusted and falling apart. And you just hear bum 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 bum, and the van does a burnout. The whole fucking street. It's so... Excuse me, Greg, in your New Balance shoes you bought at Walmart. Get the fuck out of here in your Wrangler jeans, you fucking Cars and Coffee looking ass bitch. Like, nobody fucking cares that that's the only one in silver that was sold on a Tuesday. In an automatic with red trim that your wife hates. Why don't you wing-a-dinga these nuts, pal, okay? This isn't about you. You just saved tires. All right. The right front was a lot more dead than I thought it was going to be. Oh, the Griffith. I don't know if the Griffith pitted or died. I didn't notice it crash, but... All right, this is the last series I'm going to do tonight, just for transparency's sake. It's midnight-ish. I think it's time to go get some rice in the rice cooker. Making stir fry tonight. You guys coming for dinner or what? There'll be lots. I'll have plenty. Pop, imagine that with every cool rear-wheel drive car. That's what living in Canada and or the Rust Belt is like. I'm making stir fry tonight. It's good. It's a really basic recipe, but it's still like good for a weeknight. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But like, people treat Miatas like that here. NA Miata, 25 grand, no lowballers. I know what I have. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite ways to make a weeknight dinner that's like cooked fresh and not pre-cooked. I just go find a cheap cut of beef anywhere. It doesn't have to be, like, good, as long as it's beef and says beef on it. Or it could be chicken or whatever. Just beef's usually cheaper. And then fried up, I got some. We're all dead. I get some frozen veggies. I've got like carrots, broccoli, and peppers in the medley that I bought. And then the sauce is just oyster sauce, soy sauce, and sesame oil. That's it. Goodbye, Sub. Nice to see you. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. See, I'll be here tomorrow, but I won't, actually. I'll be mastering thrust tomorrow, apparently. Excuse me, Nigel. Oi, what's all this then? Oh my, oh, they're all wrecking. Oh. My hamburger helper. I mean, it's not difficult. Honestly, like, quick life hack for those who are becoming adults. Obviously, cooking is difficult, right? And coming up with things to make is difficult. Get prepackaged meals, look at what's in them, and just copy that. All of a sudden, things get easy. Oh, Aaron, my roommate did HelloFresh for a couple weeks, kept all the recipe cards, and now she just buys the groceries herself. But, like, even frozen, like, microwave meals, same idea. I kept buying this chicken and marinara and broccoli, like, penne. And it's like $4. And the portions are always too small for a full meal. And I was like, why don't I just make this myself? So I would just buy a jar of marinara sauce, a bag of frozen broccoli, and, like, whatever chicken was on sale. And I could make 3 times the portions for the same, or roughly the same amount of money. Oh, it's 15 laps. Oy vey. We're crazy. Yeah, but you're like, I get that, right? But it's good inspiration because you're like, oh wow, I really like this like flavor, or I don't know if flavor's the right word, but like style of hamburger helper. You could just buy noodles and seasoning and do it yourself, and it'd probably be cheaper, if not better tasting and or healthier. Shitters. That's the most VTuber thing you've ever said, Pop, and I will not elaborate. I will elaborate as it turns out. I just picture, like, some tiny woman going, shitters, and that's all I hear in my head now. Figure out how to make lasagna? Not that hard. Not that difficult. If you want to make a good lasagna, then that's change. It's mostly just things. Like, you want to make a good lasagna, you want to boil the noodles first and, like, make your own sauce. And that could be as easy or as difficult as you want it to be. Like, you could make a good marinara or a good meat sauce that takes, like, all day. And you want good mozzarella and good, like, ricotta cheese. Or you get some jarred shit, some fucking bagged mozzarella, and you send that bitch. It doesn't matter. Just don't tell the Italians and you're good. The amount of crimes I commit against Italy in my kitchen on a nightly basis, my grandfather would be rolling in his fucking grave. Every time I feel like not getting the big pot out, so I take my pasta and I crack it, I can feel the one tear rolling down his cheek. I don't give a shit. I need to eat. This is for sustenance. I'm not impressing anybody. There is an orange cat causing problems upstairs, to be fair. The two cats here are fighting now. It's very funny. You did not miss the professional Vitz race. I forgot that existed, to be fair. I'm going in order. Skipping the championships, and I'm going in order. I'll do all the championships at the end. So that way Formula GT is the last thing that I do. We did the front-wheel drive in the PT Cruiser. That was about the most exciting thing that you missed. And we're on race 2 of 3 of the FR Challenge. Gades and Luttleman, we're going to need tires, I think. We're on lap 5, and whoa, we're halfway there. Dog elected mayor. I lost the Deep Forest race twice on tire strategy, like a buffoon. Greg, no! Okay, we're good. We did take the Escudo out for a bash, true. I forgot to change the title. I'm an imbecile. I risk it for the biscuit. Dude, it's pizza. You're fine. If it was like hot dogs, I wouldn't trust it. But pizza is like bread, cheese, and that's kind of it. And tomatoes. How even if they wanted to fuck that up, like I feel like you would notice pizza metal in it. Pizza's indestructible. Thank you, Flashhole. This has been a Flashhole update. Come back for more intellectual revelations. For breakfast. I used to play a fun game when I went to the bar once a week, and I'd get an Uber on the way home, and I'd order pizza at the exact same time. And whoever got to my house first got the bigger tip. I'd obviously tip both. I'm not a maniac, but I'd call my Uber from the bar downtown and also Uber Eats myself a pizza. I swear to God, this is relevant, Wingo. Just give me a minute. And whoever got home first got the bigger tip. So the amount of times I'd come home to a full, hot, fresh pizza, bring it up to my bed, and then wake up and there's half a pizza still in my bed. I'm like, oh, thanks, me. And just start chowing, all hungover and shit. Yeah, I've done that. I'm not proud of it. I've done it. As a kid, my mom used to give me like $50 or $60 when they'd go away for like the week on vacation. Couldn't fucking do that now. But she'd give me money to get groceries for like a weekend, right? I would go rent a bunch of video games and then just get, there was a local pizza place called Toppers that used to do what's called a Titan, and it's made for parties. Like, it's huge. And I would just eat pizza for a whole week because it was so much food, I could make it last 2 or 3 days. So, breakfast pizza, lunch pizza, dinner pizza. By day 3, I don't even want to think about pizza, but it's there. It's food. Hy-Vee, that is not in Canada. I've never been to that area of the States either. I did eat an entire pizza by myself. It was a task, but we got there. Aaron, that's a hate crime. Nick, I used to call them brocheries because I was stupid. I'd go to the grocery store, just pick up 3 different cartons of soda and snacks. And go, I don't need healthy food. I mean, I know what it is. It's just regional. I've never been out that way. My experience with the United States has been very concentrated to the East Coast and states on the coast. Like, I spent most of my time not in Canada, in Georgia, Maryland / the DC area. I've been in Vermont a little bit, and like New York State, not New York City, but state. I'm going to Texas for the first time, maybe. The trip has been canceled and brought back on a couple times, once. So I'm gonna hope for the best until I'm gonna hope for the best. Just like I did with the Atlanta trip. I didn't really believe it was happening until the tickets were bought, so we'll see. Is Cup going back to Iowa? Or am I making that up? Cool. Circles. Circles in a cornfield. Lots of circles, in fact. Left-handed circles. They're going counterclockwise. That's a really corny name. I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I miss my wife. Here, Mitch, and I know you didn't mean it like this, but here's this cool idea. You don't have to watch it. I don't understand why American Motorsports has so many hate watchers, but it's weird. So you know we are spoiled for choice when it comes to motorsport, especially at this time of year, right? Between fast, slow, 2 wheels, 4 wheels, dirt, tarmac. I don't. Thank you, man. Isn't that exhausting, though? Like, if you watch a race and you spend hours watching it and just are upset the entire time? And I'm probably not paying to watch it, but either way, like, I don't know. It's not just the Circle fans. I know it's valid. I don't know. I'm basing my opinion off of seeing the same 10 people complain about every Circle race on the Bird app every weekend. Like, you don't have to watch it, you know? You can go do something else with your time. Have you tried masturbating? Not entirely the best use of your time, but at least you have a happy ending. Unless you have, you know, health issues, and I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true at all. If you don't like what you're watching and you continue to watch it, they think they're doing something right. You are not responsible for their mistakes. Or your Drake. Dude, he's got to set time aside. That's a workout. No, Drake's got a huge dick, is what he's saying there. Drake's got a massive dingling, is what we're getting at. I didn't see that photo. I heard enough. It was one of those where, like, I was really curious as to why Drake was trending, and then I saw a bunch of pictures of, like, penis! Like, it wasn't his actual dick, but, like, people referring to that they've seen his dick. And I spent a good 10 minutes trying to find it, and went, why am I looking for this? And then I stopped. I had a moment of clarity before I dug too deep. That's smoking a lawn. As kids, we heard that if you got not paprika, nutmeg and smoked it, you'd get high. So we rolled up nutmeg in a paper towel and tried smoking it. And my one friend tried to convince us he was high the whole time. And I was like, you are not. You made that up. It's like, no, seriously, boys. I'm big, dog. I was like, no, I don't think you are. I think you're telling fibs on the internet. But it wasn't on the internet. It was in real life. So Lost Manchers. I think that's probably where I got it from. Because like everybody else at this table has inhaled. First of all, it was wrapped up in a paper towel. In a fucking Bounty paper towel. It burned in about 40 seconds. You stupid shit. Yeah. Do they call them... Is it America where they changed the name? I think so. Americans exclusive. You're not American. This isn't for you. What's a Smartie? What is a Smartie to you? Is it like a little... It's like shitty like sugar candy, right? Like basically like palated sugar. Chalk candies? All right. So there is a M&M's competitor in Canada called Smarties that is basically M&M's, but the chocolate tastes different and the candy coating is slightly different. I think they're better than M&M's and they're worth a try. So Smarties are rockets here. Every fucking Halloween, some kid would always crush up Smarties or rockets and snort them like it was some sort of drug. Every fucking year. I remember one year my friend's brother tried doing it. And this is the meanest but funniest thing I've ever seen. He goes in for a little, right? Because obviously you don't want a bunch of fucking sugar running up your nose, but also you're 10 and you think it's funny. The kid's brother, as the kid went to go, shoved his head in it. And his head came up. He started to nosebleed. He was like, oh God. And there was no sugar left on the table. Like, it probably hurt like a bitch. It was really funny, though. I would not want to be responsible for the things that I said in 2011. And I'm way... What's up? Welcome back, Leaks. And I would be... I was older than Byron in 2011. And I guarantee... I promise you... There is probably some shit out there that I've tried to delete and never could that would get me in a whole lot of trouble if it was from 2011. I would not want to be responsible for what I said, oh my God, 15 years ago. I went in and tried to clean every social media I've ever had, but like Xbox Live. I mean, like, no, but yeah. I grew up during peak Modern Warfare 2, man. I've said some unsavory shit to some very nice people. Pixie sticks? Yeah. Why did we ever eat that shit, dude? It was gross. Oh, I was like, I'm gonna lose, and then he bit. We're good. I have went to like my social media and searched keywords and cleared them multiple times. I'm sure I've missed something. I've been on the internet publicly since 2010. I'm sure if you go back and watch an old YouTube video, you'll find something. If you want to hurt me, you probably can. Oh my God, Matt Lana. Me and a couple friends used to really like Stink Meter. And used to quote Stink Meter all the time from the Boondocks. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to get into it because it's the second to last race of the night and it's a huge topic. But there's a difference between I have learned and grown from something you said in 2011 versus something you said in 2023. Boondocks. It was a really good show and really like, especially going back to watch it as an adult, all the like topical stuff and like social issues they touched on while still being funny. Like, as a kid, I was like, ha 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 ha, and then I go back and watch it as an adult and go, oh my god, they talked about everything. They held no punches. Thunder, I specifically remember, and I remember I caught trouble for it, like, at the time, but I was, like, 17, where I was parodying some people who made, like, really bad Forza Tune videos that didn't know what they were talking about, but just wanted to get videos out. And the voice that I used was problematic. The character I was playing was a problem. I think I went back and removed that video, but if I haven't, that is a perfect example of what I mean by, if you look back in my shit, you will find some stuff. But, like, that's my point, right? Not that I'm just saying that to absolve myself of guilt, but, like, I feel like I've grown. I've become a better human being. At least I've tried. At least I'd like to think so. But, like, there are people who are in their 30s in 2022 who are like, slur. And then it'll come out, like, a year later. Like, yeah, I apologize. I didn't know any better. I have learned. No, you didn't. You knew, you fucking idiot. You don't completely change your worldview in 6 months. That's not how that works, bud. Somebody from F1 Esports got in trouble today, I saw, on the Bird app. They did I don't know if it was a video game or a 3D render, but you know the funny symbol that represents the thing Germans were up to in the 40s? They remade that symbol not once but twice and put, like, dead bodies around it in 2022. And they got booted from their team today because I guess the DMs leaked. And the guy was like, I was a child. I've learned from this. I'm like, buddy, that was a year and a half ago. Did you not go to history class? Oh my God. What did you learn? I feel, maybe this is a hot take. I feel bad for kids on the internet now. I feel like the internet wasn't... I need the background of this one. I saw a tweet, and that's in the tweet. The apology was like 4 pictures long, so I didn't read it. But below the tweet was the thing that he got in trouble for, and it was literally a picture of that symbol with a dead body on top of it. I don't know if it was a 3D render or a video game screenshot. And it said, "Are you proud of me?" And I don't know who he sent it to. And then the next picture was the same symbol with surrounded by corpses. Again, I don't know if it was just like dead bodies in a video game. I don't know if it was Gmod or what it was. I saw it while I was taking a shit. I went, huh. Realized I don't really give a fuck about F1 Esports and continued on with my day. So, like here's... I almost feel bad for kids nowadays. So I don't... Maybe I'm not talking for everybody, but I think a lot of us have some shit that we probably said on the internet that we're not entirely proud of. Now that we're adults, we're like, wow, that was not my best idea. You know, if everything I said in Modern Warfare 2 would have been recorded, like, as a child, now, you can't hide from that. They're, like, shit doesn't go away now. Especially because these fucking idiots stream everything. Imagine saying a bunch of shit on stream. What an idiot. But, like, I'm lucky that a lot of the dumb shit that I said has either been scrubbed from the internet, was on a voice chat in a game where nobody could easily record it, or on a website nobody knows about. You know? Kids don't, like, and I mean rightfully so. I feel like kids today know better. And at least they should. Like, the world has changed since I was 12. But, like... Like, I wouldn't want to be held responsible for all the stupid shit I thought I was funny when I was 13. You know what I mean? Like, how do you fucking... Like, we were the last generation that I think could, like, learn and kind of be better people after that. I mean, to be fair, I don't think a 15-year-old kid is going to, like, actually get canceled. Unless, like, they may lose their Fortnite sponsorship if they're popular, but in 10 years, I think they'll still be able to, like, get a job. You know what I mean? But at least my generation, like, I'm trying to think of, like, Forza forums have been scrubbed more than once. Another forum board I used to go on is, like, so dead. Good luck trying to find anything. I mean, if it wasn't dead, like, I've had multiple accounts. You know? Like, nobody had capture cards in 2010 compared to now. So it's not like you could just record anything you ever wanted to say, ever hear anybody say. Like, you can't hide now. Like, but at the same time, I feel like kids at least should be more educated now, even if they're not being educated. Like, you see people get dummied on the internet every day for saying some heinous shit. Yeah, I'm not saying everybody's done it, but the amount of, like, people I know, they're like, I used to say words like this, or I used to say shit like this. And I don't mean like they were, like, militants. It's like, maybe like, oh, I didn't understand that word was hurtful, and I used it as a joke with my friends. You know what I mean? Like, a certain word that people like to use for stupid that starts with R was literally on TV until, like, 2013. Like, it was on regular PG-13 TV. Along with, like, damn and heck and ass and shit. Yeah, but we got the chance to learn. It's like, without serious repercussions. Like, we got all to learn on our own. I don't think that kids have that now. And the past is gay now. Well, there you go. I mean, it's not every homophobe, but a lot of homophobes are, like, just mad that gay people are out living their lives, and they feel like they can't do that. It's out of jealousy. It's not everybody. Some people are just evil pieces of shit. But a lot of homophobia is like, oh, hey, you're just being gay and enjoying your life being gay. I wish I could do that, but I can't because I have a wife. I wish I could spend all weekend gargling on cock, but I can't because of the old ball and chain. And then, like, 10 years later, it surfaces that they were, like, going to gay bathhouses and slickling peenie on the weekends. And you're like, oh, no, really? Never saw that coming. I don't really use TikTok, so I don't have, like, a horse in this race, but as, like, stupid as I think the app is, there's better ways to use resources, but you all knew that. Like, we should get rid of TikTok because it's rotting kids' brains, not because it's owned by a corporation that is just as evil as any American corporation. Just, they don't use English. Nah. We talked about it like a little bit earlier, the age of the people that are in that, making those decisions. My fucking mom doesn't know what a JPEG is, dude. How the fuck are these people supposed to educate children on something they don't fully understand? It should be kids educating the elderly on the internet, not the other way around. You fucking kidding me? Through development. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, kids that are people that are our age now have kind of had their own, like, oh yeah, maybe, like, I used to use that word for stupid a lot, right? Like, especially with where I grew up, like, that was just like any other swear word. That's a wall. Like, I go home, my parents still say it, and like some of my friends do, but I didn't realize it was hurtful until recently, and like within the last 5 years, I would say. I still tried not to say it on stream and whatever, but at one point I was like, you know what? I don't even want people to use it in the chat. It's a gross word. It's kind of yucky. I'm not proud that I used it. That doesn't mean it's okay now. And I won't say who it was, but somebody who was a regular in the community at the time, I think they're a lurker now, reached out and went, hey man, I need you to understand that that meant a lot to me. It's something that made me feel uncomfortable. And it hurt me to read because it just was like comparing me to just being stupid, and I'm not stupid. So I really appreciate you doing that because it makes me feel more welcome and included. I was like, hell yeah. And that was a big, like, yeah, I don't need to say that word anymore, actually. There are so many other ways to call something dumb. First of all, what's wrong with the word dumb? You can just throw a bunch of stink on it. Like, if you want to call something dumb, you can just call it dumb. Or, like, fucking dumb. But there are ways to call people and or things stupid that don't involve hurting other people. Even if it's, like, one person. Doesn't matter. Single-celled organism. Big fan of Neanderthal. I used troglodyte for a while. That was a good one. Dude, honestly, call somebody a poopy head in a serious argument. You just win. They're gonna get stun locked and not know how to respond to you. Unironically, just call someone a doo-doo head. Like, how do you come back from that? Like a serious intellectual argument, like, whatever, dumb. Like, how do you respond to that? My favorite thing is getting into a serious argument and using playground insults. No, fuck you. All right, pee-pee head. Did you call me a pee-pee head? Yeah, your head's full of pee. Like, you're in on the joke. They're not. So they're going to be like, all right, I'm not going to argue with this child. You're like, all right, I'm not going to argue with this child. And you win. You live in college? Literally just call someone pee-pee face. How are they going to come back from that? Well, that's a childish retort. Yeah, your mom's childish. Fuck off. I don't know. You have a fucking explanation? Eat my dick. I like getting called a pussy, too, because I get to just go, you are what you eat. Ringo, I have tried to be like, hey, you're not going to convince that guy you were right. You're wasting your time. Please shut up so we can continue what we were doing. But I feel like it's therapeutic for both ends. I feel like you don't get in an argument on the internet for that long and not understand that it's just pointless, and you're like, I don't know. It made me feel better. Maybe they had a bad day. I don't know. Alright, what did we get out of this? Give me that JGTC S15. I'd be pretty happy. It's not what that is. That's fine, though, actually. That's okay, as it turns out. I understood that reference, Emerald. Is this rear-wheel drive? Am I stupid? I am stupid. Well, I'm not stupid. I just don't know why. I don't know why I ever thought it was all-wheel drive. Figured like the, yeah. I love playground insults, man. It's fucking hilarious. It will always end an argument because the other person is just gonna assume that you're an idiot and not waste their time with you anymore. I did not fill up Daryl on fresh margarita. I'm gonna do that right now. Arguments in general as a concept are just dumb. At least on the internet. Because you're usually never going to convince the other party that you're right. No matter how good your point is, no matter how intellectual you think you sound, you more than... Oh my god, brown. It's the chocolate margarita. There we go. Like, for the most part, you're never going to change someone's viewpoint. No matter how calmly you can... if it's a discussion, different. If you're yelling at each other and having an argument, like if you get taken out in a sim, right, and you're yelling at each other, you're not going to change that person's viewpoint. It's your fault, no matter how often that you tell them it's not, like, you couldn't have been my fault because this, that, and the other thing. Nope. That is not going to change their opinion. Don't waste your fucking time, man. Or, like, if you post a tweet on Twitter or something, and some random one-name bunch of numbers responds, and it's like, you're gay. Like, don't waste your fucking time. I just saved. I'm going to save again, though, because you got me overthinking it. Yeah, there's a difference between a discussion and like, a pissing match. But, like, 9 times out of 10, I don't want to argue with you because you're just wasting my time and yours, because I know I'm right. I don't need to prove that to you. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, poohead. Did you call me a poohead? Sure did, poohead. What are you, 12? Your mom's 12. So, all right, loser. I'm not going to argue with you anymore, stupid. Congratulations. I got rid of you. That's all I wanted. And speaking of